is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
For the first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together, while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
Why did Magnus not play f4? Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Gukesh de Moraes, Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, and Alireza Farusha. Every single round looks like a World Championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now, Vincent Keimer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xin'er, Zhu Wenjun, Hampi Knero, and Anna Moonsjuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. The classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. One game, one winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
Years of chess history, 12 of the best leading players, 2 elite tournaments. Welcome to Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. And there, take a look at the beautiful scenery that is Oslo. Take a moment to appreciate that gentle view because, well, it is not going to get gentle in this particular playing hall. In the Dijkman Library, we're amongst the books. We are waiting for stories to be made and told. We're waiting for 2 weeks of untold action, drama, Armageddons, confessions, you name it. This tournament has got it. And boy, oh boy, we are now in Oslo and we are ready for the action. And welcome everyone. I'm your host, International Master Jovanka Hauska, and I am here with one of the icons of the game. Grandmaster, Women's Grandmaster, International Master, new name and title, she has got it, Tanya Sajdev, and the man of many words and also many moves. It is our very own Grandmaster, David Howell.
Yovi, I have to say, first of all, you absolutely nailed that intro. Well done.
Thank you.
I mean, it's awesome to be back here, guys. It's a new era for Norway Chess. After 13 years, it comes to Oslo. Incredible venue, Bjørvika. David, is that, I'm still trying to learn how to pronounce it.
I mean, I can tell you've been working your Duolingo. That pronunciation is spot on.
Bjørvika, incredible lineup, a format that rewards fighting chess. 2 of my favorite commentators, David Howell. I'm pumped about the next 2 weeks.
Me too, Tanya. I literally live down the road. So yeah, this is perfect. I'm excited to welcome everyone to Oslo. I'm excited to see what the players have got in store for us. It's a great field. Very dangerous field, I feel, for Magnus Carlsen this year. And yeah, Norway Chess, let the games begin.
Yeah, let the games begin. You know, last year we had viral moments. We had the thump of the table. I mean, can we expect more of the same?
I'd love to see that happen. I mean, with Magnus chasing his 8th title here, you know, in Norway chess, you've got this field that is an absolute eclectic mix of players, and that's what I love about this, right? Whether it's Norway chess women or Norway chess, we're guaranteed drama. I'm up for another table smash. And there's one guy who is injured right now. I mean, can we just talk about that? What's the situation on Alireza's leg situation?
Yeah, ankle smash. It's all a mystery. I think the exact kind of happenings for that injury, it's all a bit unknown. But either way, he's been playing with the leg elevated in Romania. He's going to be doing the same here. We see a chair there. He's been on crutches. I've seen him in a wheelchair this week. It's tough circumstances for him to play, but. Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. He's playing the world #1, round 1.
Yeah, at least he has the white pieces, though, as he plays the world #1, Magnus, Carlsen, Alireza, playing. It's not a broken ankle, but it's a strained one, and it's a serious injury. And looking at the pairings, because we are always in for a treat here at Norway Chess. So 6 players in the Norway Chess and 6 players in the Norway Chess women. And we begin with a bang. We have Prag against Wesley So, Alireza Firouzja against Magnus Carlsen, and Gukesh hasn't been on form, but he plays someone who's fresh off a tournament victory, Vincent Keymer.
Now, that's such a big clash for these two players. I mean, I'm going to say it. I think for Gukesh, this is sort of the start of the home stretch to the World Championship match. 6 months from now is his game 1. He's not playing as many classical tournaments. It's going to be Norway chess and potentially only the Olympiad for him. He's definitely in need of a good finish here for that confidence boost.
Exactly. Not easy for him either, playing Keymer, one of the informed players of the moment. They also know each other. Keymer was a second for Gukesh in that World Championship match in 2024. Yeah, I mean, everyone wants a fast start in an event like this, right? Confidence is everything, especially, I would say, for the younger players, the likes of Gukesh and Keymer. If they start well, that's going to set the platform for them.
And Vincent Keymer making his debut. Now, moving to the women, there are 3 debutants here. We have 3 experienced veterans. We have Ju Wenjun, who's already won the tournament in 2024. Anna Muzichuk won last year. And also we have Hampi Canary, who does well. But then we have Zhu Jiner, Bibi Sara Sabaeva, and Divya Dashmukh. And which of these pairings really excites you guys?
I'm going to point out the Anna Muzichuk versus Zhu Jiner. Anna Muzichuk is the defending champion from last year, and Jiner has been on a meteoric rise in 2025. I mean, what a breakout player she's been. Winner of the Grand Prix as well, and it's a bit of a clash of generations there. Really excited to see how that one shapes up. You know, I look at this field of players in Norway chess women, David, and the one thing that stands out to me is how in the candidates we had 4 of these, and add to that the mix of Ju Wenjun, the world champion, Guneru Hampi, who missed the candidates but is an absolute elite level player, a world rapid champion. This almost feels like a step up from the women's candidates.
Exactly. I mean, it's a world-class field. There's no weak links. Last year in Norway chess women, it was hard to predict until the last few moves of the last round. We didn't know who the winner would be. Zhu Wenjun wasn't at her best last year, and I think she'll be determined to win the title back. But yeah, we'll see. Anything can happen for sure in that sense.
Anything can happen. And you know something about Norway chess? Well, it has a football scoring format. It also has a very innovative scoring system and format. So take a look at what's in store for our players.
Norway chess and Norway chess women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colors. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. The prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
There's something special in the Norwegian air. And moving on to the playing hall, take a look at the spectators at the Deichman Library. And our players getting ready to make their moves. The nerves must be jangling.
Yeah, round one, it's always a bit of a lottery, it feels like. It's often where the players start to feel their way into games. The spectators don't know what to expect either. Everyone's awaiting, I'm sure, the arrival of Magnus Carlsen. There was an opening ceremony just before the round, just a few minutes ago, and we witnessed the standing ovation that Magnus got, the local hero, when he walked in. But all of the players got a warm reception. All of them will want to start with a bang.
It was definitely extra for Magnus when he walked in. It was amazing to see that love. And I have to say, it looks like Magnus is the one we're all waiting for in the playing hall. I wonder if that's a storyline we've seen before, Jovanka. Magnus, the last to arrive?
Well,
Never seen that happen.
No, never seen that one happen at all, Tanya. You got to wait for the best things in life. And Magnus, one of the favorites in the event, having won this tournament 7 times already. You know, will he get his 8th title? Well, not if Gukesh or Kaimer have their way. And Kaimer, fresh off that victory on the Grand Chess Tour, well, he's got the black pieces.
Yeah, this is going to be such a fantastic fight to watch. You know, the big question has been on Gukesh's form. On the other side, you've got Vincent Kaimer, who's been pretty much on fire, fresh off his victory in Romania as well. He's got to be feeling good. But for me, the question is, when a player wins such a big tournament, does that mean that you keep the momentum, or will fatigue matter here? How fresh is Vincent feeling right now?
Yeah, a lot of the players just travelled in this weekend to Oslo, straight into game mode. Normally, momentum does play a big part. I think age helps, the fact that they will naturally have a bit more energy. Vincent also carried on his form from Grenka, which he won in really impressive fashion, the freestyle chess there. And I mean, he's just been leveling up throughout the last 12, 18 months.
And you know, David, you were mentioning the opening ceremony. The one thing I noticed, everybody looked like they were in a good mood. Smiles for the photographers. There was so much media. But Gukesh, extremely locked in and serious there. Alireza did miss the opening ceremony and arrived directly for the game. Understandable.
Yeah. Do you know, my vibe was actually there was a lot of smiles on the surface, but I felt the tension.
Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, like you mentioned, Gukesh, stone-faced.
Yeah.
Didn't crack a smile. Almost seemed to be meditating standing up.
But Jovi, where is Magnus Carlsen?
He's chilling, you know, I'm sure he's just eating something, getting ready for the game ahead. He's got the black pieces against Alireza. David, do you have any insider info?
I have zero. Nothing more than you guys, at least. We know he's in the building, right?
Yes.
We saw him. We know that Magnus physically is here in the building somewhere. There's still 1 minute or just under a minute until the clocks are due to begin. But this is what champions tend to do. They like to make a big entrance. They like the drama. Alireza doesn't like the wait, doesn't like the drama with the yawn there, but soon the games will begin.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I love this. I mean, just at the very start, you know, just to kick off things, there's no soft launch in this tournament. It's Magnus versus Alireza, Prague taking on Wesley. These two have got layers with their competition as well. It was in 2025 in Romania that Prague beat Wesley. And then Wesley finishes ahead of Prague in the 2026 Superbet just right now as well. So a generational clash. A clash of styles as well for Wesley. He's been at Norway Chess before. I think he really wants a good finish. He's sort of been having a resurgent last few months, David. Seeing him back in form feels good.
Exactly. I'm such a big fan of Wesley. So here we see Magnus in the meantime making his arrival. And yeah, I mean, Wesley, I think, could surprise a few people. This format suits him. I think Armageddon, he'll be especially dangerous. Such a great rapid player. Okay, prediction time. What do we think?
Oh, how many decisive games are there going to be?
Ooh. Today, let's say that I want to see the Armageddons. I'm going to go with 3 Armageddons today. And this is what I love, that no matter what happens in the classical, there's always a decisive result at the end of the day at Norway Chess.
Okay, I'll say 4 Armageddons.
4 Armageddons. Well, last year I was famously beaten by the chair. So I'm actually going to say, so you said 3, 4. Oh, well, you give me 5 or 2. Okay, 5 Armageddons.
Oh, that's a hot take. 5 Armageddons.
I know.
And that would happen if you've got 5 draws, a total of 6 games underway in just a few moments. We'll have the first moves of Norway Chess 2026. Magnus adjusting his pieces. This is big. Another prediction. Does Magnus get his 8th this time in Oslo?
Ooh.
It's a difficult one.
He looks happy. He looks relaxed. Home advantage.
Yes, and he kind of seems to have shaken off those like ghosts from many, many moons ago where he was struggling to play good chess in Norway Chess. And now he's just here on home ground and he's in his element.
I completely, I think, second that. It's hard to bet against Magnus Carlsen. In Oslo, at Norway Chess, 7 titles. He definitely wants his 8th right now. But I will say, there have been blips in the matrix, glitches in the matrix. 2023 Norway Chess did not go Magnus's way at all. He's playing in a field where so many of the players believe that the future belongs to them. I don't think it's going to be easy, but Magnus always hungry for that Norway Chess title.
And moving on to the Norway Chess women, Zhu Wenjun, she didn't have that great of a 2025. Of course, she won 2024 Armageddon Queen. And we have liftoff, guys. We are off.
Let's go. Handshakes, moves. We've seen some ceremonial moves. What are the real moves on the board this time? It's d4, d5 between Firouzja and Carlsen.
I'm very sad that there was no F3. I was trying to convince the person who's giving the ceremonial move, play F3, make it memorable.
I mean, after your loss last year, Yovi, in your prediction game, not getting that right with the guy making the ceremonial moves, that's got to hurt.
Yeah.
It's not a good start.
No, it's not a good start.
It's not a good start.
Once upon a time, I was a prediction queen. No longer.
What about our opening predictions? How do we feel about the 6 boards, how they've started? David, I'm seeing a lot of queen spawn opening, 1 king spawn opening, e4 starting on that top left, Anna Muzychuk choosing 1 e4, but it's the only one so far.
Exactly. I'm just trying to get my head around all these beautiful colors for now. We have 1 e4 game. We have 3 d4s and 2 retis. 2 players, Prag and Zhu Wenjun, starting with knight f3 on move 1. Early days everywhere. We have a Spanish. There's no Norwegian rat opening, unfortunately.
Not yet.
Not yet. Magnus has been known to play that one, but okay, I'm going to say no real surprises yet. Maybe the biggest surprise is Gukesh against Kaimer, playing bishop to f4. It's like a mix between a normal queen's pawn opening, queen's gambit potentially incoming, and a London system. But still early days so far.
Yeah, what happened to knights before bishops? I thought that's what we were all taught growing up in chess. Bishop to f4, definitely the first surprise of Norway chess. I'm going to add, I was watching our live cameras there with Magnus and Alireza. It's obviously really tough for Alireza with his situation with the ankle, but also to play an opponent who is, got his leg up, and we see that right there. It's got to be playing on your mind as well, right? Not the easiest for Magnus right now. How do you stay focused? How do you lock into what's happening and not just...
You just play normal chess.
Easiest than Daniel.
Well, I have been in the situation that Alireza's been in, not once, but twice. Now, you might think I'm clumsy. You'd probably be right. But I was playing chess with crutches, and I was a little bit miffed when my opponent went full-on aggressive. Because it took me a while to actually get to things like get some food, go to the bathroom, and I was like, come on, try and make it quiet, give me some relaxation. But no, it didn't happen, and it's go sharp. But I think most of the time the top players are going to be like, yeah, that's a small advantage to me. Thank you very much.
David Howell on his phone, again.
I'm just texting the producers that Zhu Wenjun is playing Zhu Wenjun on the top right now. But nobody at home saw that, of course. Thanks there, Tanya.
Always happy to have David.
I was going to say, though, that maybe Firouzja, it's an advantage for him. He has to sit at the board. He has to focus. No walking around, no distractions. Maybe it'll help him. I know that some players actually prefer playing, or actually quite enjoy playing when they're a bit unwell, because then there's simply no space in the mind. The body has to simply focus on the game itself. Some surprises in the meantime, though. Firouzja against Carlsen, some weird h6, a3 moves. 5 years ago, maybe, I would have said that those were beginner moves, wasting time, wasting tempi, but everything's possible now. According to modern computers, we have King's Indian attempt by Bibisara on the bottom there, in the center. Lots of different openings.
Okay, lots of different openings, and we have many options. Let's deep dive into one of these particular games. Which one takes your fancy, Tanya?
Yeah, I'm taking all the colors in, and I think we'll have to do a roundup of everything, but I'd love to start with Magnus Carlsen here against Alireza Firouzja. You mentioned the pawn moves, potentially stopping the bishops from coming out. That's the bottom left board right there. And maybe, David Howell, we take it from the top. Started with the queen's pawn opening into a very systematic queen's gambit decline. And I want to go to that move that Magnus chose, because I almost feel that h6 was in fact popularized by Magnus a couple of years ago.
Exactly. Magnus really brought this back into fashion at the top level. I remember when I was first learning about the Queen's Gambit, there were so many ways that they used to play back in the early 20th century, especially. They were playing A6 moves, and those were so unpopular for years until Magnus started playing them. In this position, the most trendy maybe is the Rogozin. You can take this pawn and play a Vienna. You can play c5, leading to the Tarash, the semi-Tarash, lots and lots of moves. But yeah, h6 is designed simply a bit of a waiting move, but it's designed against this pin on the Black Knight. And lo and behold, instead of trying to do something, for example, g3, e3 moves just to try and develop the white light squared bishop, a3 was the choice by Firouzja, saying, anything you can do, I can do too. And he's stopping black from pinning the knight. And he's saying to Magnus, okay, you could still break out with moves like c5, but maybe later it's nice to have this idea of pushing the white b-pawn. I must admit, I've never seen this one before, but Firouzja must have done. He must have looked at it in detail, and Magnus is thinking. He's been in thought now for 3 minutes. Early surprise.
Yeah, and I like the idea of white seizing a lot of space with c5, b4. I call that the big clamp. Obviously, you got to time it well, but it's in the air. So how do you think Magnus will react? Do you think we'll see some bishop to e7s, normal stuff, or will we see some direct play like c5?
Or pawn takes pawn, just capture the pawn that's hanging already. Some interesting choices, but I do like what Alireza has done. Now, h6 by Magnus, I don't think it's much of a surprise anymore, at least. It's a line that you have to look at when you're playing with the white pieces, when you start with d4 against the world number one. So Alireza going for a3. I'd actually love to take a look at how many games have happened here, because Magnus going into the early thing right now, looking at what's happening all around on the boards up ahead there. Joe, if I had to guess, I think Magnus would want to, it's quite well known in the chess world that first rounds are really where you want to play against Magnus. This is where he's probably at his shakiest. That's when you want to try to strike. So I have a feeling that with the black pieces, Magnus would want to keep things under control. I'd be very surprised if he accepted the gambit with pawn takes pawn. I'm expecting something more cautious. Take out the bishop, continue with development. What about you, David?
I fully agree. I think when Magnus in general is met by a surprise, he tries not to take the opponent head on. He tries to avoid risking walking into home preparation. So he'll try something a bit quieter, even if he knows it might not be the best. And just here specifically to show why I think he won't take this pawn, as you say there, Tanya. If we go back, so without these moves, h6 and a3, taking this pawn is well known, but after e4, black tends to want to react with moves like bishop to b4, pinning this knight, trying to take on e4. Here in the game situation, however, it is impossible. Taking, now e4. There's no bishop b4. White will win the pawn back with an advantage.
Yeah, nice to have the center there. So interesting. You asked Tanya what was the most popular move. I can tell you black has responded by setting up the triangle with c6. Very solid formation there. Also a6.
Ooh,
anything
like
that
it.
white can do, black can do better. That's also been tried as well. We'll see which one of those moves, or whether normal developments such as knight bd7 or bishop to e7 will be played. Let's move on and have a look at another game of the Norway chess. Maybe we can take a look between Gukesh, world champion, against Vincent Keimer.
Let's do it. From world number one to world champion. I like that switch in a very exciting position as well. Take a look at that. Speaking of picking up pawns, one has just been picked up. Gukesh did go for pawn takes pawn in that last move, but I have to say this for me is a position that I haven't seen before. It feels like very fresh territory. And David, I'm going to hand it over to you. Got to show us what happened right from the start.
Let's do it. Let's jump in. And sorry, everyone, losing my voice. It's been a while since I commentated. Knight f6
Just
after
last
d4.
week, David.
c4, e6, and the first rare move, at least, bishop to f4. And normally this is a bit of a surprise weapon. Black often plays d5, if I remember correctly here. And after taking, black has this extra option of taking with the knight to hit the bishop. And there is a lot of theory here. But Gukesh, he has come armed. Vincent knows Gukesh very well, having been a second for him. Probably wanted to dodge all of that. He just gave a check instead. So similar to Nimzo Indian, Bogo Indian ideas. White blocks with the knight, so no doubled pawns. If the knight had landed on c3, it might have been captured. c5, a capture, and black castles. And yeah, this is a gambit. He didn't take back. He could have done last move, and he would have been admitting that he'd moved the bishop twice. Not ideal normally in the opening. But he has given white the The idea of at some point planting a bishop on d6. Just trying to calculate now, probably not advisable. a3 is the move instead. If if white had jumped in with a bishop on d6, black would have had this move, knight to e4, doubling down on the pinned white knight, and this is already scary. Not over for white. White can defend that, but at the very least now black could pick up this bishop. So instead we have more moves. Bishop takes c5 and knight f3. What do we think of this?
I mean, my first feeling looking at this is I'm kind of liking that white's dark squared bishop is in front of the knight and not behind on c1. The next thing you want to do is push your e-pawn forward, get the other bishop out, finish development by going short side castle. Feels like you have a healthy pawn structure. Meanwhile, for Vincent, I'm guessing the plans are going to be around b6, place your bishop in b7 on the longest diagonal, try to get your knight out. But I do like the potential in white's position to expand on the queen side once development's done. You know, b4, you keep chasing that bishop away. Looks like an active fight already. My big question right now is, you know, we know that Peter Lecco was in Romania with Vincent getting one of his biggest wins of the career. Do we have any inside info if he is currently in Oslo?
Ooh, Peter Lecco.
I haven't seen him, Tanya.
Me neither.
I haven't. I'm not staying at the Players Hotel, so I don't. My spy sources haven't told me anything yet.
Chat will keep you updated on that.
I've barely seen any seconds, actually. I've seen that Prague is with Suri Webab.
Yes.
And that's it.
I think Gukesh is with Gardesky as
of
well.
course.
And Webber's there. But apart, and I don't know apart from the Indian players if there's anybody around with helping the others. David has got some info.
I've heard that Bibisara has a second here.
Or a good friend.
Oh, a good friend, yeah. I haven't seen him, but he's a very strong player who's had a big success lately.
We don't take names on this show.
We don't.
Never. Just not our style.
Javaki. Everybody knows, guys. We don't need to be discreet anymore. But I liked the fact that you guys were able to keep secrets. And clearly you can see who cannot do that. But in an interesting position, actually, you know, as you say, it's a question of development. You know, white does have the advantage on the queen side. Maybe black will start neutralizing in the center with d7, d5 pawn break. Let's move on to Prague against Wesley. So Wesley, so solid. Everybody knows that. But here, you can't just be solid because you have to follow it up with Armageddons.
Yeah, I think Wesley, he's very much from the old school. Like, he would happily take a draw in the classical, play those Armageddons. He trusts his rapid abilities. He's won so many rapid tournaments, GCT tournaments. He's won a lot at faster time controls. But yeah, in the classical, as we were talking about earlier, it's been a resurgent few months for him. He wasn't getting tournament invites for a long time, not like he used to. For a couple of years, he was a bit in the wilderness. Maybe we go back and check out how this game began.
Let's do it. Let's take it from the top. As we see right now, white's playing a bit more cautious, and he started with the Reti, the knight opening.
Yeah, I love it. My favorite opening, the Reti, super flexible.
I thought it was the London.
Oh,
And the English.
The English and the Reti are like cousins, right? I love them both. They're all family. But the London, maybe not. And okay, so d5, e3. This became popular just a few years ago. It's kind of a move order trick. You kind of get black to commit. Often Slav players want to put a pawn on c6. Queen's Gambit decline players want to put a pawn on e6, but you have different options against depending on what black does. Knight f6 instead. Here Wesley shows that he wants to play Queen's Gambit declined, but white doesn't have to commit a pawn to d4. b3, fianchettoing. And this is all very well-known stuff. White used to be playing knight c3 here pretty much without fail. I think that's the most popular move. But Wesley has been spending some time because Prague has played an innocuous-looking bishop move. We see the percentage bar, the win, draw, loss bar on the left of the board there for everyone at home who wants to follow along. This actually scores quite well for white, 41% win rate with this bishop to e2 move, which I've never seen before. And after black strikes with c5, a capture. Black doesn't take back because after d4, it's a matter of taste, but black, after a trade here, will get left with a isolated queen's pawn. I don't think Wesley likes those, so knight takes d5 and white develops. Doesn't look like much, but black has some problems to solve. What to do with this bishop? He brings his knight out first. What do we think of this?
And is this the type of position, David and Tanya, where white just goes a3 and goes for a g4 kind of push and has some fun on the king side, or just no, the center is still
I was almost disappointed when you said A3 because I was like, why is Ivanka not talking about H4, G4 right now
Yeah.
instead? It felt like that was really what you want to do here.
I
Of course,
did.
it's, especially as a commentator. But look at that, what Prague has done instead. He does make a more sane move, Yovi. He brings the queen out to C2. There are ideas of still, I think, advancing on the king side with H4, knight G5. But I think more than that, what Prague is really waiting for is something more positional. The moment Wesley plays the pawn to B6 to put his bishop on B7, I would predict that's the moment that Prague captures in the center. Now when you take back with the pawn, your bishop's sort of stuck in this dilemma of which diagonal to choose. And usually, very often in these positions, D4, the idea of D4, comes with that much more firepower.
Yeah, and this will give black, again, after a capture here, either an isolated pawn in the center on D5 or hanging pawns. So for example, something like this. And yeah, again, matter of taste, but I think Wesley would prefer the white side here. It's a lot less responsibility. You just put your rooks in the center and pressurize the center. You pressure these pawns. For black, a lot of questions how to keep them safe long term.
A lot of questions indeed, but definitely a tense game. And we're going to see how white adapts to this particular change in scenario. Is he going to go for that knight takes knight, D4? Are we going to see something else? Let's take a look at the bird's eye view, because I've got to say that in Norway Chess Women, I'm already drawn to one game, and that's the game where between Hampi Canaru and Bibi Sara, where I'm looking at black already going H6, G5. It's the board in the middle in purple, because it's not often that you see black be so gung-ho with their pawns.
I love it. I think that's super exciting. We will go to that. I also want to point out the top right board there. Wenjun versus Divya. Lots of tension in the center with Divya's king still in the center. Wenjun looks like she's finished her development already. And this is such a great clash because we've got the reigning women world champion against the breakout World Cup winner, Divya Deshmukh from 2025. So again, a big generational fight there. Very exciting stuff going on there. But David, should we start with Hampi Asabayeva?
Let's do it. We see them on the camera. And yeah, again, nice to see these types of openings where both sides are kind of taking risks. White is saying, okay, you can have the bishop pair. Dark squared bishop is at a premium here. Black's bishop is going to be fantastically strong on this diagonal. But at the same time, black's kingside is going to be weak long term. I'm always so scared of pushing those H and G pawns, especially when like black is castled and white hasn't, because when the bishop is captured, white's rook is still going to be on the H file. It's going to create some big, big threats. But Bibi Sara likes to take risks. She always plays for a win with both colors.
I feel like 8-6 G5 is the most anti-David Howell chess ever.
Yeah, never. Maybe in a must-win situation if you really force me. I did it once recently in a blitz game, but yeah, that was just blitz.
Yeah, you're not going to get to 100 moves, Tanya, by going H6, G5.
I don't think there's a single 8-6 G5 game in Grind Like a Grandmaster.
No, maybe not even in my entire career. Someone needs to do their homework and find out. But okay, let's go back and check how we got here, maybe.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so D4, we see a attempt at a King's Indian defense from Bibi Sara. So I guess the mainline King's Indians would be reached by Hampi occupying the center. But again, a lot of theory. Hampi, I'll ask you in a second, actually, Tanya, about her style. But playing Bishop G5 dodges some mainline theory. C5 played now, as we see it's to crack open this diagonal a bit more for the black dark square bishop long term. After H6, bishop H4, instead of playing E6 and going for typical pawn breaks, for example, G5. And here we find ourselves. Do you think Hampi is happy with this development? She's been thinking nearly 10 minutes now.
You know, you were talking about Hampi stylistically as a player. I do consider her extremely universal, but more tendencies towards positional, strategic, maneuvering kind of fights. When I look at the opening, the way it's played out, I look at the clock situation, I would say that Bibi Sara is perhaps feeling more comfortable. Right now, it feels like she's the one who's dictating how the opening develops and continues to play on. I will point out that both Bibi Sara and Hampi have incredible speed chess abilities. We've got on one side a former world rapid champion in Hampi, and on the other, Bibi Sara 3 times world blitz champion. And I wonder who that would suit if this was to end in a draw and go into an Armageddon. Speaking of Humpy being universal, I think while she does prefer maneuvering, I've also noticed that she's a player who can just sit and calculate her way through. She doesn't shy away if the position demands it to go into complicated battles. I don't think that, if I had to make a prediction, I don't believe that Humpy is very familiar with these openings. She's trying to get perhaps an h4 idea in, maybe get the bishop out, trying to see if she needs to castle as quickly as possible or just keep it more flexible on that right flank. But Yovi, my feeling is that Bibisara right now is more comfortable in the opening than Humpy.
Yeah, and Bibisara actually has a concrete idea, right? So she's going to be backing things up with f7, f5, f4. Yeah, you've got to be timing it well, but it's there. And I tell you one thing I've noticed about Humpy, she doesn't like playing with an unsafe king. She doesn't like, having to deal with this initiative. And here it's not necessarily clear where white is going to be putting their king. Living in the middle is not necessarily that pleasant.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Nothing more uncomfortable than feeling attacked in life and chess, You just don't like, even if it's nothing concrete, like f5, f4, it is a bit scary. Like here, I would start getting really nervous. And okay, white's bishop won't be trapped. It might even be able to escape back to h4 if black ever takes back with the g-pawn. But yeah, just the idea of it, right?
Yeah.
It's in the back of your mind, and you start looking for safer approaches. You're like, wait, how do I stop this attack? How do I kill my opponent's counterplay? And you might start to lose tempi or kind of make substandard moves.
Yeah. The ghosts, Tanya.
And there are scary things, not knowing what lies ahead if you haven't prepared this. I also want to point out that it might appear that knight on h5 is hanging and there could be potential tactics on g5, but it just doesn't work because knight takes pawn will be met by an intermezzo on the board. Knight takes bishop, and you simply pick up the knight on the next move. So far, Bibisara hasn't missed anything, but these kind of ideas have to be on your radar. To answer your earlier question, I have a feeling that while Humpy does not know how exactly to react in the current position as we have it right now. And I love that you're showing that the line does go forward and black has this final move, getting the king out of a danger zone. No checkmates. You're up a piece. Happy camper. Black is. I do believe that Humpy isn't exactly trembling at the moment. I'm expecting her to perhaps just continue with development. There are always these ideas with white where you put the bishop on d3, you fall back with your knight on d2 and open up the pathway of your queen to attack the black knight and force Bibisara's hand. Then you're asking, what is the knight doing there? Are you opening up my h line, or did you just get there to retreat yourself?
Ooh. Yeah, I think she would just take the bishop, but I agree. This is quite nice. At least then you get clarity. Like, at least then this is the pawn structure. Now black's not playing f5. Or maybe she is, but it comes at a cost. It's going to weaken the black king even further. And yeah, at least white says, okay, open h file. Maybe I'll get the bishop out, get the queen out, and maybe even go the other way with the white king. But she needs that clarity first. I like the idea.
I like simplicity. Simple is as simple does. Yeah, so maybe knight to d2, that's very much Humpy kind of move. Also bishop to d3 looked like it was a nice idea. And if f5 is not working, then what is Bibisara going to play for? I mean, e5s, they're not really attractive because after d takes e6 en passant, then the pawn on d6 is loose.
Yeah, and just checking the database here, this has been played a lot of times, this position, and bishop d3 is white's highest scoring move, it looks like, followed by knight d2. So we're on the ball, we're on the money. And that would ask Bibisara what she's doing next, whether she's still in preparation, which probably she is, or whether she's freestyling. But yeah, knight to d2, I personally like. Let's leave Humpy to think, though. 15 minutes, almost, and counting.
Yeah, and okay. Shall we move on to another game? Because you mentioned, Tanya, Zhu Wenjun against Divya. That's also very interesting. Or should we just take a peek at the bird's eye view and see if there's any other developments?
Let's do it. Let's bring up our 6-board view. 3 at Norway Chess, 3 at Norway Chess Women. Incredible mix of players here. And looking at that top left board, starting from the green board there, Anna Muzichuk playing with the white pieces. She is the reigning defending champion of Norway Chess 2025 against Zhu Jina. And so far, it looks like it's still within theoretical battles. Although I see Jina's placed her bishop on d6. An interesting king's pawn opening development, this one.
Yeah, very interesting. And I have a feeling maybe that if Muzichuk gets a chance, she might start throwing some kingside pawns forward. Yeah, I'm going to say early days for that one. But the most immediate action is between Zhu Wenjun and Divya.
Yes.
And yeah, some really interesting stuff, I think theoretically, as well as objectively. So I'm just going to bring that one up. Here we go. This game. As we see chaos in the center already.
I love it. And the thing is that Divya's not won, but like she still needs time to go shot castle. She can't do it immediately. She needs to develop the bishop. And look at that. She doesn't even care about that. She's going all out in this. And to me, it feels like with 1 hour 38 minutes, this is over-the-board inspiration by Divya. This isn't part of preparation.
No chance.
Can we just do a rewind and see how the players got to this really unusual position?
Yeah. Oh, I nearly sang a Craig David song.
Oh, go for it.
Can I get a rewind? No.
Yeah. And the crowd say bow selector, right?
Can I get a rewind? I can't believe I did. Okay, it's a reverse Grunfeld. That's why I'm so excited, everyone. Because after knight f3, another Reti, we actually see a d4 opening just with colors reversed. And the reason I say reverse Grunfeld is because here, white challenges in the center. And just for everyone at home, imagine this position, but just with colors reversed. If white had started with d4, we could have seen basically the same exact opening, just with a different tempi here. And it's the same position pretty much with black here challenging in the center, but this time it's white. So Zhu Wenjun gets the extra move, and she gets castles for free basically compared to some mainline theory. We see some exchanges, e5, black gets the center, so this is a Grunfeld exchange variation, just with those colors reversed, c4, and the main move as far as I know, by far, is bishop e6 here. Although for everyone at home looking at this board, you can see on the win, draw, loss bar on the left side there that white has a huge score here. 57% win rate for white, 21% draw, black only winning 22% of the time. Essentially because white gets an extra tempo on a very well-respected opening. But rook to b8 is one of the main lines against the Grunfeld. In similar positions, knight c3 puts extra pressure. The Grunfeld is a hyper-modern opening. It's all about hitting the center from afar. Especially Fianchetto's a main weapon here. So d4, a pawn sacrifice. Again, well-known stuff, but if white had taken this pawn, then the white knight struggles to find any good squares, can't leap into the center because it gets captured, knight a4, and black starts throwing the h-pawn down the board. White's Fianchetto bishop gone, so white's king here in a bit of trouble potentially, but knight e4, some captures, and with colors reversed, again, sorry to drone on about the Grunfeld, but queen to d2, here queen to d7 is the main idea, just to keep the d-pawn protected. And here we would see that Divya's idea would be super strong for black, because once the bishop retreats, black can advance with e4, defending this pawn. But she's put her queen on a different square after a long think. So maybe here she's been caught slightly off guard. Now no e4 without it being a pawn sacrifice. And bishop d6, here we are, live position.
By the way, I love it, David, when you geek out on the Grunfeld.
Sorry.
It was fascinating. I was learning
20 minutes
a lot
later,
of things.
I'm sorry. No more Grunfeld rants, I promise.
We want all of it and more. I mean, it's so incredibly instructive because I think the players also look at it like that. They're actually looking at ideas from a reverse side and trying to see how they can implement it with their own colors in the game. So incredibly important to understand that. I want to just point out about this position that it's Divya's dream to get e4, d4 as a structure in. But with d4 being a tender spot, it's not the easiest thing to achieve. I think for Wenjun, we see her on the board, Divya meanwhile walking around. For Wenjun, the big question is there a way to stop Divya's king from getting to safety? And, you might be looking at ideas like putting pressure on that c6 pawn, maybe getting the queen out to that a file, combining it with the bishop. But that's exactly what allows e4 at the center of the board then. And that's something that you don't want if you're playing with the white pieces. At least, David, for me, it's not really easy to find how can Wenjun make sure that Divya doesn't castle on the next move. Almost feels like you could go castle pre-move, except if white wants to play pawn takes pawn.
Well,
exactly.
I have a question for you, though, because I feel like Zhu Wenjun's style is very simple, very harmonious chess, And so I suspect that she wouldn't do things like queen d3 or anything, try to stop the king from castling. But what about like moves like pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, and just argue your structure is a little bit vulnerable?
Maybe Tanya's idea, just with the inclusion of this pawn capture, just to stop black installing that duo on e4, d4. Yeah, maybe let's check it out. I like it. I like the suggestion, Jovanka. Take, and yeah, the question here is whether queen a4, maybe white can play c5 to lock in this pawn as well. Okay, let's check out what happens if she goes for the direct attack. I guess black has to defend that pawn.
Bishop. And what's the follow-up? Because you're anyways going castle next. How are you doubling down on this position and saying that you won't allow it? Because once black is able to finish development, it does look like you have a lot of activity. Yes, a little unhappy with the pawn formation there, but you'll have ideas of f4 opening up the king side as black once castle comes in. The rook on b8, making it very difficult for white to finish development. The bishop on c1 tied down, defending that pawn.
Yeah.
Good question. I mean, here I would be very tempted to try and play a move like c5 just to stop black connecting kind of the c and d pawns. And after castling, it is this problem of the bishop, right? Because I would love to, for example, give a check, like play b4, start pushing pawns. But again, it gets very tactical, like b4, maybe d3, hitting the rook in the corner. Eval bar not so impressed, but it starts getting complicated.
Yeah. And somehow white doesn't have the time to go bishop f4, which is really what I would want to be doing, like get those bishops off the board, because the pawn on b2 is loose.
Or maybe now, Jovanka.
You can do it now. Okay. Oh, yes. Very nice.
All part of the plan.
Yeah.
And after some exchanges, or maybe not this one.
Rook takes.
Pawn drops. Yeah, just rook takes. And yeah, long term, the pawn structure that we mentioned, black has isolated pawns, maybe a passive bishop defending, white has this beautiful fianchettoed piece.
Hang on, how did we do that? Because I'm seeing the evaluation bar is suddenly now in white's favour. That was quite natural, right?
I was just making moves.
Yeah.
I mean, taking, I think, is the most natural. It's going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I mean, Tanya mentioned queen a4, which also very natural.
Yes.
Okay. Black has to defend the pawn.
And this is where we went c5. We were like, no way that black is going to get that pawn wedge in the centre.
I think this is a really good positional move because you're basically making sure that black has the c6 pawn at the same color of the bishop, and you always have a target for the rest of the game, whether it's the middle game or the end game.
Yeah, and it's a typical idea, again, sorry to geek out on the Grunfeld, but not to allow the opponent to establish like a protected advanced pawn on d4 or d5 in that Grunfeld. But so c5, just a very natural move. And yeah, here, this type of idea, maybe to connect all the pawns. This is just a good way to liberate the bishop, to stop it having to take on defensive duties. And yeah, it's a weird position. I always struggle, like, I love bishop pairs, but when there's no knights on the board, it's like, it's so linear. There's no forks. It's just pure lines, diagonals.
And I really like that you guys pointed out this bishop f4 resource after d3, but another plan that we were looking at, potentially that black wants to do after castle, is get f4 in. Would you have enough time? I do see it's defended by enough pieces to make that move possible, but d4 hanging, it needs calculation, David.
Yeah, I like it. As soon as you say it, it's like, of course, like black is struggling strategically long term, so normally the antidote is to be dynamic, right? That's the way to justify, and eval bar doesn't jump, which is a clue, but yeah, and just to show your point, Tanya, I mean, here h2 is hanging, everything's hanging, and we could see a position like this. Sorry, take everything.
Not subtle at all,
no.
David Howell.
Take on f4 and rook f1, I guess?
Yes.
But this is very, like, interesting. Eval bar is level, but I could see it going any direction.
Yeah.
Something like this, and I guess black's
Very
going to
dynamic.
go for the e pawn. White's going to go for an outside pass pawn.
Yeah, this could get fun really quick if black's able to get f4 in those positions. But still very early in the line right now. We haven't seen a trade at the center of the board on our live board. Vengeance still yet to take a decision right there. I wonder if there are ways to keep the tension as is and still make it difficult for Divya to go shot castle.
Yeah, I mean, other typical moves in those Grunfeld positions.
David, such a David Howell move that is.
Rook b1 to try and get similar b4 ideas, but I don't think it's going to happen. Even I would not want to play a slower move as rook b1.
Yeah, I was also looking at b3 as well, trying to get a beautiful pawn chain, but I was thinking that was a bit slow. You know, c5 is going to come for black, and you don't really want black to solidify in the center. Well, this is an interesting one, and we'll see whether we've got our prediction game spot on, whether Zhu Wenjun will capture that pawn on e5. Will she go for this queen a4 plan? Well, we're going to have to take a breather from this one. Let's check in on the one game we haven't looked at, and that's between Anna Muzichuk and Zhu Jiner. So the last time they played with this, Anna won, actually. She won one game in the candidates against Zhu, and it was a draw on the other one. And Zhu, I mean, I think I would say she had a good candidate, but the problem is with the candidates is that there's only one thing that interests everyone. You know, you got to be top dog, or that's it. You're going to be disappointed.
Yeah, she just had so many decisive games. Like she was going all out in every game. It felt like overpressing occasionally. She took a lot of losses, but also got a load of wins. So I think Zhu Jin, she's going to be a fun one to watch in this event. Okay, very quick backtrack because I'm curious about the opening as well. Like, just okay, e4, e5, the only one of the round. We saw a Spanish. The bishop drops back. Knight c3. This is not the most popular move, but essentially playing a 4-knight Spanish, just with this extra a6 and bishop a4 included. Bishop to d6 normally signifies a desire to not want to kind of go into the main lines. d3 and bishop g5. Wow, this is really interesting. I've actually seen something similar where white starts playing like h4, g4, g5, making use of the fact she hasn't castled yet. But first, the knight hits the queen drops back. And what do we think? Is white going to exchange? If so, on these terms? Or is she going to throw pawns forward?
It looks a bit soft to go knight takes knight, and it also doesn't look ideal to allow your own pawn structure to get destroyed. I'm pretty sure gives Zhu Jin a chance. For example, a soft move like shock castle as well, if you're not going all out, or maybe even after h4, knight takes knight, and black has this amazing pawn formation, can go for a pawn storm with f5 coming in as well. As a player who's played e4 and gotten into these positions, I absolutely don't love the idea of doubling up on the d line with the pawns. I would be very tempted actually to just come back with the knight, keep maximum pieces on the board, and eventually I'm still not showing my hands where I want to castle. Do I even want to castle at all? g4, rook g1, g5 idea still in the air. You know, the f5 square is being eyeballed right now. Knight h4 jumping on to that side as well. For me, knight e3 is a very attractive option for Anna.
Can I also... I'm going to go a bit anti my style here as well. And could I say that white is also positionally threatened after knight to e3, moves such as b4. Ooh. So the idea being, work with me, is to lock out this bishop on d6, which is not the best piece, right? In order to untangle it, you're going to have to go c6, put the bishop back to c7, and then let the game begin. But I don't know, I'm seeing that black's pieces, they're really unusually placed because the knight can't jump from e7 without allowing a white knight to jump into f5. Mm-hmm. So you could kind of go into grinding mode and start taking the squares. Yeah,
I really like it. I think white's really flexible here. You've won me around, the two of you. Suddenly I mean, knight e3 played by Anna Muzychuk, and suddenly I'm thinking white's got a really pleasant position. It's hard for black. Black does need three moves, as you say there, Jovanka, to play c6. Maybe she should start with a c6, bishop c7, d5 breakout. But I play c6 and suddenly the bar jumps. Mm-hmm. Most natural move in the world.
Yeah.
You know, we've been talking about the flank pawns storming forward for white, whether it's h4, b4, but I like where your mind was at, David. The move that you highlighted, there's also a central break that you always have to look out for. d4 and asking some big questions. It just feels like Zhu Jin's pieces are getting in their own way right now. Complete lack of development or coordination, and it'll take a while to get that bishop from c8 going anywhere.
Yeah, it's fascinating, this position. Like, you could make a case for d4, blowing open the center, while black is a bit clumsy. You can make a case for b4, as Jovanka said, cover some dark squares. You can make a case for h4, g4. You can do anything. And
just anything for.
Yeah, probably nothing's winning, nothing's losing. It's all fine, but...
Well, we have one theme, right? That basically just advance with your pawns, and then the pieces will find their comfortable squares. But looking very nice for Anna, and with some good preparation there. So we're excited about all of the games in conclusion. Mm-hmm. It's maybe we pull up the bird's eye view and see how things have developed. And, well, what do we have in front of us? I see that h2, h4, Oof. The English School of Chess, has been played between Prague and Wesley. I feel vindicated. This is the board in the middle in yellow at the top. And what else? You know, you love to see that. I mean, I'm looking at the evaluation bars all across, and it feels like it's pretty much in the middle. Positions are pretty level, but they're full of fire, actually, full of life right now. One you highlighted, h4, so Prague looks like he wants to create a position that is not Wesley's so solid style. He wants to get him into more attacking possibilities there. Of course, Divya's board right next to that. We've had a look at it. That promises to be a big fight as well. Humpy versus Asubayeva, you know, h6, g5, that's a bottom center board. Meanwhile, Alireza Firouzja versus
misses Magnus Carlsen. I have to say that to me looks like the most sane position right now in our bird's eye view.
Exactly. We'll doubtless spend a lot of time at that board, but probably not right now because it does look quite standard, other than the inclusion of those H6, A6, A3s. Yeah, they're all looking very fun. I can't see any of them fizzling out, which is good news. So I don't think we'll get any early Armageddons.
No.
We might still get them after a long fight, but not in the near future, I predict.
Yeah. Okay, so we had our Armageddon predictions. I'm going to put you again on the spot because I love doing this.
Remind us, what were the numbers, Ivanka? Let's start with last year and then come back to this.
Yeah. Tanya, why are you so mean? Okay, I didn't do well in my prediction game. I give you that. But okay, and this time I've gone for the over-optimistic 5. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do very well. But I did go last. So we had, you said 3?
3.
4
Dave said
and
4.
5. And well, anyway, I wanted to ask you, we also have a confessional booth. So last year, and the previous years, we've seen Hikaru, right? He's been a frequent visitor there. Magnus has also been. Who do you think is going to be the first one to rock up at the confessional and go, hey guys, this is my position?
What a boss move if it's Farouja. If he just wheels his wheelchair and he's just like, yes, I'm here. I don't think it'll be Alireza, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think we can predict that it's not going to be Alireza. I'm going to go that because we've got 4 Indians, that's 1/3 of the field. I'm going to play it safe and say it's going to be one of them.
Covered all the bases. I'll say Magnus. Boring,
Magnus, yeah, Magnus is definitely one to play to the crowd. Yeah,
and he's in Oslo. People want to hear from him. He knows it.
Oh, that being said, Magnus is half an hour down right now, so maybe he just wouldn't have the time to get there. Maybe someone will beat him to it.
And we got to remind everyone, right? There's no increment here. It's 2 hours for the whole game, and then you've got 10 seconds only from move 41.
Yeah.
So we're in for some big time scrambles, actually, nearing to that 40 move control.
Exactly. So, I mean, if you're going to go to the booth, then you got to do it right now.
Do it now.
Exactly.
Or never.
Oh, you might never get the chance to. This would be great to hear the players' thoughts.
The thing I've noticed about Magnus in confessional is it's usually when there's something interesting happening, either on his board or the ones around him. And he's been sitting and not really noticing all the other action. I wonder if he feels like he has enough to give to the crowd right now.
Well, he could do what Hikaru was doing last year, where he
Become a streamer?
Well, Hikaru was not just giving his thoughts on his own games. He would kind of do a nice roundup of everyone. So it was like, yeah, thank you, Hikaru. Good job.
He's the 4th commentator.
He was, yeah.
I thought you were going to say farming rating points. But no. Okay, back to the chess. Actually, one thing from last year, Anna Muzichuk started going into the confessional, I think, once or twice towards the end of the tournament, and she kept winning at the end. She ended up winning the tournament, so maybe it'll be a kind of left field bet there.
You know what? Magnus keeps thinking. He's low on the clock. I mean, we might actually see Alireza make that move.
Yeah, let's...
a bit logistically difficult, but...
Should we dive into the position
Let's do
and
it.
try to break down why Magnus is in deep thought?
And here we are, just quick action replay. We left it after White's A3 move, a very rare one. Already the opening bar, the win, draw, loss bar disappears as early as move 5. That means it's such a rare position, and only a few games played here at the top level in the past. Magnus did meet it with c5, so I was wrong. I thought he'd play bishop e7 or something a bit quieter, but c5 is one of the more ambitious moves, trying to clarify the center. We see some exchanges. Magnus, he is a fan of the isolated queen's pawn. He pretty confidently defends it, even if he's positionally worse. He believes that it has an inherent solidity to it. Bishop f4 played. And I think knowing Magnus, he really wants to play the move c4. But I don't know if he can pluck up the courage yet, partly because Farouja is blitzing all the moves so far, so maybe it's some preparation, but partly he just feels maybe he's undeveloped. Black bishop still needs to get out, he still needs to castle. Closing the center like this before you finish piece development, it's a bit risky, right?
Maybe we can actually just put it on our board and let's have a look. c4.
I also want to just point out to our featured chat there, and I completely agree with them. I mean, Magnus, such a long thing so early on, is a rare sight, and it does make you feel that he's not absolutely comfortable with what's happening. Also, traditionally, Magnus does suffer in the first round the most. That's why you feel like players tend to strike, are able to get Magnus into those complicated chaotic battles where perhaps I would say is the one chance that you have against the world number one. And this one, with this blocking up of the center, just dissolving the tension, would give Alireza the free hand to also start placing his own knight on e5, get that bishop on f3 next, start asking some questions. Not so easy now to get the flow going with b5.
Exactly. I think Magnus is just one move too short, it feels like. The eval bar's not too bothered, says black is fine-ish, but Magnus does play c4.
Guess who knows Magnus Carlsen best?
I've seen him win games. He won a really nice game against Vincent Keimer, slightly different variation, but this was with a pawn on g3, bishop on g2. He played an early c4 and was able to win quite nicely. I think his idea might be after c4. I'm just trying to base this on previous games that Magnus has played, to play like bishop f5. And after taking, he's going to just try and later, can't do it yet, play rook b8 and pressure this b2 pawn.
Do you not care about g4?
I do care. That's why I'm thinking like I wouldn't do it, but maybe Magnus is braver than me. And I don't know if you, Tanya and Jovanka, were watching the Tepe Siegerman tournament that Magnus won. Yeah, he did it the hard way, but he ended up winning. But he was spending a lot of time there. He was slower than normal. And I saw an interview where he said, like, yeah, he just didn't feel like he was trusting himself enough. And maybe that's why he's had this long think. He wanted to play c4 all along, but just took him a while to pluck up the courage.
Yeah. But I can understand why, right? Because when we were looking at that knight to e5, that's a very thematic answer to black's particular pawn structure. And you guys like tempted me with ideas of pawn storms, attacks. So you're like knight to e5, and you were like, okay, bishop f5 is going to be the response. And you said, are you not worried about g4? Well, yeah, let's put it on the board, please. So now where is the bishop going to go? Luckily, there's h6 on the board. So can you just not drop that bishop back to h7? And then, yes. Yeah, let's break this one down.
Yeah, they're coming, aren't they? Those pawns very fast. Yeah. Normally you want to get out of the way preemptively before you get really hit. I don't know if knight to e4 is the solution, maybe.
Yeah.
Suddenly the white king, if h4, g4 is either very good or it's kind of a bad sign for the white king, which doesn't really know where to castle now.
It's extremely committal, right? You play h4, g4, it's point of no return. You kind of go all in with your chips at that moment right now. And Alireza, it's a big decision for him. Does he go with the knight to e5, or does he simply play more safe and keep things under control with just going castle? But I do think that if he does that, if he uses this approach, it barely gets you far with Magnus. Magnus gets his plan in, get that b pawn rolling up the board, develop your pieces, and you're feeling good as black here. You've solved all your problems on the queen side. In fact, rook b8, a5, b4. I see the bar does not approve of it. And maybe there's a better way. Maybe you develop first. But the point is that you need to stop Magnus from getting his plan. And you need to make sure that you draw him out into battles where there are potential for both players to go wrong. And when we're talking about those kind of battles, Alireza knows how to do them best. He's getting ready to make his move. It's the knight coming in, knight to e5.
There we go. He's not going to just slowly play this position, not do anything, let Magnus develop, get castled. He wants to create some problems first. The reason we like this is because white can sometimes shatter the black pawn structure, but also it's just a really strong square, right? Knights on e5 in general are uncomfortable to deal with.
Well, generally what you want to be doing, right, is going knight takes knight, and then you want to be going b3.
But no time.
But you don't have any time because the white king is uncastled.
And we're not even talking about the clock. It's the uncastled king, but also after knight takes knight, white would just simply capture with the pawn. In this position for black, it just means your d5 pawn, everything falls apart.
Yeah, yeah. And I was talking as white.
Yeah,
White's plan is to go knight takes knight.
Positionally, if you don't want g4, h4.
Wow.
Yeah, to undermine. And yeah, just to finish Jovanka's point, like long term, this is a nice structure for white because the c-pawn would be backward.
Yeah.
And would be a big, big target.
Knight a4, knight c5 coming in, all the dark squares here. This could actually be incredibly strong for white.
Yeah, so it's kind of a battle of strategies here. Magnus wants to expand, and knight e5 also strong because b5 impossible. But yeah, it's just difficult, slightly uncomfortable. Yeah, it feels like it's either bishop f5 or a development move here.
Yeah. Well, we might be seeing the excitement that happens after bishop to f5. Maybe we're going to be seeing a pawn storm. Maybe we're going to get our very first confession. We'll also find out later on in the day who's going to take it to the first Armageddon. There's so many questions and more here at Norway Chess. We are going to go on a very short break. But if you are a lucky subscriber, well, stay tuned because there are some exclusive interviews coming your way. See you in a few minutes.
Alireza, it looks like it's a difficult. How is it to play with a foot like this?
Yeah, we'll see now. I don't have so much experience. I played on the bed, but yeah, I mean it's painful. But when it's elevated, it's better.
How can you focus on a chess position when you're in pain? I mean, it must be difficult sleeping as well.
Yeah, I mean it's life. What to do? We should try and we'll see.
Good luck to you, Alireza.
Thank you.
Wesley, you're starting out the black pieces against Prague. There's no break here, is there?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I just played in Romania last game less than 48 hours ago. So, but yeah, I just think of it as a continuation of the tournament in Romania because I played 8 games there and here another 10 games. So I just put it together. And once the tournament starts, I have my routine, my ritual, and. But anyway, I'm very happy to be back playing Norway chess against the best players in the world. So these are 5 of the really best players in the world with Magnus in it. So,
do you think it's an advantage or a disadvantage to play that many games in such a short amount of time?
Yeah, you could look at it either way. Yeah, I mean there are advantages, yeah, advantages. But I think that's why you really have to pick and choose your tournaments carefully. Also, this year is a very busy year. I talked to Fabi. He said he couldn't play here because he was just dead tired. He played in Canada, he played in Poland, Romania. But yeah, when I got the invitation to play in Norway, I didn't even think about it. I replied within 5 minutes. I mean, you don't say no to a tournament like Norway chess.
We look forward to seeing you, Wesley. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Vincent, you're starting out against the world champion. There's no break in this Norway chess tournament, is there?
No, I mean, obviously everyone is very strong and it's going to be tough days, but I think also Grandchester was very strong, so I kind of am prepared for that, and yeah, let's see how that goes.
It seems like the back wall was falling down there for a second, so watch out. But how do you prepare for a tournament where there's never a respite, never a break? You have to be on the top for the whole time through.
Yeah, I think most important is sort of energy, because we have this very demanding format. Both the normal time control and of course also the Armageddon in case of a draw are quite tough, not only in chess skills but also on the nerves, so I think that will be important.
Do you think you'll go to the confessional booth during the tournament?
Let's see.
I look forward to seeing that. Good luck to you, Vincent.
Thank you.
are back in the absolutely picturesque city of Oslo, the heart of Norway. Just admire that opera house, but even more special to every chess fan, it is, of course, the Good Night Chess Pub, the place to be if there ever was in Oslo. We have chess, we have quizzes, we have drinks and good vibes. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite places in the world. I have to admit, the Good Night Chess Pub. So much so that I tried to... I own 1.9% of it.
Oh, it's got skin in the game, so everyone just needs to get there.
Go drink there, everyone. Go spend loads of money. No,
Hashtag ad.
It's amazing. Actually, we've had some good nights there, right?
We really
Three
have.
of us.
I remember the first time I was coming to Oslo was back in 23 for the Champions Chess Tour, and no one cared about anything else, but just you need to go to the Good Night. That was the first place on my tourist agenda, and definitely ended up spending quite a few there. Would you say, David, with your investment at the Good Night, that you're always singing, you don't even have to try?
It's only a good night. It's always a good night.
You know who's saying it's a good night? It's got to be Alireza on the board right now. By the way, knight on e5 on that bottom left board.
Yeah.
Looking pretty good to me.
That is a very good night. There's no good nights in the Juvenjun Divya game, though. They're all off the board.
It's clearly not your favorite song, Yovi, I can tell.
I've never heard of it.
What about...
It went like... whew.
There's so many others, though. Like,
Tell me
tonight's gonna be
a good night. And actually, I messed it up because that's good time.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
It's a great place, everyone. You've got to go. Actually, Norway Chess, they're having an open tournament in the Good Night. It's hosting, hosting some chess, some very strong players there this week.
I just want to add one thing, that one of the very cultural parts of the Good Night is the quizzes. And Norwegians are extremely passionate about quiz nights.
Yes.
Yes.
This guy, super competitive.
But Jovanka has some very strong views on this, I know.
You share.
Right, guys, buckle up, because Norwegian quizzes are not like your local pub's quiz. You know, you expect a pub quiz to be a little bit easy. No, you need like a Mensa test to qualify for this one. I mean, if you get one answer correct in a Norwegian pub quiz, then you can count yourself clever, you can celebrate, and you can probably just go home for the night. I mean, it's like serious
Feeling
hardcore
proud.
stuff. Yeah. Because they ask the ridiculous question,
They
like,
do.
what ship sank off the coast in 1745 in Norway? I don't know.
Yes.
It
I
was
have
Constitution, by the way.
fully experienced that. It was supposed to be a fun night. Let's go for this Norwegian quiz scene. And literally got there and I was like, yes, bring on, you know, the basic math, 5 into 3 kind of stuff. And instead we were sitting there with all these historical questions and David Howell's like, I know this one, I know this one. And I have no idea what I'm even doing there. Like, not a single answer correct.
Well, one thing you guys do know what you're doing is the chess. And let's take a look at what is unfolding on our screens, because you guys are the master of the moves. Now, the one thing that kind of caught my eye, because I'm English and I love the courage of going h2, h4. It's that board in the middle in yellow. It's the one between Prague and Wesley. I see a3 has been played in order to kick out a knight. And it's shaping up to be a really unbalanced game. Maybe we can actually just do a kind of, rather than dive into one game just now, maybe we can just kind of do a status update on what's happening whilst we have the bird's eye view on our screens.
Yeah, let's do it. Just to start, top left, green board. Green with envy at Muzitruk's position, because it looks great for her right now. I'm expecting Anna Muzitruk to take that central pawn, the black pawn on d4, with her queen, potentially. Maybe even a knight. And it looks like she's doing very well. Small advantage for her against Zhu Jiner. Yeah, we'll do the status update a bit later then on the other boards. But let's start here. E takes d4 has just been played, and we were talking about pawn pushes. One of them has happened.
It did, and it was the one in the center of the board, and this was exactly the idea that we were looking at, because Zhuzhina was setting up the bishop retreat and advancing with the d-pawn herself. Anna Muzichuk first to the party, things looking extremely pleasant for white here. You picked that up. I would be very tempted to go in with the knight, eyeing that f5 square, also opening up the path for my queen to get to the king side. You know, you've got these juicy squares, g4, h5 to land into. Bishop on d6 hanging as well, so watch out for some discovered attacks on it once the knight gets out of the way. Knight takes pawn would be my choice, and everything just looks very harmonious for white. Meanwhile, black still struggling with piece coordination.
Yeah. I love your knight takes pawn. Can I be a little bit frisky because it's the first day and go, what about queen takes pawn? And then kind of back it up with queenside castling.
Ooh.
Let's go.
It's the first day.
She does it. She goes for queen takes pawn.
Oh,
Well done.
okay, but hang on a second. Will she back this up with queenside castling? Because I've kind of got my inspiration from the Scotch.
Yeah, you take in the center. It's this E pawn versus D pawn, and yeah, actually the king is pretty safe
Yeah.
on this side of the board, and the opposite side castling lends itself to some pawn storms later. I love it, and the eval bar I noticed rose a lot. If black's bishop drops back, which I think I would play like 100 times out of 100, bishop back to c7, suddenly white castles, and big advantage for white.
Sorry.
What is it?
I've won at the chess bingo for this moment. Let me just
Enjoy it while it
enjoy that
lasts.
moment, yes.
No, but I love it. I mean, honestly, knight takes pawn felt like the hand move, the one that you want to make. It's sort of something that you rely on your intuition from. But just the idea of getting your king to the opposite side, it feels like you're first to the attack, right? 8-6 already is a massive hook on the board. By the way, she moves forward, David. You said 100 out of 100.
Yeah.
Sujana's got other plans.
Yeah, I should have said 99.
Yes.
The other one I might play bishop f4, but I'm so attached to my bishops that I don't think I would really ever want to take this knight. I think she sensed, though, that castling is such a big idea in this position, followed by pawn storms, followed by just maybe blocking in that bishop on c7, that this pin might be quite useful. Now she can break out in the center, and this is the big difference, that now it's safe to take with a knight and pin, and she would get out of trouble here. So great move, bishop f4.
I find it so instructive that how top players, when they sense danger, they smell that they're coming under pressure, they always want to create counterplay as quickly as possible. They're not making retreating passive moves and saying we're going to defend our king side, but instead finding active ways to strike in the center, to not give white the time to build up all the attack in the world, which is literally 2 moves away. You give g4, g5, and you're struggling as black here. So really nice. You know, the best defense is offense.
Yeah, and she's a great attacking, kind of active player, I should say. She will always find ways to concretely defend or to set problems or to just stop the opponents doing what they want.
Very much the Chinese school of chess. It's never to defend passively. It's always to go on the offensive. So yeah, bishop to f4 definitely fits in with that. But then, you know, what should white do? You know, just go castles, or do you have to go rook to d1? Try to get like a control that way?
Possibly. The big question is always whether black can break out. And if she can, she might be fine. For example, a capture. Suddenly, black would take this knight, and it might be the white king in the center that gets caught slightly embarrassed. So I have a feeling she might castle this way now. It will become more positional than she would have liked. But still, white is comfortable.
And by the way, when I said castles, I meant castle kingside. I forgot that there's a choice. Be precise. Hashtag Yovi. Okay, so it's really interesting game here. You know, castles, and if Anna manages to lock down in the center, prevent some d5, she's going to have a very comfortable advantage. Well, we did promise a status update. Can I direct us back to our bird's eye view?
Yes. And okay, I'm going to say Prague versus Wesley's maybe where we jump in next. So that's the one that I'm going to say we leave for now. But Zhu Wenjun against Divya, some pawns have been exchanged. Still looks in the balance, although pawn sacrifice from Zhu Wenjun. There is a pawn hanging. Farouja against Carlsen, not much has happened. Both sides have castled. Still looking in the balance. Magnus is 35 minutes down though on the clock. Humpy against Bibisara. Okay. H-file. Looks quite nice for white, Humpy. She brings her queen out, maybe getting ready to castle queenside. That might come to life. Gukesh against Kaima, maybe the most balanced for now, the most stable. No, not too many fireworks. Players just getting ready to maneuver a little bit. What do we think? Am I allowed to bring us to Prague against Wesley So?
Yeah.
Amen.
Love it. H4 for the score on the board right there. So at least for now, Prague is saying that Shock Castle's not on his agenda.
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second.
whoa,
you know,
whoa,
I asked the
whoa.
question earlier on. I said, you know, who is going to be the first to the confessional? You guys and myself all said Magnus Carlsen. Well, it wasn't. It was a Divya Deshmukh.
And guess who won that one?
Oh, yeah, you did. Let's take a listen to what she said.
I don't know if I'm supposed to do this while sitting or standing, but okay, so my game, I think it's very interesting. I think she has c5, which I'm a bit worried about because it looks very unclear there. I think I can go maybe like bishop c5, fe5. I really hope she cannot hear me, but I was thinking I could go castle, and there are some d3 threats, but it looks quite murky to me. I'm just happy that the opening wasn't that bad, and also I have managed to equalize on the time now. I saw that there are some people who are sleeping in the first row, but honestly I don't blame them. I think it's what I would have done too. I'm just waiting for her to make a move. I don't see many moves for white, but for me c5 is what is annoying me, and maybe to some extent e3, but I think I'll be fine there. And yeah, I'm actually getting a bit hungry, and there's a packet of dried mango kept on the table, but I'm unsure if we can eat it because it might be for promotional causes, and I want to find that out, but I have no idea how. Right now I'm just waiting for her to make a move, and yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen if c5 happens on the board, but I think if she doesn't play very actively, I think I have a fine position, should have a fine position.
Some ambivalence there from Divya, saying that she's uncomfortable with the c5 idea. e3, she felt okay. She's feeling hungry. And she's feeling some love with those spectators who are sleepy. I mean, she's a star.
She's a star. I mean, I've got two things to say to that. First, absolute superstar there, makes her debut at Norway Chess, the youngest player in the field, the first to go into the confessional there and give us quite a bit of entertainment with all her lines. She even said that she's expecting e3, which was actually played by Zhu Wenjun in the game. My second question before I pass it to David, where's our packet of mango crisps?
Yeah, we're sitting here with nothing. Water. It's so relatable though, right? This is exactly what goes through the mind of every chess player. I meet people all the time and they say, oh, grandmasters, you must be calculating 20 moves ahead. But no, we're thinking about what song we just listened to. I mean, we see the mango there, literally on the table. Jealous. We're thinking about, our stomachs. We're looking out spectators. We're seeing the reactions. We're always worried about what the opponent might do. There's always one move that bothers us more than most. She was thinking about c5 as well, wasn't played e3 instead, but yeah, it's so relatable.
I mean, David just gave away all our secrets. Everyone thought we were these, really cool superhuman brain people. But no, we're just thinking about what we're getting for dinner next.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about Norwegian pub quizzes and how I need to memorize all the Nobel Prize winners one day, but never get around to it. Okay, just to show what Divya was explaining there, I mean, e3 was played. She also mentioned, other than e3, which did happen, c5, a capture, and f takes e5, and she was like, okay, it's just murky. The big trick here is that queen takes e5 wouldn't be possible due to a skewer on this diagonal, which I think bothered her. But after castles, she was right in her evaluation that it is just a bit messy. And actually, Evalbar says black is at least fine, totally fine. She also mentioned d3 is a potential resource for black with a discover check. But e3 played. We saw a capture on e3, take back, and big question, what do we think? Rook takes b2? Other moves would just be to castle kingside or to potentially just block in white's beautiful fianchettoed bishop.
Well, shall we start with the most controversial move? Rook takes b2. Okay, she's gone e4.
Okay, we'll check out e4.
Yeah.
Let's go, Jovanka. I trust you.
Yeah,
Rook takes b2.
yeah. This was the. Why can one not do this? I mean, the first move that kind of springs to mind is c5. Is that one going to be, and then take the pawn was my thinking.
It's clever. So queen takes is met by d4.
And you don't have time for bishop takes pawn because of rook e1, is it?
Oh yeah, I think so. I should have shown that. Yeah, rook e1 with a nasty, nasty pin. Always castle, folks. Ideally before move 12. But I guess black just castles in this position, and also bishop e6 maybe, but just castles, and very unclear. Very hard to assess. So maybe she was just reluctant here, Divya, to go into something a bit murky where white has a passed pawn that could be protected, maybe queen d4 here. Also...
Yeah, I just want to point out in this position, David, were you going to say something here?
Yeah, go for it, Tanya.
No, I want to stop you from castling. I love the idea of c5, but I'm just wondering if you can go something more direct. You capture that pawn and then go with the idea of trading off the bishops at the center of the board. And now I'm going to get that rook on e1 with a check eventually, because your rook is hanging, you take the bishop, I bring my queen forward, attack your rook e1 coming in next. I'm just not allowing your king to safety.
Yeah.
I love it.
I think this is the reason. I think this must be it. Black can stay a pawn up, black can go back and move the king, and it's not the end of the world, but I think human point of view, you're just never risking this. Like, minimal reward, you're a pawn up, but, I mean, far, far away from making the f-pawn any kind of trump card long term, but so much risk just involved with putting the king on a square like this. So Divya, she decided to block it with e4, and I think positionally this makes a lot of sense. I don't like what Zhu Wenjun's just done there. She's allowed her bishop on g2 to be locked behind a pawn chain. It's going to take ages to get it back into the game.
And I want to give a shout out to Divya's confessional earlier, because she did point out that if in this position, this opening, Wenjun isn't super active and doesn't do something directly, she's very happy with her position. And Divya could feel like she would solve all her opening problems and be in a very healthy middle game. And I think that's exactly how this is played out.
It looks very healthy, especially if she gets her king to safety. I mean, she has a fantastic asset there on e4. So Zhu Wenjun, she will have to play very actively now. I mean, there are a few open lines, though. You know, one fantastic pawn on e4 does not make a winning position. So could you just say, well, let's just pile up on the d line and get things going? But she's very comfortable. Well, Zhu Wenjun locked in thought, though.
Yeah, locked in thought. And we mentioned before that she was the Queen of Armageddon in 2024. Maybe we'll see that. I just have a feeling not so many open lines. Bishops might neutralize each other. King and pawn endgames might be winning for black because of that protected pass pawn on e4. But other than that, I just think every endgame now is going to be roughly level. And her body language not too positive. Okay, I'm predicting Armageddon in this one. I just feel it.
Big chances here, right? Because it feels like Divya is not in too much trouble. She'll get her king to safety. White's also doing fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Wenjun's position. She doesn't have any weaknesses. The bishop on e3 stopping that e-pawn from moving forward. I'm with David on this. I think one of the 3 Armageddons today.
One of the 4.
One of the 5, Tanya.
Happen on this board.
Yeah. I think in general, like, it always goes up and down, of course, but first rounds is where people don't want to risk it too much. So I think neither player here would be averse to an Armageddon. I think for Divya it would be a great success. The opening, I feel, has been a success now. I was unsure for a while. This Grunfeld tempo down, but she's made it work. And,
she's definitely making it work, but the question is the position just equal, or is Divya the one that has that small, tiny edge on account of that very strong pawn on e4? Should we take a pause from this game? Because earlier on we did touch on the game between Prag and Wesley. So we saw our favorite move, well, my favorite move on the board, h2, h4. Even though sometimes in reality I'm a little less enthusiastic to play it over the board. But should we dive into that one?
Let's do it. Let's go, because there's action happening. The eval bar a moment ago was even higher on Prag's side. So we'll just quickly recap. We last left it after knight c3, knight c6, and we were talking about all these pawn pushes for white. White brought the queen out to c2. Just to compare, there was a very famous game in the candidates. I didn't really want to bring it up because I don't like mentioning Karyakin, but Karyakin once played this against Vishy Anand, and he once played knight c3, and the whole idea is that after a capture, white plays either queen c2 or queen b1 here, with a very quick h4, knight g5, and this became super trendy. Prag's done it, but kind of a different move order. And here, after queen c2, he kind of baited Wesley into losing a tempo, I think, because queen b1 is often an idea here immediately, and black would play b6, game goes on. But if we look at what happened, queen c2, the knight hit the queen, queen b1, b6, and after a3, the knight goes back. Essentially, white's gained a3 for free due to this maneuver, and that gave him the confidence to play h4, bringing a knight forward, going for checkmate, caveman stuff, but f5 which was also the choice of Anand, I think, that type of pawn structure at least. Now the queen does go back to c2, and he blows it open, Prag, with d4. He spent 22 minutes on this move, but the eval bar was even higher. I wonder whether, I don't know, g4 sometimes in these positions. It's possible. I don't have an engine on, but g4 maybe. Just knowing that the eval bar is high, maybe could have been more direct, Prag. Big attack.
Yeah. Well, it takes courage to play like this, because, I mean, you'd have to see the follow through, say, for instance, after a move like rook f5 or g6, and it's not easy to give up material.
I will say one thing, Yovi. I think this younger generation, courage is one skill that they don't lack. I have a feeling that Prag just got very attracted to the option that he did choose, because it's not a very obvious one either, and it kind of looks like a move that's impossible to make. White pushes that central pawn, which is under fire by 3 pieces, and you're only defended by 2, so it looks like a pawn sacrifice. But there's a really funky follow-up to it. And this is the live board after White's move, knight jumping onto b5, taking advantage of the queen attacking the knight. Feels like there are tactics brewing all across. You have to calculate lines, and my feeling is that Prag just thinks that this is advantage White after this sequence of pawn takes pawn, not recapturing, and jumping in, going all out aggressive.
Yeah, it's a matter of taste. I mean, he's still got an advantage objectively, but yeah, maybe he felt that here there was less risk. Maybe here it was harder questions for Wesley. We talked about it earlier with Humpy, like her style not wanting to be attacked, but Wesley, like, we call him so solid because he's kind of generally got control, but he doesn't like someone being in his face, going full front, kind of strict for his king. So I think g4, if Prag doesn't win this game, maybe he'll look back at that moment. But I quite like what he's done. He hit the knight, he's going to regain the pawn now, and Black's king, just long term, is going to be slightly weak due to the advance of that f-pawn.
So Wesley did make a decision, David, after knight jumping to b5. I think taking that knight would have actually landed Wesley in a lot of trouble. You know, the bishop recaptures it, the knight on c6 is hanging. Calculating all those lines, Wesley's made a developing move right now. He does bring his bishop back to d7, and this is the moment that Prag can simply recapture on d4. Open up that really nice bishop on b2, sniping the pawn on g7. You have ideas of h5, h6. Whether it was g4 or the d4 break, to me it looks like Prag is playing against his opponent's style. It's almost like Ramesh, Prag's coach, mentor, called him up before the round and said, the first opportunity you get to take the game into muddy waters, do it.
Did you see that? Alireza was just being wheeled off in the front of this board. But bishop to d7. Yeah, I love it for Prag. I mean, this is a position you take White every day, just very safe, very harmonious. Wesley, some big questions to answer.
Big questions, but there is a decision for Prag to be making right now, and that is, you know, he has the opportunity to capture the pawn or capture the knight, and as I say, Prag has indeed answered that question. He's taken the pawn on d4, and now knight takes. Knight is going to be the response. And just a very nice position. I think everything's now going to switch to that positional mode that you mentioned earlier. No, Black has just extended f7, f5, leaves behind some weak squares. So Prag feeling very comfortable. Is it enough?
I think that's the key question here. It does feel like Wesley's going to end up trading a few of the minors, right? He's picked up that knight on d4. Let's say you were to grab that knight with the bishop. To me, it looks like a natural move. You're also not allowing e5 at the center of the board. Knight takes knight. You have to watch out for ideas like e5. After bishop takes knight, at some point, Wesley's got to have it on his radar to challenge that bishop from bishop to f6, neutralizing the pressure. So while it looks really nice and healthy, is it enough?
That's the big question. The next 5 moves probably are going to be quite critical. If he can keep some tension, keep control of his squares, Prag, maybe get castled, then he's going to be doing very well still. But if piece exchanges do happen, then symmetrical pawn structure almost could fizzle out. I have a feeling he's going to regret not playing g4 earlier. I know I'm a purist, but I love the reti, and keeping a pawn on d2 is like the most satisfying thing. Just not touching your central pawns, just playing flank attack. Kind of wing play. That's the whole name of the game. That's what Richard Reti, that's what he was famous for. So yeah, this is more symmetrical. Still definitely nice for Prag, but we'll see. We'll find out.
Definitely. All 3 results still very much possible. We could see this one sizzle up or could fizzle. Shall we go back to our bird's eye view and take a look at what is unfolding? Magnus, I'm just noticing on the clock time, still burning a lot of time, which indicates that he's not entirely happy with his position. And it's still very balanced between Gukesh and Vincent Keimer.
I do want to jump into that. Maybe that's the one we drive to next, because it's such a big clash between these two players. You know, we've been discussing their form. We've been talking about Gukesh, just how important this tournament specifically is for him with the World Championship coming up. And he's starting his Norway chess campaign against perhaps the one player who's got the hottest form right now in the chess world. I mean, 2025 was an incredible year for Vincent Keimer. He reached world number 4, fresh off his victory in Romania right now. You know, this is going to be a bit of a fight. Now, with the white pieces, you always want to be the one who's pushing in a game right now. And we see that Vincent has just retreated his knight. It was undefended on that h5 square. But it feels like out of the opening, things are in the balance. No big weaknesses for black. You maybe are even threatening to go d5. You want to line up your rook against the white queen with rook c8. d5, b5 in the air. And usually when that happens, black's happy.
This pawn structure in general, like, black's got not too many weaknesses. He's already traded off some pieces, so being cramped is not an issue. Space is not the biggest thing. I'm predicting Armageddon. I just think that Gukesh, his opening experiment that we showed earlier with bishop f4 coming out early, didn't really get the expected rewards, and he hasn't achieved anything. Vincent's so calm. Hard to create anything for black as well, I'm going to say. I don't really see Vincent winning this game unless Gukesh goes really crazy, but yeah, very in the balance.
Like almost you'd have to say if white were to exchange a set of knights, so I'm thinking the knight on f3 and f6, if you've just eliminated them from the board, then you could see a situation where white has some pressure with the bishop riding on f3, challenging on that long diagonal, and then b4, and then just sitting there comfortably with the space. But that knight on f3 doesn't have a nice home to jump to. The knight on d2 is kind of fighting its sibling for its squares. Yeah, it needs to be on c3. And yes, you can get in b4 and just claim, yeah, I like my space advantage on the queen side. But then other than sitting, there's no real plan of improvement. And, you know, us humans, we like our plans.
Yeah, stylistically as well, I think it helps Vincent here that it's not a position Gukesh can really calculate. Not much to concretely find here for white. Yeah, plans, they're hard. Slow improvements, maybe just rook to d1, automatic move, but black will start centralizing as well, getting ready to break. And if the d5 move that you mentioned earlier, Tanya, comes in and the c and d pawns disappear, total symmetry.
Yeah, Vincent Keimer very confident so far in this opening, you know, just getting this extremely balanced position without too much trouble. So in that way, I think he's got reasons to be happier out of the opening outcome. You know, while we're at it, let's bring on our bird's eye view. And I want to play the game of prediction one more time. Yovi, you said 5. Where are those 5 draws coming from to take it to the 5 Armageddons that you so want?
I'm going to dodge this question, Tanya, and I'm going to give you all a little bit of a little kind of teaser, because Divya, we saw her go into the confessional. Well, guess who also made an appearance? One Magnus Carlsen. He was like, no. I also need to be challenging in that particular race. And we are going to get to hear what he is thinking during our break. And that's going to be exclusive to our subscribers. So if you're not a subscriber, now is the moment to get subscribing. And you can listen to the world number one's deepest, darkest thoughts.
Yeah, especially today, that is big. He's been thinking a lot. So there's going to be a lot of thoughts. And I don't think they're very positive. His position does look pretty tough, Magnus Carlsen. So it's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, how he breaks that down. That's the bottom left board. He's struggling on the clock so far. And I actually can't wait for that confessional, because I think we'll get some real insights into the position. We do see Magnus finally take his decision with bishop to f5.
Yeah, and also, you know, he's so much down on the clock.
You've dodged it for enough time. Now tell me, where are the 5 draws coming from in this 6 board view that we have?
Okay, because my eye is not so good to kind of catch absolutely everything. I'm going to say that I suspect that Anna Muzichuk and Zhuzhina, that's going to be a draw. That's one Armageddon. I reckon Magnus is... Yeah, he's very good at wrangling. He's going to also hold this one to a draw. I think Gukesh is going to be a draw against Vincent. And Divya, Ju and Jun against Divya, also going to be a draw.
I feel like you're really struggling.
Okay, well, I have to say one person's going to win. I reckon Humpy. Humpy
gets the win according to you. The only decisive result. David, are you happy with your 4 Armageddon prediction currently?
Yeah, guaranteed. I think that... Okay, am I going to go through them? Since I said that there would be 4 Armageddons, the 2 decisive results I'm going to predict are... Oh dear. No, I don't know. I think it might be 6 Armageddons.
But what happens if it's 6? Does the person who's closest win?
No, the chair wins. We've got a 4th chair here.
Oh, the chair wins. Oh, that thing. It's like my nemesis.
Exactly, over there.
And the worst thing is, I still have trauma about this. You know, we asked chat who was going to be the correct one. And they were like, is it going to be David? Is it going to be Tanya? Is it going to be Yovi? Is it going to be the chair?
Yeah.
And the chair got more votes.
It did.
I know.
You were literally number 4.
I know.
It happened.
It's okay, Ivanka. Like, you'll be right one of these days. Maybe today. Maybe today.
I like the whole...
I've been waiting a year. Today's the day.
Well, actually, I did win once. And I felt like doing a speech. But...
You know what? I'll say one thing, that I'm expecting a result on the Prog Wesley board. I feel like that one, just to me, there are dynamics in the position. Yes, the pawn structures are symmetrical on both sides, but F5 is there, the bishop and D4. I would expect a decisive one in that one, and Humpy versus Asubaya by 8-6 G5. I mean, that one has to go decisive territory.
Yeah. Okay. Well, on that note, you heard it here first, Tanya. She is expecting 3 victories. Well, we also saw Magnus Carlsen enter the confessional booth. And so if you are a lucky subscriber, stay tuned because you are going to get to hear his innermost thoughts. For the rest of us, well, we're going to see you after the break.
So back in the days, I used to be worried about playing the Queen's Gambit with Knight F3 and Knight C3 as white. One of the reasons was that I think there are about 8 moves that are playable. There's C6, C5, D takes C4, Bishop E7, Knight PD7. There's A6, there's H6. What am I forgetting? Well, at least there's them. And Knight E4 is, I think, like semi-playable as well. I might have... Oh, Bishop B4 as well. Bishop B4 was the 8. And so I decided to try one of them, H6 today, which is also, of course, also what Hikaru did in the candidates. With some success, like he kind of needed wins, but they at least gave him easy draws. And then A3 is what Bluebound did as well. And then I don't know, I just decided to start thinking over the board and like not repeat what Hikaru did. And I was just thinking like A3, how dangerous can it be? And then something else should be playable as well. I feel like my position is quite okay, but it might come to life a little bit here with some Queen A4 stuff. I don't know, maybe there's Queen C7. Otherwise, if not Queen C7, I can maybe also go Bishop D7, allow Knight F7, and then if Knight F7, King F7, Bishop D6, I at least have Knight D4, and then I don't know if Knight B3 is playable after that, but I can at least take on E2, and I'm not like lost or anything. Maybe just slightly worse. Or otherwise, maybe Queen C7 is possible after Queen A4 and then Knight B5 and so on. But yeah, otherwise, I think if he castles, takes on C6 at some point trades on D6 and then plays B3, I take Bishop F5. My bishop is really, really good, and I think that generally compensates for my slight structural defects there. So we'll see, but I think generally the margin is big enough in the openings that the most you will get in these positions is like a bit worse.
We are back right in the heart of Oslo. And if was there any doubt that the best library in the world was the Deichmann, well, that one has now been settled, because with a chess tournament like this in play, what could be more fantastic? Now, during the break, we heard Magnus's thoughts on his positions. He gave us what amounts to a small masterclass on the Queen's Gambit. And he ended saying, well, black is probably a little bit worse, but no big deal.
Yeah, he seemed pretty chill about all the ideas that he had, the responses that he had. I will add, you mentioned the Björvika library where the action's happening, and the level the players are playing, the section, it's flanked by music books. It's the musical book section. And Magnus seemed like he was in quite the flow and rhythm in that confessional, throwing out those bars, those lines, a masterclass in the Queen's Gambit decline, David.
Yeah, masterclass. And like Magnus says, even the top players sometimes do struggle because there are so many variations and often they look similar, but there's always differences, there's always details you need to know. He tried to maneuver his way through to a position he could handle. He dodged any immediate tactics, but Alireza has just pushed his pawn to f4, showing that he wants a real fight. He senses fire. He senses that black might just not be in time to deal with a pin like this one. And okay, Magnus, the clock situation also gave a hint into the fact he's not fully comfortable. No increment, no added time at move 40, other than that increment that does eventually kick in. I think it's going to be difficult for Magnus. This is still early days.
I'm just so incredibly impressed with Alireza. You know, he comes in, cool customer, leaning back there with his leg injury, and he's not shying away from a battle right now. He's pushed that f-pawn your way, and I don't believe he's stopping there. I think what he really wants to do is get that bishop out of the way and start pushing the g-pawn up the board. We've been talking about pawn storms on the other boards. I think this is the one where we see it. Add this to a decisive game in this round.
And I was going to say that pawn push and that pawn structure with d4, e3 and f4, it's so famous, even has a name. It's like the Pillsbury formation. A knight is super strong there on e5, cannot be booted out. But I really like the stuff that you guys have been mentioning. The next move is going to go maybe bishop to h4, set up that pin. I also want to point out that d5, that's sensitive.
Ooh.
Chilling razor, looking good.
Love it.
Sharp as a razor. And yeah, d5, I agree, sorry, Jovanka here. Like, d5, how to actually protect it? Black would love to jump in. Like, the downside to this Pillsbury formation, as you said, Jovanka, is that there's a hole, there's a square in the center on e4 normally. But here, it's just impossible to occupy. I think white can safely take this pawn in the center. And yeah, bishop takes knight, opening up an attack. White can do the same. Open up a defense.
But you can actually take the other way, David, as well, with the f-pawn, because the bishop is loose.
That's a nice detail. Good spot. That's even stronger. White gets the beautiful kind of trio of central pawns, and yeah, this is just hopeless. Black's a pawn down. And yeah, after knight takes bishop, last bit to calculate is that this double attack can be met by the rook defending. Magnus maybe underestimated this. He did pause. He didn't even write the move down. Immediately, at least, when f4 was played. Didn't expect it.
This would be the ultimate boss move if in round one, on Magnus's home turf, with an injured leg, Alireza Firouzja takes down Magnus from this position. I mean, this is going to be a bloody battle. You know, with that f-pawn moving ahead, the ideas that you pointed out, impossible for Magnus to get rid of that knight on e5. You end up losing a piece, either the f5 bishop or forking yourself. Not easy to get out of that. And Magnus, you know, he looks uneasy. And let's not forget the clock as well. That's more than 30 minutes deficit.
That is huge. It's just move 13. Magnus has only made 12 moves himself. So he's got to make 28 moves now in 52 minutes. Huge decisions ahead. It's not going to be simple.
And you mentioned boss. And when the camera was on Alireza, we saw Alireza acting like a boss, not only with the leg extended, but he was also like this calmly. And look at him now. I mean, he looks like he's got this under control, and it's Magnus the one. This is giving me like Magnus against Vichy. Do you remember when Magnus was doing funny things, you know, just to unsettle Vichy and get into his head? It's just saying, hey, I'm not scared of you.
Yeah, leaning back in the chair, almost horizontal. Maybe Alireza there was thinking about those mango slices that we heard from Divya. Who knows? But okay, we have a move from Magnus. He drops his bishop back to e7. That makes a lot of sense. The black queen's defense opens up Yeah, maybe less venom now to the pin from the white dark square bishop, but I like aesthetically Alireza's position. He can add pressure to the d5 pawn. Still, lots and lots of action ahead in this game for sure.
Yeah, that move definitely preempts the idea of bishop to h4 and maybe sets up that knight jump that we were earlier looking at. Knight e4 now on the cards for Magnus next as well. I really like what you're pointing out with the bishop moving to f3, and maybe the g3 bishop falls back and you continue with the pressure with the g pawn going ahead. One thing's for sure, that Alireza isn't letting Magnus get into his head. You know, this is that battle of the king versus the prince. The one player Magnus wanted to play a world championship match against if Alireza would have won the candidates. So always exciting to watch these two play. I've always felt that for Alireza playing against Magnus, the fear is not there.
Yeah, he doesn't fear anyone, Alireza. And I think sometimes his biggest opponent is himself, just to fully lock in, be consistent. I think consistency has been the one thing lacking from him in the last couple of years. But yeah, when he's on fire, he can beat anyone, and in style.
Yeah, definitely. This is a very exciting game. We're going to keep close eyes on this one. Let's pull up the bird's eye view and take a look at what has happened elsewhere, because I see the queens are off the board in a game that we had highlighted as being potentially full of fireworks between Pragg and Wesley So. I'm also seeing that things are potentially fizzling out in the game between Anna Muzychuk and Zhu Jin'er. But we must remember the players are not allowed to agree a draw.
Till move 30.
Yep.
Yes, and I love that rule because it just means it's going to be a fight. But I want to just talk a little bit more about Alireza before we jump into a game here, Jovanka, David. You know, we spoke about what Magnus said about the World Championship match. Alireza, the youngest player ever to cross over 2,800. And it just felt like there was so much promise. It just felt like he was going to fight for the World Championship. And for me, huge Alireza fan here as well. But somewhere the trajectory changed. Somehow it feels like he still hasn't reached the peak of the potential that was promised. What's your take on this? What do you think? What do you make of how, and of course he's still incredibly young, Alireza is. What do you make of his career trajectory so far?
Yeah, that's a good question, Tanya. Like, I mean, I played him just a few weeks before he crossed 2,800. He was one of, I was one of his victims to kind of gain those rating points to cross that threshold. And at the time I thought, okay, like he's just so good. He's going to be world champion in a few years. At least I can say I lost to a future world champion. But then, yeah, something changed. I don't know. He was still playing a lot, but the main focus was Rapid and Blitz. The consistency, we saw him at the candidates twice, kind of underperforming once with that long bullet session overnight. It felt like the focus and the professionalism of some of the other players who've come through now. He doesn't quite have that there. He reminds me a bit of Magnus in the fact that he wants to enjoy life. He has other interests. He wants to be comfortable all the time. If he's not enjoying chess, like what's the point? He didn't play World Cup. He didn't play several big tournaments because they're too long. Doesn't play Olympiad now. So I think it's just a mentality thing. Like, I love watching him play, so I'm not going to complain. But yeah, it's just, I think the difference is starker because everyone else, the focus is the Classical World Championship. Like Gukesh, Pragg, Nodibek, Sindarov, they all just want the Classical World Championship. Alireza just wants to play chess,
right?
Whatever format.
But I would also argue that sometimes, in order to be world champion, you have to get those lucky breaks. Like for Gukesh, you know, everything worked well for him in that 2024 candidate. You know, he just stormed through. Everything went like a dream. And then, you know, he had the World Championship match, and that hasn't happened for Alireza. Yeah, yes, you know, he was playing bullet, but that was when the tournament was basically over for him. He was never going to be qualifying for the World Championship crown. So sometimes, and even Magnus, I mean, his path could have been very different if he hadn't won that famous candidate. And, you know, there were some things that had to go his way, and in the end it did. And we saw that beautiful picture where you saw the emotions get hold of him. So sometimes it's just about right place, right time.
Yeah, it's very fascinating because I think when I look at the 2013 candidates that you're talking about, and you know, so much drama in that fight, I think for me that was one of the most dramatic candidates in the history of chess, with what happened between Kramnik and another player that we don't often talk about, and for reasons, Kramnik and Magnus Carlsen. But there's this feeling that Magnus, even if things would have gone wrong in that particular candidate, was destined to play a world championship match. Maybe not that year, maybe the next one. But with Alireza, it just feels like the candidates has not worked to his favor every time. Is it the inconsistency, how unpredictable he is? He's incredibly volatile, attacking as a player, and maybe that's something that backfires as well. To David's point, that he just enjoys the game, that he's focusing on speed chess formats, and maybe that's why his potential in classical chess has still not been realized. But he seems to be very much at peace with that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. People love him. Some people think, oh, it could have been more, but ultimately he's still enjoying it, and he picks the tournaments he wants. He chills when he wants, doesn't play World Cup because he doesn't want to be there for a month. As an older player, I respect that. I think it's just the fact that he's still so young, and his ceiling is clearly so high that
Come on, Alireza.
others want more. But we'll see. Maybe he's still got time. He's still so young.
22?
Yeah, turning 23 soon, and still time.
Mm-hmm. And talking about time, let's dive in to the chess. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, then some queens have been swapped off. We also have things perhaps neutralizing in some of the other games, Anna Muzichuk, Zhuzhina. But can I ask you, which one of these positions takes your fancy?
It's interesting, David, before you take that away, that actually when we look at the evaluation bar, it's the bottom left Alireza board where it says maximum advantage to white. We go on to that top row, Anna Muzichuk, Zhuzhina still in the balance there. Prague versus Wesley, so also in the balance, but an interesting endgame. I think this is the one that you had in mind when you said that the queens have been traded off.
Yeah.
Feels like a queen-less middle game. That's a top center board there. Meanwhile, Vengeance versus Divya, I think this one, Divya's out of any trouble with the black pieces in the opening. She's going to get her castling in. She's blocked that light squared bishop on that top left corner. So Vengeance, where is the advantage? The bottom boards, we've looked at Alireza's board. What else is there in the remaining two?
Oh, there's one move. I don't like being critical as a commentator in general, but there's one move I'm really surprised by, and that's by Humpy Konaru on her last move against Bibisara. And maybe I can just take us there because we haven't been for a while, and it wasn't the kind of fiery tactical battle we expected when Black started pushing with G5 and later she pushed with G4. She did get the bishop pair, Bibisara, but if we just go back one move, I quite like White's chances. I'm not sure about knight to F1, which she played a few moves ago. I guess this is connected to the next move, but I have a phobia of touching pawns unless I'm 100% sure they improve the position. Like in endgames, get them closer to promotion, sure. Like if they break open the position, then you need that, sure, but E4 is so committal. She already has a nice square she could jump in. I thought she might double up her rooks on the D file. Looked quite healthy to me, but she's played E4 and given a question mark. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too biased here. Maybe the bishop should have gone back this way, but just the fact that she's given this square to Black forever. And she has no piece to challenge D4. If a Black Knight ever arrives or Black Bishop ever arrives, I fear for Humpy.
I mean, does she have some concrete ideas saying, yes, but I can go knight to B5 and there's a pawn on D6 which has my middle name on it?
Just a pawn. I don't know. Queen G5, just take it. I don't know. Yeah, I think this is the idea for sure, like to try and win this pawn. I'm not sure knight takes or rook takes, but if Black ever gets a knight round.
Yeah, I agree with you.
H5, H4, dark squares, kings on a dark square.
Knight b5 is one of the ideas that Humpy definitely had in mind. If you make a move like e4, and I think your instinct was on point there, we did see it being given the question mark as well. The other thing that you're looking at with the white pieces is improving your own knight, right? Knight e3, eyeing d5 and f5 for your own pieces. And knowing Humpy as a player, she's always looking for ways of improving pieces that are not in the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of these knight jumps by her. Actually, David, an idea that you alluded to for Bibisara in this position that really scares me is h5, h4 coming in. I feel like it's so easy to forget about the king side, but let's also remind ourselves all of Humpy's pieces, most of the army is on the other side of the board. h5, h4, opening up the h-line, setting up some doubling up, rook lifts, rook e6, rook h6 arriving in time. It could be the makings of a dangerous attack.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a losing move. Like, it's not a blunder, it's just a big strategic risk.
Yeah.
And now I think White's position is going to be hard to play for the next hour or two.
And yeah, no, I completely agree. And suddenly, it was something I actually learned from commentating with David. The queen on b3 is divorced from her king. And I always have that in mind. There's got to be some connection between the married couple, right?
You got to keep the love going.
Exactly.
Exactly. Like Black here can always move the rook up, and the queen and king are connected. There's love. It's pure love. There's vision. There's harmony.
But it's literally a red flag, right?
Yes.
You know, there's some separation. Go for the white king. And I love your idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talk about knights being the best defenders. Queens are also just fantastic defenders. And at some point, if black starts just giving up the whole queen side, giving up the d6 pawn, just going h5, h4, like, unless the white queen can somehow slide across and defend, it's going to be scary. It's going to be potentially very, very strong attack for black. And also, just having seen a lot of Bibisara games recently, I think she'll be very happy to have seen the move e4. But we'll see. Maybe Humpy will go win this pawn and be rewarded for her courage.
I want to also, because of the line that you mentioned earlier, I think it explains why Bibisara chose the h7 square, David. I think she was preempting knight b5, attacking d6. And if that was to happen in this case, you have the rook lift not only eyeing the attack on the right flank with h5, h4, but just keeping the d6 pawn guarded.
Yeah, that's a nice detail. And actually, I was kind of just lazy playing bishop e6 because I like covering squares like d5, but d5 is white's anyway long term. She doesn't care about that square. She's more worried about her own pieces, and rook e6 is a really nice concept. So, although this is given a red cross, black playing bishop h7, objectively slightly less accurate, I think it's a very natural human move.
Is it fair to say that even though the bar is in the balance, from a human evaluation perspective, Bibisara more comfortable?
I just look at the clock and the way the game's gone, the last few moves. I don't know. It just, style-wise, I think. Maybe Bibisara, this might be one of the 2 decisive games this round.
One of 3.
I'm not even going to say anything. But okay, well, very interesting decision here. We're going to see whether Humpy is going to go after that d6 pawn, or will she be going for something else? And will Bibisara just back up her play with this kingside attacking ideas? Can we go back to the bird's eye view? And I'd like to direct us perhaps to a maneuvering game. This is a completely different nature between Gukesh and Vincent, because we just saw white play knight to b1, undevelop itself. I mean, we mentioned that white's knights were looking a little bit clunky earlier on, and interesting because, you know, white has gone back, black suddenly jumps in and goes forward.
Someone said something about a good night.
Exactly. I'll be there tonight if anyone viewing is in Oslo. Hopefully see you there. But knight b1, I guess just the fact that the knight is in the way of the rook is enough to persuade. But also the knight's on a much more active circuit. Once it gets here, it can jump forward from c3 to b5. Sometimes knight sacrifice or d5 possible. But you go back, I come forward. That's something Ivanka taught me. And this is nice because ultimately a knight exchange. We talked about something earlier. Maybe if the other knights were exchanged and white could get a bishop to f3, that might be more favorable. But here black is just not cramped at all. And I mean, eventually something on the c file might happen. Eventually black might be able to arrange d5. I think Gukesh maybe just should play knight c3 anyway, just because he has to start being a bit careful about his queen. Like rook c2 here would be a huge blunder, for example. Whoops. The queen is totally trapped. But yeah, I think it's just time to get rid of that knight. And what do we think? Looking roughly in the balance.
But I'd want to be black in this position. Yes, it's in the balance, but it just feels like white's the one that needs to get some pieces off the board. I do love that bishop on b7. For Vincent, there might be ideas of doubling up on the c file as well. He sort of set himself up for that, and then some more pressure on that c4 pawn. So yes, in the balance. But if I had to pick a side to play from, it's black for me.
For me, it's white. I still think that white has a teeny tiny bit more comfortable position. And mainly because I see that after knight c3, I think black is more or less obliged to trade knights. And you mentioned the pressure against the c pawn, but there is also pressure against the d pawn. You can see ideas like rook d2, rook d3. Yeah, David knows me so well. It's like, there's a target on the board. Exactly what I was thinking. Get the gun in place and start targeting d7. Triple on the line.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with both of you. It's just level.
I was just going to ask you to break the tie, David Howell.
I'm more used to playing these positions with white. So I know that's not the answer you want, Tanya, but I would, I think I'd be happy with either color.
Yeah.
But I'm more used to it with white, so I would say Gukesh's position. Just slightly more space, but ultimately I don't think it's enough, especially against someone like Vincent, who thrives in these positions.
Sorry, how important, because we touched upon this earlier, again, just picking your brains in this, both of you, how important do you think this tournament is for Gukesh? And not from just the fact that Norway Chess itself is a legendary event, one that the chess world loves, an absolutely prestigious event in the chess calendar, but the zoomed out picture for Gukesh.
Well, for Gukesh, it's very hard for him because ever since he became world champion, he's not had an easy ride of things. He didn't do very well in Prague Masters. He, in fact, withdrew from some events in order just to focus on training and getting himself in the right headspace. And I just speak from personal experience. I don't play so much, but I had a situation where I lost a lot of rating points. And I kept losing in my beloved Caro-Kann, and I was like, come on, what's happening? So the first game that I won, which was all the way back in March with my Caro-Kann against someone who was higher rated than me, I was like, it's about time. People were starting to disrespect me. And I cannot stress how that boosted my confidence. Because, we say, you lose, you learn, but it does have an impact.
I agree fully. Like, momentum is so important in chess. Like Gukesh, when he won the world title, he was coming off the back of so many successes, candidates, Olympiad, yeah. Other tournament wins, he won Chennai as well. Like he was just on a streak. But it's been a tough time, and everyone now is saying, okay, Sindarov after the candidates, big favorite, everything. But I have a feeling if Gukesh does well here, if he wins the tournament, even if he comes second, suddenly he believes again. If he takes down Magnus again, suddenly he'll be like, wait, I'm fantastic at classical chess, and he still is. Like, he nearly actually won the tournament last year. Like, he was still in the mix in the last round. Anything could have happened if the results had gone his way. Like, if he wins this tournament, suddenly he'll be like, wait, this is how good I am as a player. He remembers his strengths. Suddenly it could all turn around, and suddenly I still think it's 50-50, that match, that World Championship match. But yeah, it starts with results. He can't go into the match against Sindarov, I feel, off the back of another string of disappointing results, losing rating, struggling to put players away. How about you, Tanya? What do you think? Is this the time when that tide turns and he starts going back on a streak?
Well, let's remember what happened last year in Norway Chess, right? It was his first classical win against Magnus, a very dramatic one, that one as well. And I think confidence is absolutely key for the match that's coming up. And, for Gukesh, not so many classical events ahead of him. He decided to drop out of the Grand Chess Tour. He said he needs a reset. He said he needs to give time to training, and it's a decision that his team made. Norway Chess is a big event as he goes into his vintage Gukesh meditation mode right now to calm himself down. I think this tournament is extremely important. And you might see the implications of it 6 months later when he plays his first game against Sindarov. But Gukesh knows it. The highly scrutinized results that he's had since winning the crown, he wants to silence his detractors, everyone who's been questioning his world championship title. He also has a match to play. It's an incredibly important event for him, this one, which goes beyond the event itself.
Yeah, completely agree. Well, there's a lot riding here for Gukesh. We're all in agreement there, but we think the position is just balanced, right?
Yeah, I think Gukesh is reluctant to play a move like Knight C3 because he's like more pieces off the board. It's a bit more simple. Still no real variations to calculate, but he should play that move. And just before we move on from the bigger picture, I think it's a good idea what he's done with dropping out of a couple of tournaments because he was playing too much. I think that was maybe the thing. As a world champion, I love the fact that he's representing, he's turning up, he's playing every month.
Yes.
I mean, there were some world champions that barely played at all, but I love that fact. But yeah, he needs to prioritize the match.
Yeah, no, now it's definitely time. Now that you know who you're playing against and what a monstrous form Sindarov has been in, and I think a really good call there, very practical decision there by Gukesh to know that it's also your mind, right? Your mental status as you go into it. You want to feel like you're in your best shape. I know Gukesh is an absolute fighter. He's always wanting to play more, but I think this was a team decision and makes absolute sense with the way things have gone in the past few months. He's ready to make his move. I think he is reaching out for the knight. Knight does land there. Offering an exchange here, the one thing that we all know about Gukesh is that he's finding ways to keep the game going, right? He wants to always get his fighting chances. I'm wondering, how do you make that possible in a position like this that's of such a slow nature and black feels extremely healthy here?
Yeah, it's difficult. I think at some point you just have to be opportunistic and hope that the opponent makes a mistake. Vincent, though, I just don't ever expect him to make a mistake. He's that solid as he returns to the board, takes some knights off. We see all 6 boards here, though. Other than the game we just left, what catches your eye, Tanya?
You know, we've spoken about the Humpy Bibisara board, by the way. Some developments there. That's the board right next to Gukesh on that bottom row center. The rook lands on that central square. Looks like the most interesting position, but we won't go there just yet because we have checked in with that. I want to go right up on the board that's ahead of it. Pragnananda versus Wesley. For me, that's a position that we saw with the queens on the board. It felt like Prag was getting aggressive, but now with the queens off, is there any poison left, or is it that Prag's king in the center is actually the bane in his position now in West? To me, it looks like Wesley's doing absolutely fine now.
Yeah, I think Wesley still has a couple of difficult questions to answer, but if he answers them right, correctly, then it should be level. Big hit on the e6 pawn. Not too many ways to defend it. It's either dropping the knight back, which looks very, very passive, or taking this knight, which is not ideal while white has the bishop pair. But if we just follow this variation on just slightly, bishop takes knight, I wonder whether he's just in time to try and remove the bishops. If he drops his knight back, tries to hit this piece, and if the bishop moves, the black rook might be able to get in, so if the bishop drops back, now can he try to get rid of the bishop pair? If he can, then Wesley's fine.
But is it the be-all and end-all, right? Because the bishops will leave the board. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to go rook d1, but yeah, let's play out this one particular one, and now rook to d1. I'm going to get the white king in on the action. So my idea is that rook takes rook, king takes rook, c2 is covered, and the bishop on b2, it's a nice piece.
I think if white got one more move and played like king d2, white would be better. I agree, Jovanka, like a4, put the bishop on e5. But maybe black's just in time to give a check, and this is a bit annoying. Maybe the knight comes back round and starts hitting stuff.
Yes. And suddenly that rook on h1 hasn't made a single move, and you're kind of regretting that, right? Because you don't have good squares for your king. By the way, this line is being played out right now. He did take that knight on g5, falls back with his own knight, putting pressure. Best move there, pointing by our blue arrow. As it appears, Wesley blitzed it out. And now a ball is in Prag's court. He hasn't yet made a decision where to fall back with the bishop. I don't think you want to go to e2. You're allowing the rook to swoop right into that second rank, and that's not a move you want to see on the board.
Yeah, this just looks awkward. And it doesn't even help against bishop to b5 ideas. Like, black can still play this idea. Maybe even try and get greedy. I see a pawn.
Could you refine the idea? No. I was thinking about this bishop d3 idea. I think you still have to go for that one, bishop b. And now here, is there some funny kind of move to...
What if you switch it up? You do trade on b5, and then you hit the knight instantly. So I'm not allowing a check on c3, as was the case in the line before that. Could that be something that you're looking at as white?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, first question is whether black jumps in. I wanted to initially hit your bishop, counterattack, but this might get really messy. Bishop takes pawn.
Whoa.
I don't know. Sell it for the highest price possible before you take the knight.
But you have rook d2 as well. The other rook joins in on the action and says, hey, how about I start checking you?
And then I'm going to remind everyone that haven't castled yet.
Oh, boo.
It's legal.
Better late than never.
Yeah.
Checked. But yeah, I mean, Eval Bar says black's doing quite well here, but how?
Well, you got knight to
d6,
knight e4.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm scared. Now you're breaking through. Like if I do nothing, you have knight g3. You could also take an f2 probably. But
Finish that line.
Knight g3. Winning this rook because if the knight is taken, well-known checkmate.
Well, yeah, a well-known checkmate, which has a name.
Jovanka's the queen of checkmate names.
Tanya. Once upon a time, I did a course on checkmates. And you also did a course.
On checkmate?
No, not on checkmates, but you also did a course, another course for the same application as well. Okay. So I hope you watched my course.
You know, you're going to tell us, but actually before you do, let's ask our chat this question.
Ooh.
Oh, but chat knows everything. Okay, let's ask chat.
It's true though.
Yes.
But chat, what is this checkmate called on the board? I'm just trying to save myself here, by the way.
ChatGPT knows everything. Chat knows most things, not everything.
What are you saying? Everyone in chat is 2800. Everybody knows that, David.
Yeah, if they get this right, if every single person gets this right, then I'll eat my words.
Yeah. Can you give me a little clue about a name without giving the answer away?
I don't know this answer.
I have zero idea, I'll be honest. I was hoping chat would save me.
Double rook.
Checkmate.
Dessert.
Okay. It's named after an animal.
Ooh, is it the...
And think of an animal that can't see.
That can't see?
Yes.
Is it the blind something?
Yeah, the blind.
Okay, I got it then.
The blind fish. No?
You're onto something, but...
Is it...
Think of like an early 18th century curse word.
What? You're not allowed to say that.
Scoundrel.
That might only be in the UK.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm dating myself here. Okay.
Give us more hints. Give us more hints. I like this game.
Another word.
What's my favorite drink? Just with an S on the front.
What, you figured it out?
Yes. Okay. I hope everyone at home has figured it out.
You
by
know
now.
what? I'm going to open the chat.
Okay, open chat. Maybe. Yes, of course, the swine,
yes.
mate. Yeah, blind swine.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, Tanya.
It's the swine, mate.
I put you
I
on.
would not have answered this question if you gave me 5 guesses.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, I agree. But it's definitely, the idea is there in the air, especially if a rook lands on c2. And I also have some gossip for you guys.
Ooh,
because
my favorite thing.
Divya went into the confessional booth. And this time she went for a long time. And we're going to show it during the break. So if you're subscribed, now's the time to start subscribing. You get to hear all the players' thoughts. But she went for a long, long time. So I reckon, you know, she's going to be the new confessional booth star.
Yeah, the confessional queen. I mean, everyone's got to subscribe right now, right, David? I mean, you've got these amazing players sharing their thoughts and insights, and it's only accessible to people who sub.
Yeah.
So you have to do it now. Or you just get to watch ads. I mean, take your pick. Kind of like an easy choice to me. Are you subbed?
I used to be. I'm about to be, again, definitely, promise. as soon as the break starts. In the meantime, I just want to point out one more move. The rook is not landing on c2. There will be no swine mate because Prag has kept the c-file closed. He's defended his bishop with his rook, but this feels like it's pretty much a draw offer after knight takes bishop. Whichever way he takes back, pawn, rook, we're going to end up in opposite color bishops. Not too much to play for, I'm going to say. Very hard to imagine either side going too wrong here. Maybe white is going to try and get his king out the way, swing his rook across, hit h7. But black has so many moves in the meantime. And if all the rooks disappear, should be a draw.
Yeah, it will be a draw. But yeah, so Wesley looking quite comfortable with black, opposite color bishops. If he gets that, he is going to be happy, and we'll have our very first Armageddon. But we'll see what unfolds.
What do you guys think? This one most likely to go into an Armageddon? Who's a favorite there? Because in the Armageddon, they start with the same colors as they have in the classical. So Prag will play white 10 minutes base time, while Wesley will start with 7 minutes and the black pieces. But Prag needs to win. If it's a draw, Wesley takes the match. What do you think? Armageddon odds?
Ooh. I think Prag at his best is probably maybe a small favorite, but like I think Wesley in
wow,
general,
David.
I don't know. I think Wesley today. I think
Wesley's
Wesley,
very solid, right? Especially with the black pieces. He also did very well at the World Rapid and Blitz.
I think if it were a final like Armageddon final round tournament on the line, Prag's got better nerves, I think. He won so many tie breaks at the beginning of 2025 last year. I'll say Wesley today. Hard to beat. He's hard to beat.
I mean, he's the player who's hardest to beat in the circuit, right? He's had that repetition for so many years now, and I think this game also shows exactly why. By the way, an interesting choice there by Prag. He's not allowing any rook infiltrations. He does get his own rook lift. This was the idea that you were earlier talking about, David, as well, so he does go for that. I think I'm going to be... Not because I have any reasons, but I have a feeling that Prag might be a favorite in Armageddon. Being completely non-biased here, obviously, guys. Obviously. Very hot pick.
You were right to back an Indian in the confessional booth. Divya repaying you there. So maybe Prag in the...
Twice, by the way.
Twice, exactly.
Yeah, well, I like your loyalty, Tanya. So I'm not going to be criticizing that. But, you know, earlier on we heard Divya was in the confessional booth. So maybe let's take a look at her position and see what is happening there, because I was thinking about this particular position. I was thinking about the plans for both white and black. White does have great pawn structure. Black has a wonderful pawn on e4. There's an open d-line. There's stuff to play with. Like if this bishop on e3 for white gets relocated to c3, you can see that there's going to be some questions in the center on the king side. I'm also really tempted, again, I'm like running at 5,000 miles an hour because I like to do that sometimes. I was thinking, what happens if like white could potentially in the future land a rook to d5, sacrifice? And I'm thinking,
Very bishop
of you. I would say creative.
Whoa, did she just go g4?
She did.
She did.
Oof.
Talking of creative.
Oh, okay. Well, that wasn't on my radar.
Yeah, and I actually think she might needed to have done something like this because looking ahead, I love your idea, Jovanka, sacrificing something, but I think black might be the one who's trying to do stuff in the center. If she got a couple more moves, Divya brought her bishop round, put a rook on the d file, and planted her bishop on d4, it's going to be impossible to move. And also, easy plan for black, minority attack, throw the pawn forward, break up white's beautiful pawn chain. Black's moves are easy, but after g4, maybe not so anymore. And now with g6 to try and connect those pawns. But suddenly I think your idea, Jovanka, of trying to get the white bishop round maybe to this diagonal would be nice. Suddenly the white rook will land on the g file. Open kings. And yeah, this is suddenly heating up. g4.
Wow.
Let's go.
That's a big choice. That's actually just saying, for me, it's as if Vengeance saying she doesn't want to play this position passively. She can't just sit. She thinks that Divya's doing absolutely fine and needs to create those imbalances. I kind of love it. G4 asking all these big questions, and I'm just wondering, how do you respond? I don't think you want to pick that pawn up and give a central pawn. I feel like that's the least attractive option here. Pawn takes pawn. You probably take that with the bishop, although also attracted with the queen because you defend f4, right?
Yeah, pros and cons. Taking with the queen.
Rook e8.
Rook e8. Oh, it feels like there's something, but...
Ooh, I almost walked into bishop f5, queen d5. I just want to point that out, that, you know, if you don't play rook e8 and you think you want to get to white's queen, suddenly a check on d5 and you lose. Loose pieces drop off. LPDO.
Yeah, and I was going to say maybe you could still do that type of thing after rook to e8, although after f5, maybe the bishop just drops back this way, and I just wanted to point out, same idea. Bishop takes pawn. I could give a check. And yeah, some nice tactics at the end here. Take everything off the board. And okay, I just wanted to point out rook takes here. And
well done, David Howell.
Just proving I can calculate, but there was, yeah, a flaw along the way that f5 wasn't quite a good move. So if black's taking, yeah, I mean, also white can take with the bishop and hitting h7. This is very tempting. But if black doesn't take, then what?
So I have some far out suggestions.
We like it.
Do you like it? Okay.
Love it.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Whatever move it is.
G5.
It's the right one. Ooh, whoa,
Love it.
whoa.
I love it. I love it.
Okay, the evaluation bar says no.
It doesn't hate it.
No, yeah, well, doesn't love it either.
Wow, fighting fire
But
with
you often see this type of pattern, right? You know, so if f takes g5, then the whole idea is then the pawn starts motoring, and okay, well, this was apparently.
I think it's the bishop on e6 that's hanging, otherwise it'd be incredibly strong, actually.
Yes.
Just one move, but I mean, ft. I mean, suddenly this pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
It gets really messy.
Yeah, it's not clear at all. And also I want to say g5 is a very Divya move as well. She's always looking for these aggressive options in the position. I feel if this was a faster time control, we might have already seen that by Divya in this position.
But I tell you what I would play in a real game.
Tell me.
Because I have commentator Yovi, which is like, yeah, we can take the pieces back, it's okay. But also in a real game, I probably would be looking at going rook b e8. I just want to be lining up some pieces on the king side. But the bishop on d6, it does worry me. It's a tactical weakness.
Maybe she could also put this rook on e8 and just drop this one back at some point.
Yeah, because we need to point out that actually Vengeance move, it comes with a threat, right? If you don't put either of the two rooks on the e file, white wants to take on f5 and then grab the pawn on e4. You just end up losing a key central pawn. So I think both these ideas, either of the two rooks, or maybe even line up the queen, Queen e7, eyeing now that h4 square in a faraway future. I mean, now that I say it, I want to go on with it. You know, Queen e7, move that bishop out of the way. Queen h4, rook f6, rook h6. Give a checkmate on h2. Need a lot of help with white.
Yeah. Why not? Why not? I mean, she did open up her king a little bit, Zhu Wenjun, with this g4 move, so it could backfire, but for now it does feel like black should be putting something to the e-file indirectly to defend this targeted pawn.
I really like Tanya's one for some reason, because the bishop on d6 felt like it was a liability, right? That if it's attacked, it doesn't have a good square to move to.
So you want to move it
So
back.
I like your idea of going queen to e7. So the bishop has a square to fall back to on c7.
Yeah, no, I just got attracted with that h4 option as I was talking and spotting that square for the queen eventually. Rookie at queen e7. I would be surprised to see g5. I would be shocked to see g5, and I'd be surprised to see pawn takes pawn.
Yeah. I think pawn takes pawn is basically going down the line that your opponent wants, and that's not normally what we do. Like, if your opponent's like, please take my pawn, you don't want to take it. But yeah, g5 would be a nice surprise for us, but probably would backfire on Divya, unfortunately.
Okay, need a body language read here, Wenjun. What are we thinking?
This is deceptive, Tanya. It often looks like she's not that interested about her position, but no. This is just her concentration game. She's very much in the zone.
The two of you must have played her.
Yeah, I played her twice.
Quite a few times.
Okay.
And team championships. And I feel like she's had this attitude over the board for like the last decade, last 15 years. She always looks a little disinterested, a little unconcerned, you know, almost like she's not thinking about the game. But she is so incredibly strong. And then you realize when out of nowhere, suddenly your position crumbles and you're dead lost that, oh my God, all this while, Wenjun was on beast mode.
Yeah, and someone who is always on beast mode is Magnus Carlsen, world #1 player. So let's go straight to him.
Okay. Wow, we have developments. The B pawns march forward. I'm really surprised that Magnus has been given this opportunity, first of all. Alireza looks like he's calculating something interesting. Magnus is down a lot of time. Just to show the last two moves, we've only had a couple of moves since we were here. We left it after bishop to e7, I think preemptively stopping this pin, or at least making it less effective. Black can now maybe drop a knight in, bishop to f3, adding pressure on a backward pawn. And Magnus played rook c8, so defending his knight, getting ready to play b5. I thought that this bishop would move. I'm not sure exactly where. Like bishop h4, bishop f2, bishop e1, somewhere. And then the g-pawn, I think an idea that Tanya was advocating earlier, starts throwing itself forward. Black has some questions to face, but rook c1, I don't see how that helps. Like, the queen side is black's. Like, white is not really doing much with this rook. Feels like he's given Magnus a free tempo, and after b5, now he's thinking again, Alireza. What's the idea? Rook c1, last move.
Could it be something funky? Move the bishop and then, but I'm obsessed with the same thing.
You want to go bishop h4?
Yeah,
and start targeting g5.
G4.
I think that's an incredibly direct line, and we need to look at it.
But my question is, like, why bother with rook c1 last move? Like, why not just move the bishop now?
Yeah, I agree with you. But I was thinking rook c1, rook c2, but then I realized, oh no, the bishop's there.
But I wonder, David, to that point, does it make it more attractive now that the pawn has gone on b5? At some point, you might even have the option to take on c6, and Magnus will not be able to capture with the pawn, consolidating the central d5 pawn. So I wonder if that could be a small difference. I did see the bar go slightly up, bishop h4, and are there tactics involved with the d5 pawn now being even more vulnerable after b5?
Could be.
Conspiracy theory.
I also had some inspiration while you were talking. Could his idea be b4?
For black?
For white.
Oh, for white, wow.
Right, okay, just to block the queen side.
Because black 100%. I think
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't
b4.
make any sense actually now I look at it in reality, because you just take on b3 and then the knight comes to a5, knight c4.
I mean, here there might be,
yeah,
I don't know, tactics. Which one?
d5.
d5, take d5.
Ooh, not.
Not this one. I don't know why. Probably because after knight takes c5, black's, or maybe even b2 at some point, black's going to start promoting this pawn. But yeah, this gets complicated. I quite like b4, but then we are told not to push pawns on the side our opponent's stronger.
I know, and it doesn't, I just think it doesn't make so much sense.
Maybe later, not right now, but later black can build for a5, and it's going to be hard to keep this pawn chain intact.
But if you don't go b4, and let's say you don't do something direct that puts pressure on that central pawn, Magnus is definitely intending to go b4 next, right? That's his next move. He wants to get this in.
Feels like it.
Feels like it, no? Because a5 is still not possible with b5 hanging. So David, can we check out what happens after bishop to h4? Because
Yes.
it's such an incredibly direct line that if the knight jumps forward, there are like a bunch of trades happening. Bishop takes knight was a direct idea, so you need to fight against it. And now I'm just going to let you do the hard job.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
You're
Tanya.
welcome. I got you.
You're the best. So the move I want to play with white is to take on c6, hitting the queen. And the idea is if black takes back, then white can take on e7. Black takes, white takes a pawn on d5. And I thought the eval bar would rise saying, +1, white's a pawn up. But apparently black is still okay here, which is confusing.
But it's not the kind of okay you want, right?
Surely not. I still don't understand why. You're pawn down. Maybe black just has enough grip. I don't know, the queen goes somewhere, and when the knight retreats, wherever it goes, black can start putting pieces on the e-file. Now the bar rises. Confusing, but definitely not what Magnus wants.
No.
Yeah. Well, now you have like d5, queen d4, and you start centralizing. But
True.
No, this looks beautiful. I think Magnus at some point has to capture that knight on c3 as an intermezzo.
Yeah.
With one of the trades hitting the queen.
So when? So if knight to e4, knight to c6, is it here? After bishop takes bishop, now knight takes
knight.
knight?
Yes.
I think this is the only time it could work, but
So pick up the queen, pick up the queen, pick up the knight, pick up the bishop.
yeah. Pick up the knight, pick up the bishop, and black is okay, everything's defended. White can win a pawn in this variation, like just taking back here with the rook. Queen takes bishop, again the d5 pawn drops. Again the eval bar is frustratingly in the center.
Strange.
I think here I understand it a bit more because there might be bishop to d3 ideas and rook e8 and a5, b4. White's rook is a bit clumsy. Big weakness. But is Magnus really just about to gamble a pawn, like gambit a pawn away? Maybe.
I just feel like everyone needs to show up with an injured ankle against Magnus Carlsen.
He's going to injure you on the board anyway. He might as well preempt him, get the job done before the game starts.
So it hurts less.
But I mean, Alireza, he's played really well this game so far. Like until rook c1, I think he's played like perfect chess. But yeah, I think you're right, Tanya. If we just go back one move, I think you've solved the mystery. Like bishop h4 here, knight to e4. If white takes now, then
Just take it with the pawn?
maybe just take with the pawn. Although
I see the pause.
yeah, I mean, taking with the pawn, I think you're right. Just taking back.
Okay.
It is d5 that's covered.
Yeah, you just consolidate your center. And that's the one difference that we're seeing in our live board, that this will not be an option available to Magnus Carlsen if this line does happen after b5 being played. Will Alireza go for this? I want to predict yes, because it feels like with f4, bishop f3, he's sort of been setting up this idea of landing that bishop on h4 for a while. You've been screaming, I want that bishop on h4.
Exactly. Well, we are going to leave you all on a cliffhanger. What is Alireza going to be playing in this position? Is he going to go for the plan of bishop h4? Are we going to see that series of complications? Well, we are going to go on a short break, and you're going to be treated because we have Divya's innermost thoughts against Ju Wenjun. In the meantime, we'll see you in a few after the break.
Okay, so I think I spent way too much time than I should have on d3 and e4. I was calculating, I don't know if it's right, but it looks so interesting. Instead of d3, you go d3 and then you just give up the pawn, but both of white's bishops are not really doing good. And then if you go d3, e4, I found that very interesting. But yeah, I'm not very sure about the position right now. After c5, again c5 is my problem. Bishop e7, bishop d4. And I'm considering if I should sacrifice the exchange with just going castle and then bishop e5. Maybe it's not the best idea to take the c5 pawn, but I do need some compensation. So like bishop c5, bishop e5, queen b7, and then I play with an exchange down. But I don't really like that position so much because I feel like after I take the c5 pawn, white has too much counterplay, so it should be better for white. So maybe there are like better options of sacrificing my exchange. I just don't know if I should. I liked e4 because it closes white's bishop completely. And yeah, I think if she doesn't play c5 here, I should be okay. I know like king h1 is a very stupid move, but I was kind of calculating that because she's threatening the a7 pawn, but I think since I have b2, I should be okay. I just don't want to lose any of my pawns, and I just desperately want to castle because my king looks so weak. When she played e3, I was checking c5, and then there was some variation with ed4, rook e1, and then my king either goes to like d8 right in the middle of the board, and I was like very worried about my king, so I didn't decide to go there. I just really want to castle right now. I hope she lets me. If I think she doesn't play c5, I would eventually go there myself, except like without allowing queen d5 and everything like that. But yeah, I really just want to castle, and I kind of really hate my pawn structure on the queen side because they look so weak and it feels like they will drop any time. So I'm very worried about that. But yeah, I don't know. I think she can go c5. I don't know how bad of a move bishop f8 is, but bishop e7, bishop d4. I'm checking queen a5. Maybe that could be a decent idea to avoid the pin and at the same time threaten c5. But then again, bishop g7, and my king is stuck again. Okay, I just realized she has bishop g7 and queen h5, so that has to be a horrible idea. Maybe something like queen d7 could be working, but queen a4, and then rook d1, bishop f1, the bishop comes to play, which I hate. Yeah, I'm really not sure what to do about bishop d4. I'm not sure if bishop d4, bishop f6 is a good idea, getting double pawns on the king side, but at least I hope I have a better bishop, and I don't see a way for her to attack it immediately. But again, my king is not able to castle there, so I really like that very much. Yeah, after bishop d4, it looks a bit dicey, and I'm yet to find the move. But hopefully, when she plays it, I miraculously find it. Let's see.
Welcome back, everyone. It is round one of Norway chess happening in Oslo, and there is one guy who is absolutely crushing and chilling right now. It is none other than Alireza Firouzja, who's taking on world number one in their opening clash. And what a clash it's been so far, because Alireza has made it clear that he wants to go all out. He wants to get his chances against Magnus Carlsen, and so far David Howell doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, Alireza's done everything right. He's got Magnus under pressure. He's got a time advantage, but it feels like this might be the first big critical moment. Alireza's been thinking for 19 minutes now on this one move. If he doesn't find a breakthrough, Magnus will feel relieved. Magnus has ideas of his own on the queen side. He's getting a grip in the center as well. It might be now or never for Alireza to find some action in this game.
As we discussed before the break, is the time now to go bishop to h4. That's definitely in the air. He definitely needs to be doing something to get going, because otherwise Magnus is going to be the one who is controlling everything on the queen side.
Question for you, Yovi. What are you more worried and concerned about, Magnus's clock or his position?
Magnus is fast, He's literally the world blitz champion, world rapid champion. I'm not worried about his clock.
Yeah, I was worried about it until 20 minutes ago when Alireza started spending time. Now it's less than 10 minutes between them.
I am going to go against you two in this one, and I'm just going to say I feel like Magnus has this way of, wheezing his way out of these troubled waters, and somehow he's always so incredibly resourceful. I think if Alireza is able to actually get him down to those final few seconds of time scramble where both are playing on their final few minutes, I think the decisive stuff will happen there. So for Magnus, he needs to make sure that he's not too far back on the clock there, about a 10-minute deficit so far. Definitely concerned for both these aspects. But I think Alireza's best shot is to get into those time scrambles, keeping as many pieces on the board. But first, Alireza, please play bishop to h4.
That is the only move that we can see in this position, because he has to do something right. Otherwise, he is just waiting for the inevitable to occur. And something, you just reminded me, Alireza is fast. I remember commentating on a game where there was no increment, and he was playing, funnily enough, Magnus, and he just had no time left. And I was like, yeah, it's lost. He's going to lose on time. And then he just kept on playing good moves until, in the end, he did lose on time, but it was so very nearly a draw.
Is that in London?
Yes, in London,
I remember that game too. He's super speedy. I think the lower the clocks get, the greater his chances become, Alireza, but it's just about the position at that point, or before that point. He doesn't want to get into a slower endgame against Magnus. He's lost several of those. He doesn't want to get into a position where it's just lots of maneuvering, no real tactics. He needs energy, but looks like he's lost some of that energy with this long think, and bishop h4, I agree. It's the best move, or the most testing move against Magnus right now. Just turning on the computer also suggests moves like sliding the white king into the corner, king h1, not doing anything, non-committal. That is hard. I'm not really sure how that improves white's position. It's just a pass, essentially.
But then the computer doesn't care about b4?
It doesn't. It does like b4, though, for black after white drops the bishop back to e1, which actually, on the previous move, instead of rook to c1, after the move bishop back to e1, mysterious. I struggle to explain it. The computer said big advantage white. I think the idea was that Magnus, his counterplay with b5, b4 would have been slower, one move slower, and white would have been first to strike. g4, boom, g5, boom, and attack. Attacking Reza would have been the best version of himself there, but I don't think he's able to get it now.
Does this one go into Armageddon, guys? Or does it get decided?
This is one
in
of
the classical.
Two decisive games this one.
I think very likely we get a decisive result in this one, no?
Something always happens between these two. Yeah. Something. Sometimes it even looks dead drawn. I remember Norway chess a couple of years ago, dead drawn king pawn endgame it came up to, and Alireza finally blundered. Something always happens.
I hate to break it to you, but we're only going to get one decisive game. So
this is the one.
This could be the one, but if we pull up the bird's eye view, I got to say there's also things happening in the game between Humpy Kineru and Bibisara Asauba-Eva, because what we called out has come to pass. With a rook lift in the air, there's a pawn barreling forward towards the white king.
This is actually pretty much all the plans that we were talking about, right? Where Humpy's grabbed that central d5 juicy spot, but look at that h-pawn. It's trying to get the queen into the action, the rook ready to line up double on in that. I would be pretty worried if I was playing with white, David, and then I see the bar and it says white's completely fine.
Forget Alireza chilling, it's the bar chilling here. And I mean, this is so concrete. This is pure calculation. Clockwise, they're both fine right now, but I wouldn't be shocked if Humpy spends another 15-20 minutes right now. She probably thought this move wasn't possible because white can grab a pawn on g4. It's only defended once now, but yeah, just the prospect of the black queen turning up anywhere near the white king. The dark square's weak.
Also, David, the other pawn, right? You could grab on h4, and after queen takes pawn, d6 is hanging as well, picking up a pawn, stopping any ideas of rook to h6, and this apparently is super bad. Why is that the case? What's the knockout here?
I mean, I already am looking at like knight f3 ideas as well. I mean, is that going to... No, that wasn't enough.
I like it though, Jolanta. You want to drop the bishop in.
Yes. I was going for the old chestnut, yeah, chestnut.
I'd resign as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, how are you fighting queen h2, queen h1? That's a checkmate in 2.
And the rook is hanging.
Okay, what's the move here? Because there's something that is clearly better for... Is it knight takes pawn, but then bishop takes rook?
Yeah.
That's what you'd think.
Viewers, chat.
Help us.
Tanya believes you know everything.
Prove me right.
What are we missing here? Black threatens checkmate in 2. Queen to h2 check, followed by queen h1 mate.
I'm gonna check in with chat.
Okay.
While
good.
David tries to figure it out.
Okay, it has to be a knight move, rook check, maybe. Although black does have that one covered. f4, does that help in any way? I don't see how that helps. Oh wait, no. This is crazy. Chat's gonna beat us to it. This is the kind of thing though that would be so easy to blunder. Like, I would think I'm dead lost here with white. And maybe Bibisara could go into something like this thinking she's winning. And it turns out there's a resource, but what could
Maybe the resource is knight takes pawn.
Yeah, turns out everyone's not 2800 on chat.
I told you. ChatGPT's 20... Well, actually, ChatGPT's barely 800. Knight takes pawn. It has to be, right? Defending the square. Black takes the rook. And does white just act as if nothing happened?
Yeah, maybe you just jump in with the other knight to... Nope.
Now the bar crashes, the most natural move in the world. Wrong? What could it be? How is... Oh, wait. King G2?
Yeah, King G2, I think, David. That's the one. Rook H1 coming in.
It must be.
And it's still a fight.
Still a fight.
Yeah, just in time, right? Rook G6, Rook H1.
Very important that the white knight holds this square from the black rook using it. Yeah, if we go back though, h4, this is scary. So we didn't find the win for black, but there was one after rook takes pawn. Maybe it's something to do with pawn to g3.
Ooh.
Good, but not winning.
Maybe what it is you go rook takes rook first.
Ah.
And then G3. Or then knight F3. Which one do you want? I'd love to try G3 here.
G3. And this would be very strong. Confirmed now by the engine. So she dodges this, Humpy, but she hasn't made the best move. She's played knight to f5 question mark. First real mistake of this game. First real mistake of the tournament, actually. The biggest advantage we've seen so far from anyone.
Yeah. And why is this so bad? I mean, we have to break that down. You know, move that we kept saying was that you can go h takes g3. But Humpy's idea is that, yeah, you know, she preserves the pawn structure. You can capture with the knight. Knight is the king's best friend.
Okay, but...
Or is it?
Is it? Is the question. The white queen is not the king's best friend, that's for sure. The marriage is yet to be a successful one. The queen is so far away from her king, can't defend. It just feels terrifying here.
Because, yeah, we have checkmate looming, right? Because just say, for instance, you went knight to b5. Let's just put this checkmate on the board, queen h4, and you go, yay, I won a pawn. And yeah, you might have won a pawn, but in the end, it is the lady that gives herself up, and there's checkmate on h1.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Beautiful, and actually really hard to stop. Like, maybe the white bishop needed to get out of the way earlier, but no easy way to do that. This is terrifying.
And knight f5, I have to say, you know, when you're worried about your king side, it feels like a very human move to make, because you're happy if your opponent takes bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, you come in with an attack on that white rook, and knight jumping onto e4 at the right time, picking up the pawns, c5 hanging, d6 hanging, no attack on the way. To me, knight f5 looks like a very human resource, a human find in a difficult position.
Yeah. And by the way, we have a result, a draw between Anna Muzychuk and Zhu Jin. We are seeing our very first Armageddon.
Let's go.
Yeah, so the players do get some time, just take a breather, and then fireworks will begin.
They indeed will. And I want to say that Anna Muzychuk has had such an incredible experience at Norway Chess. You know, she's the defending champion. She knows how this format works. She knows what it takes to actually go the distance here. I think she's feeling very good about her chances in the Armageddon. I'd put her as a favorite in the Armageddon.
Yeah, I agree. She's got white. She knows how it works. She's got the experience. Just for everyone at home, this was the final position, about the most drawn position you will ever see. Rook and 3 versus Rook and 3. No pass pawns, no real action. Anna Muzychuk with a small advantage out of the opening. But Zhu Jin neutralized it very nicely, convincingly, and I'm excited. One Armageddon, we're all correct so far.
No one's lost the prediction game just yet. By the way, also there's been action on the Gukesh Vincent board, and I want to draw your attention to that. I see the eval bar seems to say that Gukesh has something to play for. Also the last move by Vincent Kaimer, we'll get that up right now. It's marked there with a question mark. It was a capture on d5 with the pawn moving all the way from, not all the way, move from e6 right there, but it kind of just blocks up that black bishop on b7 forever, right? You've got this beautiful rook on d4 that's stopping any d4 advances. You're putting pressure on d5. Is there something to play for? I feel that Gukesh might be feeling like smelling a little bit of blood here.
Yeah, right. It's like a bone that you just need. You know, this weak pawn on d5 is going to be a nuisance for black and a target for white for the rest of the game.
I mean, all you want to do is get that knight out of the way, put the bishop on f3.
Right.
The white knight.
Find me a square, David Howell.
Knight e1, like get the knight to f4.
Knight e1, I like it. Knight coming around, bishop on f3.
Yeah. Ooh, and I like the d3 f4 idea as well to really double, triple, quadruple down on that d5 pawn.
I like stopping rook c2 as well on the second rank. That would have been annoying. The knight has it covered. Yeah. What a move.
What a move.
Covers
10.
We have to go back to go forwards.
I thought you go back, I go forward.
You've got to be flexible with the rules, Tanya.
One step back, two steps forward. That's the key.
Yeah.
Knight e1, beautiful move. That's not easy, I'm going to say, for Gukesh, because he has other tempting moves. Like, I would be very keen to just give my king some breathing space. What else could he try? He could try covering some squares with his bishop. He could try hitting the queen. Sorry, just to forgive me here. I'm going to go back one moment. Why did Vincent take this with his pawn, not his bishop?
He didn't like e4? Because that feels like the only explanation here.
But I don't know whether I hit the queen or whether I go all the way home. Let's say I hit the queen.
Fall back to b3?
Yeah, but...
No, I agree with you.
This is way more controllable, at least. Like rook d7, I don't know, maybe even knight d7. No, rook d7 first, maybe.
Maybe he was just, in your mind you see the knight as going on b8 and maybe it's not going to get out and you just feel the ghost there. Rather, you might
91 on the board, Gukesh finds it.
Oh.
Beautiful. Okay, this is going to be one of two decisive games. Gukesh, that's a fantastic move.
It is.
I've got to say, I'm impressed by Gukesh when he's in full flow calculating, but the fact that he can show off slow positional moves like this, it's a good sign.
Yeah, it is a good sign indeed. Knight to e1 with ideas going bishop to f3, piling on the pressure on the weak point on d5. Now, one of the most complicated games we saw is the game between Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has just hit the confessional booth. Let's hear what he has to say.
So I gotta admit that I didn't really see the plan. How dangerous can it be that you have with bishop g3 and f4? That's kind of pretty dangerous for me. I think rook c1 was a key move that he played. If he goes bishop h4 immediately, I move my knight e4, and I think he's fine. I think I'm fine. But with that move, originally I kind of wanted knight a5, but I felt that he's going to give up his rook for the bishop, probably, like bishop h4, knight b3, he takes an f6, bishop f6, and then rook c2, and I mean, I win in exchange, but I think I just lose. So b5 was forced, and now I have to give up a pawn. I think in some lines, if he goes bishop h4, I think I cannot do anything but knight e4 still. Now the point is that since he has forced b5, I cannot take back with the knight with the pawn on c6, so we can take on c6, rook c6, bishop e7, and my original idea was to go queen e7, knight d5, and like queen d7 or something, and claim that I have a compensation. But the more I looked at it, the more I didn't believe it. So I'm gonna have to go knight takes c3, and I think regardless of whether he takes my queen, or goes like a rook takes c3, queen takes c7, bishop d5, rook d6, then I think I have decent compensation, but it's a bit shaky. A lot of lines have to give up the exchange. Sometimes he gives up the exchange, but very interesting position.
Very interesting position. At times it looking a little bit shaky. I mean, maybe we can actually break down his analysis there.
I think we should gloat a bit about how we saw that exact same line that Magnus Carlsen just showed in the confessional. Well done, team.
Yes. Should we gloat or should we goat?
The goat's out there. He's playing.
Exactly. Magnus was actually spitting out some cool variations, but most of them were lines that we showed earlier. And he was also, I think, along the same lines as us. He was saying probably it's okay, but it is a pawn, unclear, and all of those variations were after the move bishop to h4 that he was talking about at the end there. Just to show the white's last move, bishop e1 was played. Alireza will break that down in a second, but bishop h4, Magnus was saying he's pretty much forced, because of the threat of bishop takes knight and the central pawn falling, to go knight e4. And after some exchanges here, he was also saying queen takes, maybe he has enough compensation after queen d7, and then he changed his mind, probably white just drops back, clear pawn up. Then he was like, oh no, wait, I can flick in after bishop takes bishop, this knight takes c3 move, which we managed to get there, process of elimination. And ultimately he was calculating this line, and he said, yes, it's reluctant that he's getting here. He's a pawn down, but he has enough compensation due to the fact that the bishop has this beautiful square, due to the fact that the A and B pawns are mobile. And yeah, this backward pawn is quite weak. So I think he was right in all those judgments. Great assessment, ultimately, but it did cost him time. And Alireza probably thought about those same exact things. Alireza spent, 26 minutes on bishop back to e1, so didn't want to allow any exchanges. And Magnus has to think all over again.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting to me, this choice by Alireza, because all those lines, it felt that Alireza would be playing risk-free. You're up a pawn and Magnus would have to prove compensation. And that feels like a dream scenario against Carlsen to me. So bishop e1, I wonder what it is about bishop to h4 that Firouzja did not like, or is it that he thinks he has more chances with the pieces kept on the board? And the next big question, we've been talking about Magnus's idea of b4. If b4 works, you almost start feeling that the momentum might start shifting at this moment.
Let's check it out, because if black does nothing, then g4 might hit black, and g5 to follow might be a bit awkward. That was the idea behind bishop e1. So Tanya, break it down. b4, let's say I take, which way are you recapturing?
Wow.
With the knight. Because then
yes,
you can jump
because
into
you want to go to
d3.
d3. I like that.
I also like that you're defending this pawn extra.
There
protection.
is that bonus.
Okay, let's say Alireza, g4. Let's go.
What were you trying with Ale?
It's French for go.
Oh, nice. That's a good one.
Let's go.
Ale.
Ale, exactly. g4.
Should we plant it on d3? I prefer coming back, but I feel like if you go bishop h7, he'll go Ale and go f5.
Yeah. You read me like a book there.
Mm-hmm.
Because
in
we're
a library.
Exactly. f5, and I just wanted to lock in your piece and say that white's a piece up for the rest of the game.
When Magnus says he has compensation, he has clear positional plans. When I say it, I hunger rook and I'm in denial. You're not alone, my friend.
Exactly.
No,
We've
we
all
all
been
feel
there.
you. Okay.
The number of times I've like missed something completely, and I'm like, oh yeah, I just slightly misevaluated that. I'm like, nope, I just didn't see it. It's Grandmasters, we pretend. It's not just the viewers.
Yes, not just our chat. But I want to go back to that moment because I know that B4 is on Magnus's radar. He played B5, he wants it, he's always looking for these ideas. And now bishop D3 was the other way to go about this, right? Not putting your bishop into passivity. How do we feel about this position, Yovi?
This one's wild. There's no other word for it because the thing is, if you let that bishop cement itself on D3, there's also knight jumping into E4 as well, and there's still ideas of going bishop H4, just trade off the dark square bishops, come in with the queen to H4, which something that we saw in another game.
Yeah, something like this to show your point.
Yeah.
Like if black starts invading, I mean maybe not this exact moment, but soon, then suddenly black has 4 pieces in the white camp. Maybe black starts with something else first. Not sure exactly. But yeah, this is a really hard position to understand.
I don't think I've ever seen a player sit like that across Magnus. Like hands up there, most complicated battle right now going on. So many things happening. It's got to be a little annoying for Magnus right now.
Yeah. I mean, Magnus, he's fantastic at all time controls. We talked about that. But in classical, he's at his best. He was very rarely behind on the clock. He normally has a bit of time in the pocket, up his sleeve for later.
Head in hand.
Yeah. Not comfortable at all.
Yeah, but this is the kind of position where you do need to burn the time because if you play the next series of moves precisely, then you're able to clarify the situation.
But Ivanka, he has 25 moves to make before he gets any increment, and he's got 26 minutes. It's one move per minute.
Yes.
Like, he can't really think here for more than another couple of minutes before he has to move.
And literally all the pieces are on the board.
Yeah.
Not a single piece has been traded. So an extremely complex battle, a lot of questions to be answered. In fact, it feels like the game is going to have many critical moments coming up right now. So Magnus has to be very careful about the clock.
Wow.
Very, very careful indeed.
It's actually pretty concerning at this point. 25 minutes for 25 moves.
I agree, it's concerning, but the problem is this is the type of position where you step in the wrong square, you're in trouble, right? We saw that G4, F5 is there in the air. He needs to be ready to land a bishop to D3, otherwise he's just going to get steamrolled.
And now it's making me think if in fact bishop to E1 was such a smart choice by Alireza. Bishop H4 had this direct sequence of moves. By the way, B4 played by Magnus, fight is on. But just to finish that thought, Bishop H4 would have just resulted in so many trades, mass trades, simplification in the position, a series of quick moves by Magnus. But this is Alireza playing the position as well as the clock.
He's faced Magnus so many times. He knows he doesn't trade pieces and beat Magnus. He knows he needs tension. He needs to scare him. He needs to attack. B4, I've got no doubt he's going to take this. He's just thinking what to do next, Alireza. He's like, okay, I take, the black knight takes. Do I blitz out then G4? He's spending that time now to keep Magnus guessing a bit. But this is exciting. This is going to be a fun game. Like, I think there's going to be some big blunders ahead because it's so irrational, the position. They've never had pawn structures like this, or they've rarely had pawn structures like this. Nothing to base their decisions on.
Yeah. A very difficult situation. It's complicated. The players are going to burn some time. Alireza, I guess he has to take on B4. Knight takes B4 is going to be the response. And then it's going to be chaos as both players are going to try to maximize and just get the squares secured. Just want to give you an update that the Armageddon between Anna Muzychuk and Zhuzhiner will be occurring at 8 p.m. Central European time. And also to give you an update, Bibisara Saubeva, she is doing the business against Humpy Canary.
Yeah, big advantage. Looks like a winning one. Magnus actually took back with the bishop just there.
Oh.
So a small surprise, a small rise in the eval bar from Alireza. Here we see all the boards though, and it's that central bottom purple board where we see the biggest drama. Bibisara on the brink of victory. Also, it does look like Zhu Wenjun has won a pawn against Divya, so advantage white on the top right.
And Bibisara looks like she's about to do the same, right? With that f5 pawn hanging, the central bottom row board right there. I don't really see a good way to defend that pawn. Humpy's king in the open as well. So Wenjin up a pawn, Bibisara up a pawn. The other game going into an Armageddon, Anna Muzychuk there. Meanwhile, in the Norway chess, we've got an endgame, Prague versus Wesley. So still something to fight for with Black's rook all the way infiltrated to the second rank. But it looks like Prague is holding on with his king defending that f2 pawn. Gukesh versus Kaima. Not an endgame, but a lot of trades have happened there as well. But I have a feeling that Gukesh is feeling hopeful about his chances. Bottom right board, attacking d5. It's the idea that we were discussing, the bishop now lined up against it. Firouzja Carlsen, that's where all the fire's at. But do you want to quickly jump in on the Humpy board, David, before we move back?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's update everyone because some strange moves, I've got to say, from Humpy. We left it after knight to f5. We said this one was natural, even if it was a flawed move. But after h takes g3, maybe now the panic set in. She didn't want to take with the pawn because the white king would be so open, although maybe that would have been the lesser evil. She didn't take with the knight because the black queen could have come in. She just left it. She left the pawn. She played knight to b5. Another question mark. The bar collapses. Pawn takes here on f2. King takes. The knight is now removed. And queen f6. Blue arrow move, but an easy one. And as you said, Tanya, f5 was dropping anyway. So the king retreats, but it's in the kill zone, this king. Like I said it earlier, like giving the d4 square on a dart square, it's going to be terminal. But can she fight back? Can she take on d6 at least? Or is it over now? The tactics.
She might have to, right? You take it with a knight, you're hitting the queen, and your idea of the kill zone, you just can't allow black to get that pawn to g3. So I wonder if knight takes pawn, black sets it up with either queen g5 or queen g6 and starts threatening that g-pawn moving forward with ideas of checkmate.
One of these squares.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, the knight is just, it can even drop back to c6 and you can set up bishop to d4 ideas. The white king is completely exposed.
Knight f3 in the air.
Yeah. I love putting the queen on the g-file. Setting up so many things. She does take the pawn with her knight.
This might actually be the first decisive game of the classical. And Bibisara is one of the players who's making her debut at Norway Chess. She's 3 times world blitz champion. She's had a fantastic year, so coming in hot form here as well. And this would be a great start with the black pieces to get a win.
Well, she's in the best form of her life. She's at a peak rating, 25-27. She's just getting better and better. I mean, she was working with Vidoniak. He was also the coach of Sindarov. Both of these players doing incredibly well just in the form of their lives.
Yeah.
And she's in her element. This is her brand of chess. Yes. It is to go for the jugular.
That's the thing. Earlier we were I was joking a bit. I would never play h6, g5, so aggressive with black, taking big risks. But that's her style. And she's got 98% accuracy right now with black.
Wow.
Which is impressive. Well, 97.9, which I rounded up, but very impressive.
We'll give it a 98.
Yeah, she just loves being able to go for her opponent. Very instinctive. She calculates well, of course, but very instinctively good. That's why she's so good at blitz. And Humpy just wasn't able to control it enough. She will regret that e4 move, though. That's when she allowed the black pieces to get squares, h5, h4, suddenly attack, attack, attack. And it was one-way traffic from there.
Right, and it was just like we said, you know, when her king got slightly uncomfortable, when we saw h5, h4 in the air, that's when Humpy panicked and she lost control.
And beautifully executed by Bibisara as well, right? Rook lift at the right time, pawn breaks at the right time, centralizing the pieces, making sure everything's defended and you continue with your attacking possibilities here. So Humpy in big trouble. Should we take a look at some of the other action? Because we're kind of going into that time pressure territory across boards.
Yeah, time pressure, but we also have an Armageddon game.
Ooh, let's go.
Let's go. It's going to be fast. It's going to be fun. Remember, white has to win. Anna Muzychuk gets a time advantage. She started with 10 minutes. Zuzhiner started with just 7 minutes, but a draw, and black gets the extra half point on offer here. So big stakes.
Yeah, and the winner of this match walks away with 1.5 points, loser 1 point. And as David mentioned, Anna is in a must-win situation, and we have what looks like a very solid e4, e5 Lopez on our boards.
Yeah, it was essentially a delayed Spanish exchange where white captured on c6 with a bishop. She took a knight. So there's imbalance here. Black has the 2 bishops. White has a slightly more flexible pawn structure. Few weaknesses, no double pawns. What do we think? Is this going to suit Anna's style? Zhu Jin might not get the activity she wants.
I do also believe that this is Armageddon, so it's kind of suited to the format of play here. You know, you want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, keep the files closed as much as possible. Just make sure that you keep running black low on the clock. So I think for Anna, this is part of that strategy. You trade off one pair of minor pieces, but I don't see any more exchanges as follow-up. She can also set ideas of eventually getting her knight to h4, f5 as a spot, maybe advancing the f-pawn, asking some big questions, as Zhu Jin might run low on the clock. Essential, absolutely essential for Anna to keep the pressure on the clock. By the way, the king moved away, a small move there, and Zhu Jin continues the maneuver. She wants to get the knight to the center of the board, knight e6 coming up.
Yeah, and the pieces are slowly gravitating towards the king side. Lots and lots of possible plans here for white. I like the f4 plan. Sometimes white gets away with playing g4, put the rook on g1, bring both the knights round. The other knight can start posting up. Zhu Jin just trying to get the moves out as quickly as possible. She's eaten away at the time advantage a little bit, but it's always stressful as black, fighting against the clock and the opponent.
I was actually expecting the knight to take that spot where Jina's put her bishop instead. So she develops that piece. And I think one of the key ideas in this position is to solve the structural problems as black. You want to get c5, c4 in as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Nice idea, though, to put the bishop on e6 first, you know, maybe tuck it back and then come out with the knight. And again, just keep saying to Anna, hey, you're the one who has to push forward. You have to win. I'm just going to sit here, play solid, and hopefully make my moves quickly.
Yeah, Anna's spending a bit too much time. I know she started with a big time advantage, but now it's down to under a minute and a half. Or, I don't know. Often in Blitz, Armageddon is like a Blitz rapid hybrid, but you just have to make moves. Like, unless you see a tactic, you just have to trust your gut. Just improve a piece. Improve a piece. When the tactics start, you need time to calculate. She drops a knight back. F4's coming.
I think she's setting up those tactics. Once f4 comes, it's going to be an extremely concrete battle. And then who uses less time will be absolutely key. Zhu Jin sticks to plan here. Is this the moment that Anna goes f4? If she wants to, she needs to do it fast.
She could also delay it for a move and just go b3. Just say, hey, no c4 for you, and then wait. But she goes straight for the direct action.
Get the queen out now. Get the queen to g4 or to f3. The most important thing I feel in an Armageddon is you don't have to constantly look for the best moves. As long as you're not blundering, you find a decent move, play it and put pressure on the clock.
Exactly. Like b3, decent move, but she could have played that in 1 second. Like, yeah, she's not quite in the rhythm yet, Anna Muzychuk, but when the clocks tick further down, that's when these games get decided. She will have the chance to take a risk. She might get a chance at some point as well. Zhu Jin doing everything right so far.
Jina's going to push. She pushes on the queen side. That's why you've got these 4 pawns right now. I can imagine b5, c4, a5, a4 being set up. As she pauses, 5 minutes now, she brings her bishop out first.
Solid move.
She wants to plant it on e5.
Yeah, maybe put it on e5, maybe occasionally take this knight. Just very flexible. Just clearing the path for her rook as well. She's got easy moves. She can bring her queen forward, she can slide her rook to the center, bring her knight forward, like loads of easy moves for her. I like the fact that she's been playing very quickly as black. Time advantage is down to 1 minute and a few seconds here.
In the meantime, it's not very easy for Anna to continue her attack. You know, where is she going with this knight on d2? How is she going to improve the queen? Is she going to come out to g4? But then what is the follow through after that?
Comes out to f3. Now black needs to decide how to improve. Maybe a knight trade. Who does that benefit? A few questions here. Okay, predictions. Do we think Anna's going to be able to get this with the white pieces?
She has to win on demand. Oh, this is so complicated. And I feel like this is a position where really anything could happen. I don't see a big advantage for white just yet. She needs a helping hand from her opponent to get that point, David. I think Zhu Jin has done a fantastic job as black here. She does go for the idea of trying to get c4 in as well next. And this is kind of forcing Anna to burn the clock because she's coming in with the plans.
Yeah, and still, again, for Anna, what next? Is she going to jump in with a knight to d5? Is she going to centralize the a-rook that is currently not in the game? So yeah, she goes for that idea, but still, there's no target.
Yeah, no target. Just playing general moves on a general basis here. Knight back to d7. It was there earlier, but now it's got a much better square to jump forward to. I love how she's playing this. I've played this from the black side a lot, and often it is just staying really patient, not doing too much, not committing, just covering all the squares. And okay, Anna's going for it now. She pushes her g-pawn forward.
Yeah, incredible speed and control on the board. Very controlled performance by the Chinese Grandmaster here. G4 played, given a question mark, but it feel like panic there by Anna, that she was running out of ideas, decides to go all out, and look at that. Just, your opponent plays on one side, you go on the other. C4 asking another big question. I'd say advantage you right now.
Definitely. Objectively, we see the eval bar drop in black's favor. And conventional wisdom, the kingside attack, which isn't really an attack yet, is met by the central play. And no matter what white does, even if she wins a pawn, even if she grabs on c4, the chain is broken. Black's knight is going to be so strong when it lands on e5, and the bishops are coming to life.
They are certainly coming to life. And Anna's just gone g4, but you can't follow through with g5 either, because black will simply capture that pawn. And, well, Anna takes the center, but now e4 is a touch sensitive.
There's moves like pawn to c3 now.
Aren't you just losing the a2 pawn after that? You plant your knight on b3.
Yeah, but I agree, not a great square though. Away from the action. Okay. How is she going to continue? She can also keep challenging the white center, pushing her other c-pawn forward. She's got reserves up her sleeve. Slow down though.
Get your rook on the open line, infiltrate with rook b2, because like Yovi was saying, g5 doesn't really get you anywhere. Knight on e5 is such a... Sorry, knight on d7 is such a beautiful spot there, just making sure that the f6 square remains under defense as well. Lots of options for Zhu Jin. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Still a minute advantage though for Anna.
Yeah, that time could be vital if she wants her chances. Like, I love the fact that it's a bit counterintuitive. Like, white has the pawn center, white has the space, but black is doing well. Black is actually better just because the bishop pair, white's king is a bit more open. In Armageddon, you don't want an open king. You're going to have to worry about that piece later. She just moves her queen, improves, eyeing the e4 pawn.
Now c3 is definitely in the air, so I'm expecting Anna to go c3. You gotta keep your assets covered, and
great move.
You gotta. I gotta say one thing though: Zhu Jin is down to 3 minutes 15, and it's still a messy position.
She reaches for the knight. She plants it at the center of the board. So another way to stop the idea of c3 by attacking the black queen here. Feels like you have to take that knight. You can't allow it to live for so long. The blue arrow appears. Best move in the position.
If you don't take it, you might just lose the c4 pawn next, depending on where the black queen goes. I don't like the move in general, but I especially don't like it in Armageddon, though, for Anna. Like, she was up on time by over a minute. Keeping the tension there. Just keep the pieces on the board. That's the best way to milk a time advantage, not to simplify. Now black has an easy plan. Queen f7, pick up d5, and black's out of danger.
There's no danger whatsoever, and there's not going to be any good uncovered attacks against the queen. Yes, you can move the bishop, but it won't get you anywhere.
Actually, queen f7 is incredibly scary because I don't see a good way to defend that d pawn. You might just be losing it in the next move.
Yeah, black's got threats like c3 still up the sleeve. Bishop to b4 could be annoying. White has no good discoveries. The white bishop has nowhere good to go to hit the black queen. Yeah, this looks fantastic now, and that knight d5 move, that might be the turning point.
Is it now time just to roll the dice, come up with moves like g5, back it up with queen h5, and see what happens next? But then again, the play and the defense for black is going to be still so simple.
I like it, Ivanka. g5 takes, maybe bishop takes, try some tricks with the white queen coming in with some nasty checks.
Yes.
Don't think they quite work, but something like that to scare the opponent. But now the clock's leveling out, only a few seconds in it.
Wow. And for Zhu Jin, she needs only a draw to take the match. But let's also remind everyone that Norway chess, it actually rewards ambition. You win in the classical, you get 3 points. The scoring system is such. You win in the Armageddon, you get 1.5 points.
And also one thing, the players on move 23, they have to reach move 40 before they start getting that very generous 1 second time bonus per move.
It's an eternity. What are you talking about? Barely enough time to make a move.
I know.
Queen g2 played here. I think she might be setting up Yovi's idea of g5 next. So queen f7, maybe that's her resource.
Yeah, g5 in the air. The white rook has opened up. Maybe that can defend the pawn as well. Still some tactics. Oh, those clocks are so level. Anna, it feels like she needs something really special, though, to win this game. I think Zuzhina's got everything covered, doing everything right.
But now I was thinking also knight e4 ideas.
Yeah.
Could you be doing that? Knight e4, g5?
Oh, jump.
Yeah, just give up a pawn, you know, bribe black with material in order to get going.
So knight e4, queen takes pawn, and you just go g5.
Well, actually, the knight is hanging, so you take care of the knight on e4, and then you just go for g5.
So the black queen could take the pawn. Maybe the white bishop just retreats.
And then g5.
And then
Also,
g5, yes.
rook takes pawn ideas as well in the air. But knight e4 is not an easy move to make because queen... she retreats with the bishop instead.
Well, maybe it's still in the air, right? If you go queen takes d5, which is the most natural move, then you go knight e4.
I think the reason that this is given a red X and not the best move is because now black has the extra option to take with a knight. And, okay, she takes the rooks first. She could still do that. Knight might be coming into f4 soon. She swaps rooks first. It's a very, very professional approach. Super safe from Zuzhina.
Yeah.
Yeah,
knows it
This
well
is
enough.
classy.
very. It's like she's in business mode. She minimizes the risk. She knows a draw is sufficient to get those 1.5 points.
But I just think it's a very strong position for black. Even if you don't win the pawn immediately, you're going to win it eventually. And you kind of take away all the counterplay from white by trading the rooks, the majors there. Rook takes rook, queen takes rook. Coming in, infiltrating with queen e1 check. The queen can always come back to put pressure on d5. I actually really like this move.
And again, to update you, it's a draw between Pragnananda and Wesley Sosa. They will also be fighting it out in Armageddon.
Yeah, an expected result, I would say. Pragnananda lost his advantage and always looked like a level endgame. We'll see them back in action soon.
Gotta love it. More the merrier when it comes to Armageddon. By the way, rook f1, so Anna wants to keep as many pieces on the board. c3 now hitting that knight. Come to the center of the board. The queen will capture that d5 pawn, hitting the knight again. Not easy to be Anna Muzychuk right now.
No good moves. She's under the 1 minute mark. Still loads of moves until she gets that increment. This is almost an impossible situation. She needs to make 13 moves to get 1 second increment in the next 44 seconds. Pawn down as well.
The position's falling apart. She does take on c3, but everything's loose, right? d4 cannot be picked up right now. There's a bishop in g1, but you could start putting pressure where she just goes for the endgame. She's just saying, a draw is good enough for me. I'm going to keep everything under control right now. Attacks the knight next.
And note how Zhu is just playing the move so quickly. She's driving the knight back. She can throw in a check if she wants to. And
does it?
Will another set of trade? Yep, the rooks come off the board. And with every trade, she gets closer and closer to that desired draw.
I feel like if there was ever a book that said this is how you play an Armageddon, this game would be in it.
Exactly. Protect everything. Never risk any tactics. No counterplay. Just trade, trade, trade. A draw is enough with black. She has lost her objective advantage, though, Zuzhina. The white king's very strong in the center. The white knight might start coming out now.
But it's 15 seconds for Anna Muzychuk.
Oh,
There's barely any time.
Move 35. She's got to make 5 moves before she gets any increment.
And even then, you only get 1 extra second on the clock as Anna Muzychuk, she fast and furious, trying to get to that move 40.
This is the best position she's had all game, though. Ever since the opening. Suddenly, white's creating a passed pawn. Does she have enough time? 3 moves to make before she gets any time added time on. Pawn trade. Knight takes pawn, and she loses her other pawn on c4. Maybe she should have just retreated the king there. She could have kept the c4 pawn intact.
But she's trying to make it to move 40 in order to get that 1 second
Gives a
increment.
check.
Because as long as she can keep the game going, she still has a chance.
Why on earth would she drop her c4 pawn, though?
Where's the chance now? You can't create a passer. It's 3 versus 3, and it is Zuzhina with extra time on the clock. The knight comes back. The black knight can also fall back, giving some checks right now. No bad moves to black. Instead, she reroutes the bishops. More pieces coming off the board, which means it's good news for Zuzhina. But she pauses. She doesn't immediately capture the bishop.
She's got options. She can go for the white knight there. She could have brought her king across. Nope. She's just making sure no passed pawns. This is very, very drawn endgame. She needs a miracle and a Muzychuk. But she has got that increment now, so the game can go on for a while.
And Zhu, let's mention that her clock is down to 22 seconds.
But Anna Muzychuk needs to find a way to keep the game going. Repetition is not good enough. For Zuzhina, it works beautifully. Now the black king getting active, targeting that h3 pawn soon. Watch out. It's coming in. Defended by the knight.
Oh, now Anna's in Zugzwang. She has to move her knight away, dropping the H-pawn. Whoa, Zhu Jinez might maybe playing for a win here. White has lost a pawn. That black H-pawn is running so fast as well. White's got counterplay, but it's just way too slow.
And the black knight's about to pick up the last remaining pawn, so draw in the bag for Zhu Jin right there. Knight takes pawn, that's it. It's going to be handshake soon. Zhu Jin about to get her first Norway chess win in.
And she doesn't even necessarily need to play for a win here. For a moment, it was a drawn endgame, but this is totally winning now. 2 passed pawns, one of them marching forward. And here we go. The white knight will get kicked away by the black king. She doesn't even try. It's going to be a draw, but she'll take the extra half point anyway. Zhu Jin, handshake. The Armageddon's over.
Wow. Zhu Jin, what a debut. Just 23 years old. Played a very safe game against Anna, and now in the Armageddon, like you said, didn't really put a foot wrong. Got exactly what she wanted. A draw is necessary, a draw is needed. She did it.
Super professional, clinically done by Zhu Jin. I mean, Anna Muzichuk is a bit of an Armageddon queen at Norway chess right now. She won so many of her matches last year, the defending champion here in Oslo, and she goes down in round 1 to the debutante, to Zhu Jin. So quite a performance. We've still got 4 classical games remaining. Of course, Prague versus Wesley will be our next Armageddon. What do we make of the classical action that's in front of us? Has Alireza made any inroads?
Ooh, Alireza has a nice position, I would say. Objective advantage, unclear. Magnus, he's at 21 minutes. They have still 21 moves to make to get to move 40, the time control. They both have 21 minutes, actually. So we're pretty much guaranteed a massive time scramble between Alireza and Magnus. That's going to be a lot of fun. Not too much has changed on the other boards. Bibisara is still winning. We said that earlier. Elsewhere, Gukesh maybe with a small advantage.
Well, he's won a pawn now.
Jun up a pawn.
Sorry. Gukesh has won a pawn, if my maths is correct. Yes.
Okay, we'll jump there then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the central d5 pawn that in fact has been picked up. But I see that the bar doesn't give a massive advantage, although positionally, David, it looks like the bishop's beautifully placed, the f7 standa, you're up a pawn. I was expecting the bar to be much higher than it is.
Yeah, same. I think there are tactics potentially in this position. Let's try and work it out. How can Vincent justify the pawn that he's lost? Or can he? If he can't, then it might be a lot of suffering long term.
Wow. All right, so this is looks like it's going to be a bit of a long grind. I know you guys want to stay here, but I really want to jump to the Magnus Alireza board. I feel like the chat's going wild for that one.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it, because here this one is still developing. Rook takes a6 in the air. G4 is incoming, but how does Magnus defend against this? I mean, if black just simply goes on the defensive with knight to e7 or rook a8, you feel like white is just going to take over.
Yeah, rook a8 is such an ugly move if he has to play it. It's also on this diagonal. That feels wrong. I think if he's going to hold the pawn, it's that move you mentioned, Ivanka, knight e7. It doesn't feel like the right direction, but it could become a good knight if the bishop comes into the center and the knight is able to jump forward again, covering the pawn. Yeah, rook to a8, just, I don't see it, but it just feels wrong. I don't see why it can be punished. Eval Bar says it's okay as well. So maybe it's a choice between those two moves for Magnus right now.
I'm going to point out, though, that if you do move the rook to a8, a potential problem and a difference between knight e7 and rook a8 is a defense on the d5 pawn. After the rook moves away, white can capture the knight on f6, and you can't pick it up with your queen, right? Because d5s lose then. So you'll be forced to capture with your own pawn, and that just doesn't look like a happy recapture. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop. You've destroyed your pawn shield in front of your king. I don't know if there's a direct path to make the most of it, but it just looks incredibly ugly for black.
Yeah, long term, this is horrible. Like, maybe white even keeps some minor pieces on, but even if he exchanges here, puts a rook on a5, it's going to be difficult for black to defend this long term. White's just going to start stacking up on some weak pawns. So, okay, lots of pleasant choices for Alireza.
Yeah. And also, rook a8 just doesn't look like a happy move. Like, you just don't want to put your rook to the starting position, right?
No, exactly. You don't want to be going on the passive like that. So I think, what about knight e7? How bad is that? I mean, at least you cover d5. That's something that David mentioned.
Ooh.
I mean, what next? Do you just do what David indicated last time, like rook a5, start pouncing on the pawn on a6, or do you go for the offensive with g4? I kind of like rook a5 first. Keep this g4 idea on the back of your pocket.
Yeah, you can also go for the pawn with the queen, maybe. Queen a4. Lots of choices here. G4 is very tempting always, but it either works very well or it could make white's position harder to play with the open king. Let's say queen a4 maybe. Now rook a8.
Ooh, just never happy to see that move on the board. I have a feeling that Magnus wants to find a more active way to defend this position. You know, both knight e7, eventually playing rook a8, it just doesn't feel like something that Magnus ideally wants to get into, and will only do it if he absolutely has no other moves. I'm still looking at potential ideas, like maybe jumping the knight to the center of the board, bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, rook takes pawn. Are there potential tactics in this position? Whoa. Are there potential tactics in this position?
Well, the evaluation bar surprisingly doesn't say
it's dead lost.
Exactly, which is what you'd expect.
Maybe black now evicts the knight and just argues I'm a pawn down, but white's e-pawn is never ever going to move the rest of the game. That's the extra pawn. He does jump in.
Ooh.
Great call, Tanya. Like, positional sacrifice. Magnus loves that. And you suggested bishop takes knight because the c3 pawn is hanging. But
Exactly.
But this position, just to show again, maybe the white knight keeps itself on the board, but if there are exchanges, then this position, apparently
Favors
black is winning.
Wow.
According to the eval bar, because white's bishop is so bad, can never ever do anything, and black's just gonna come in.
And Magnus is a beast when it comes to these opposite color bishop positions and understanding them. It's so much about the quality of the bishops than the quantity of the pawns.
Yeah. I mean, I would take black here, but I would never think I'm winning when I'm a pawn down and no immediate threats.
Yes.
That is crazy.
You just want to... Sorry, David. go on.
Goated. I was going to say, carry on, Tanya.
Yeah, no, goated if he's seen this through, and I think he might have, but it's just the number of times we've seen him be under pressure and find ways to go on the counter offense. Knight e4 is just such a vintage Magnus, and love that emoji. Very, very cool bishop there right at the end of the line.
Yeah, so it just goes to show potential twists and turns ahead. Alireza has to be on guard. We're going to go on a very short break, but during that break, don't go anywhere because we are going to be playing Ferdinando's pre-Armageddon interview. We'll see what his frame of mind is like as he's set up for an Armageddon against Wesley So don't go anywhere.
Prag, how would you summarize it? Did you feel you had any chances there?
I should have, but I didn't really see. I kind of missed some important detail at some point, and I think I had to be... It was nothing, I think.
Good luck in Armageddon.
Prag, going to the Armageddon with white pieces, are you happy with your colors?
Yeah, it's what I got, so it's not really something I can do. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm hoping for a fight.
And what will be now your preparation before going to the game? Do you have your second here to consult you?
Yeah, my second should be here, but I haven't seen him yet, so I should find him. Okay, I see him. Yeah, I will probably discuss something.
Thank you. Good luck.
We are back with day one of Norway Chess, and it's that moment where it is crunch time. Magnus Carlsen, well, he's won Norway Chess 7 times already, but it's the first round, and it looks like he's in big trouble against Alireza. He has to play accurately, but he's not a 5-time world champion for no reason, and he's doing everything he can to create chaos.
Actually, 21-time world champion, 7-time Norway chess champion. And I want to just add to that, he's just added time on the clock. Magnus is up for the first time in the game. Alireza now chasing the timer right there. Knight e4, an attacking move there played. Will Alireza go g4? Will he pick up the a6 pawn? I have a feeling that it's shifting, David Howell. Magnus might start getting ambitious in this position.
Yeah, this is a huge moment. Magnus's last move was so instructive. Just for those of you joining us now, it is a pawn sacrifice, but it's a positional idea. If Black gets this outpost forever, then Magnus is in no trouble, even if he drops this a6 pawn. And I think taking this pawn would be a strategic error from Firouzja. He wouldn't be losing, but if this pawn is taken, the idea is to kick this knight out. And a position such as this one, Black has such a good grip in the center. White's bishop on h4 is just hitting granite here. It's such a bad piece that only Black can have the advantage. Firouzja, I was doing some investigation during the break. I think he needs to play g4. I think the only way to keep his advantage, but also long-term to ensure that Magnus doesn't outplay him, is to play g4 right now.
But what's the follow-up?
Yes.
What happens after g4 and let's say the bishop falls back?
Glad you asked. It's crazy stuff. And this, I must say, is the engine. This is beyond my capabilities and very difficult, I'm going to say, for Alireza. After rook takes pawn now, f6, trying to kick this knight out. We said this was the key idea. You don't move the knight. You don't even defend it. You just block Black's bishop in. This is, I'm going to say, almost impossible. f5.
Never happening. How do you play this move?
Exactly. And the idea is crazy. After the white knight is captured, you now take this black knight, now that the black bishop can't take it back, and then you finally step forward and you pin. And total role reversal from earlier. Suddenly black's bishop is the one that's dead. Suddenly white's bishop is fantastic, coming around to pick up pawns, and you regain the piece with interest. Alireza, he hasn't played g4. I can't blame him. It was almost impossible.
I think it wasn't g4 that's impossible, but the idea of sacrificing your piece and not recapturing such an easy miss, and especially now that you're down to 12.5 minutes on the clock. Rook takes pawn has to be the most human move played by Alireza, but is this where Magnus does Magnus things? Where he's suddenly going to sneak his way into an advantage right now? He needs to play f6. And I have to say that f6 has to be on his radar. You know, we were talking about the good knight. You want to kick it out of the way. Knight e4, f6, it just feels like incredibly logical as a follow-up.
Yeah, there's one risk, there's one thing that Alireza's done well here that Magnus might get tempted by. There is a pawn hanging, but I don't think he should get tempted. I don't think he should take it. And yeah, f6 evicting this knight. Now there's no tactics. They don't work for white. White has to pretty much take everything off, and black is safe.
But sorry, Joanka. I was going to say that we need to see what happens after knight takes pawn, because it is a pawn hanging. And I'm guessing it's got everything to do with the knight on c6 being pinned. Once you start putting pressure on the c3 knight, David, I believe it should be a1 or c1. But a1 just looks more natural. And then queen to a4 next, once the knight gets out of the way.
Exactly that. And I think this is easy to calculate, I'm going to say, or possible to calculate, at least for Magnus. It's a 3-move variation. And there we go. This would be too dangerous for black. Yes, he wouldn't lose immediately because he can defend, but then he's on the passive side. So he plays f6. Blue arrow appeared. Only way to keep the balance. Magnus finds it.
Yeah, but the lines that we saw, I was just going to say, after f6, like knight takes knight, weren't they just good for Magnus on account of the fact that he had such a powerful light square bishop?
I don't believe that Alireza will take bishop takes knight at the end of it. I don't think he'll go into this opposite color bishop. He'll just say he's up a pawn. He keeps the bishop there. Yes, the knight on e4 looks very scary, but it's fine. Maybe queen a1, maybe queen c1, but you keep the position like this.
But my problem with this position as white is that this bishop on h4 is completely locked out of the game.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's the worst bishop ever. If it can transform to a pawn, it probably would. If it could transform to a knight, it definitely would. Yeah, this bishop's just going to be passive, sitting behind. It might be a key idea in this position, after everything's traded, to still go for this idea of g4, still try to kick the bishop away. And if the bishop drops back, now you can take this and breathe a sigh of relief, because suddenly you have a pass pawn.
He just took the knight, by the way, David.
Whoa, Alireza's made a huge positional decision. I was going to say he should still have gone g4, f5, locking that bishop, but he's just taken the knight.
Yeah.
What?
This is basically giving Magnus a monstrous piece in the center of the board for the rest of his life. Like, that bishop can never be challenged. G2 will always be tender.
What is
One
his idea?
infiltration on the second rank, it's game over.
Forget good knight. This is good bishop. The best bishop I've seen in ages.
Okay, well, he has an idea of going knight f2 and saying, that's fine, I can play around that piece.
Okay.
But it's very much on the defensive.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Knight g4, knight f2, the only way to actually counter that bishop on e4. You want that piece out of there. Is this the moment you start challenging for the open lines? Get your rook on e8, get your rook on b8.
Yeah, I think it's just as much to challenge the open lines as to break the pin, which has been annoying for a few moves now. Oh, huge moments. Just an update on the clock as well. This is move 23, so Alireza has 17 moves to make in 11 minutes. Physically possible, but that means he's got around 40 seconds per move. Magnus has a bit more time, 15 minutes, to make 18 moves.
And the Armageddon between Pragg and Wesley, that has begun. Pragg with the white pieces will begin with 10 minutes. Wesley, so playing black, has 7 minutes. It is Wesley who does get draw odds. So that game's just kicking off. They're heading out to the opening. What do we think?
Well, there we have it in front of us. I'm just taking it in right now. And Pragg with the white pieces there.
Attempts by Pragg to do the exact same thing that happened in game 1 when they played earlier today. But this time, Wesley's put a pawn on c6. He's built the triangle, as they sometimes say. This pawn formation, rock solid. Until this move, rook g1. That's not a mouse slip, ladies and gentlemen. He's playing over the board, rook g1 instead of castling. If I saw it online, I might question it, but this is clearly intended towards a massive pawn push here. G for go. He's going for it in this Armageddon.
I think it's coming in next, and you have to, right? As white, a must-win game. A draw just doesn't work for you. You need to take your chances. You need to create these imbalances. G4, I think we're going to see H4 next as well. He's not going to stop there. The bishop comes out. Does he first kick the knight back? Pragg reaches out. H4 coming in to join the party. I think at some point, if you're black, if you're Wesley here, you want to try to trade that bishop on B2. Wesley wants to play bishop A3 if he's allowed to get that move in.
Yeah, partly to get rid of pieces because he's a bit cramped right now as black, but definitely because this is a archer from afar, sniper bishop. Oh, this is scary though already. Like at some point, white's got the option of hitting this pawn. The H-pawn battery, the battering ram is starting.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, I was actually wondering whether Pragg would take the time out to go A3. Nope, doesn't even bother. H4, H5, H6 incoming.
And the thing is, you can get bishop A3, you can force the trade-off, but it takes away so much of your time and so much of your moves. So Wesley, instead playing in the center, he's potentially threatening to push that D pawn forward as well, just to open some lines, get some inroads on that white king, still at the center of the board. Completely ignored. H5, G6, H6, everything 6.
Wow. I've got to say, I'm pretty sure I've had this exact position in like blitz games online against like lower rated opposition, because you know that often players just want a solid position as black, so you just start throwing pawns forward, and if they don't stop you, this is what you get. It feels like Wesley's just not even tried to stop Pragg from getting the dream attack. Like G6 next, H6 next, anything next. And Wesley's even more time down than he was when he started this game.
I remember I had a position very similar to this as black, and I ended up like taking on c4. My opponent just went knight e4, and then knight f6 went incoming, and I lost very, very quickly.
That's definitely something that has to be on your radar, all these ideas. Look at that. Wesley does not strike with d4. Instead, rook d8. He's completely unconcerned with everything that's going on in the right flank. But I'm not sure if that's such a good idea here. Are you going to rush with h6, g6, or do you take some time out, maybe go long castle?
Yeah. When in doubt, just get the pieces out. Get that king to safety. I mean, he might as well involve that rook on a1 at some point. I don't think he necessarily gain anything by showing your hand with white here. Pragg can play any of these two moves at any point, h6, g6, and actually in Armageddon, it's nice to keep that up your sleeve. You keep your opponent guessing and calculating every move. Which one's it going to be? They'll burn more time.
It's like the threat is stronger than its execution, right? It's like the dangling sword, which will force you to keep burning the clock if you're black right now, watching out for these moves. Although knowing Prague, he's such a direct player sometimes, and it's hard to stop yourself when you've gone G4, G5, you've gone H4, H5. I think H6 is incredibly attractive right now to create those holes in front of Black King.
Oh, and then the white bishop is laughing all the way to the extra half point that the Armageddon might get him here. He does castle though. He takes a timeout. Good move. And the problem for Wesley, as Ivanka pointed out, like, what's he even do? Like, if he pushes the D pawn, then he only gives white's knight this beautiful square on E4.
Yeah, you can go knight E4 already. That's how I fell to the sword. It wasn't even a blitz game either.
Oh. It's very honest of you, Ivanka. These positions are hard though with Black. And I mean, I don't really see what Wesley has in mind if Prague just takes this pawn. It is a pawn sacrifice, I guess. Unless is he really going to take on F3? But Prague says no.
Yeah, I think he's seen Ivanka's game.
Yeah, been studying it before the round.
Well, this is the thing. Knight F6 is incoming.
It's a big threat.
It's a huge threat. So he just goes...
Ooh, he completely ignores it. But I think his idea is you go knight F6. He obviously never captures it with a pawn. He's got enough pieces to retake.
Yeah.
So maybe not just enough time to get that move in. Can you keep playing on the light squares? Get that other knight to F5 as well. Knight H4, knight F5 could be a plan to carry forward the attack.
Yeah, I love that one. And it would pretty much force Black to play G6. Like, it's unthinkable to allow another knight in. The Black Queen can't hold that square because White's bishop just lines up as well. Bishop G4 would hit the queen. So G6 looks forced. Like, I never want to touch pawns in front of my king when I'm being attacked, especially in opposite side castling, but you got to do what you got to do.
Oof.
Wesley down to 4 minutes.
Oh gosh, and the clock isn't even his biggest problem right now. Big questions on the board for Wesley So right now. Knight H4. He does go with G6, David. Your move on the board. How do you keep putting pressure if you're Pragnananda right now on the clock and with the attack?
Yeah, it feels like there's something immediate, but even if there isn't, like, maybe just line up the bishop on this diagonal, some sacrifices in the air. If you get time, like, maybe just double up on the H-file, just bring the rooks across and try to break in. But yeah, of course, he will want something direct, will want something immediate. I do like the fact for Wesley, at least, that he's blocked out this beautiful bishop on B2. So long term, he's got chances if he survives the next few moves.
But your bishop D3 idea is so ominous. Because, you know, you see as Black that there's going to be some potential sacrifices on G6, and that's something you're going to have to be calculating on every single move. And when you just have 4 minutes left.
And he does it. He does it. That up right now. Bishop D3 played. Wesley ready with his response. Forcing Prague's hand with the H5 pawn. Knight takes pawn is a threat right now. Do you want to block the king side with H6 or capture on G6? Prague on the decision right now.
Yeah, no question here that Wesley will take back that pawn with his F pawn. Normally, we always say capture towards the center, but he has to open up his rook on the F file to create counterplay. You can't open the H file for White's rooks to infiltrate down. Yeah, it's difficult. Like, my first instinct is to block it, push the pawn, but maybe you do need some open lines for White.
This is the first time in my commentary history that I've got David as a co-commentator. There's a connect 4 on the board, but David hasn't even mentioned it, and he's saying White's crushing. What's going on here, David Howell?
Something's happened. There's something in the air, like something in the fjord here in Norway. I don't know. I was hoping you wouldn't call me out. I nearly said connect 4 earlier, but okay, now I can say it. Tanya, connect 4 for White. Ignore the question mark. White's got connect 4 and H6 coming next. Connect 5 is a forced win. We all know it.
Yeah, sadly it's the wrong game, but it's good enough. But well, okay, knight blocks.
Push that pawn. F4, F5 coming in. That's got to be Prague's idea. Once the knight's out of the way, it's screaming to be played right now.
Yeah, it's just hard to break the 4, that quartet of pawns. It's just physically hard to push forward, but he should be doing it now. It's a pity the connect 5's off the board. Knight takes H5 was a good move from Wesley, though.
I mean, could you play some funky moves, such as knight to F5 as well?
Ooh.
I mean, I think it's just flashy stuff, not necessary. F5 instead. This is what you wanted, Tanya. And this is a great idea, actually. You can just almost take it into a positional game where you can go F6, lock out the knight on H5.
Ooh.
Yes, and then go bishop E2 and actually pick that knight up and win the game.
Yeah, bishop E2 in the near future. You can just keep building. I don't really see Black's next move. Black's totally stuck. The bishop on C7 is dead. The knight on D7 can't move. The queen is stuck. The knight in h5, stuck. Black is frozen. He just keeps bringing more pieces into the attack. Beautiful play from Prag.
Yeah, incredible. And he does keep those extra seconds on the clock as well. Huge advantage there. Wesley running out of moves, no improving moves, so he simply shuffles the king out of the way, moves it away from the G line. And now do you go f6 or do you first start targeting that knight at the corner of the board?
Ooh, both moves are tempting. I think if you don't need to play f6, it's nice to keep the option of taking on g6. And yeah, I think he will want that option, but both look almost winning.
David, knowing Prag, he's just going to play something inconspicuous. I was going to say, but bishop e2, it is. Knight g7, impossible. The knight and the queen get forked.
It's the last thing you want right now, but Wesley just can't move. He drops his other knight back to b8. Oof. He really wants to push forward with d3 or throw some spanner in the works. Bishop takes knight now. His idea is d3. But is it enough?
That's actually quite tricky, though, with the rook defending that pawn, disconnecting the queen to the central knight, and then not bothering about the bishop at the corner of the board, but picking up the knight on e4 after d3. Nicely set up by Wesley in desperation here.
Yeah, and note how Wesley's playing super quick now. He's actually up on time with black for the first time in this game, because he knows, like, position is gone. Position is dead. He just has to hope Prag gets nervous, and the clock plays a role.
Yeah. Well, knight to b8 with the idea of d3 is a very disruptive move, but I mean, ultimately, is it any good?
We'll find out if bishop takes knight was to happen. And I think if it doesn't happen, Wesley continues maneuvering. Knight c6, knight b4, again reinforcing that idea of the d pawn moving forward is part of the plan. Prag goes, he takes the bait.
Yeah.
Wesley about to push that central pawn forward.
Well, if he goes d3, there are consequences. Suddenly the bishop on b2 becomes that sniper. So d3 played.
He lost his connect 4. He lost the pawn chain.
But where's the queen to go? Does she have to be precise? Can she just tuck herself back?
I think black takes the knight at the center of the board regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a queen to d1 looks so much more tempting than...
And now get it to g4. Start hitting the bishop. Line up on the h line. Deliver checkmate on h7.
Oof, this is beautiful. Gaining time against the bishop. Unthinkable to take white's bishop, but maybe he has to right now. No other choices. If he drops back, it's sacrifice town. You can take it any direction. Take all the pawns. And whoops, take the pawn with the pawn, knight, bishop, and the black king to open.
But actually, you might not even be able to recapture the piece. There's a fork at the end of the line. Might just be lost on the spot. Pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, knight takes pawn.
Yeah.
Everything takes pawn.
Yep.
Almost over. Wesley needs one last trick. But where? This has been so one-sided, so dominant from Prag. The Reti opening, underestimated. Trust me.
This g4 idea is very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
And like Tanya said, Wesley, well, he's on desperate times here. Captures the pawn. Okay, knight takes.
I'm telling you, it's going to be on h7. You better watch out. In fact, Wesley doesn't even pick up that knight. He goes queen to e6. And right now, white has an extra piece. But both bishop and knight hanging.
Yeah, which one to save?
Ooh, he's just going forward. Pragnananda does not know how to retreat. You have to capture the bishop to restore material balance.
Well, and the only thing that Wesley can hope for is to swap off the queens, prolong the game.
Not going to happen, Yovi. He's going to take queen takes pawn. No queen trades allowed.
No, he could cash it in and bank it. Queen takes queen, knight can give a fork on f7. That would win the exchange. Rook for knight there. But yeah, he's keeping the queens on. He's wanted checkmate ever since move 1.
Ever since knight f3, because knight f3 is going for checkmate.
It's the most attacking move. What can I say? Best by some test.
Okay.
Best by today's test. Okay, queen trade. He can still do it now. Queen takes queen and land a knight in on f7.
And that's going to be sufficient.
Does he do it? I don't know. I have a feeling that Prag... Oh, he does.
Yes,
he does go for the endgame.
Put it in the bank.
Yeah, it's time to cash in. The big check.
The fork.
Pick up the rook.
There we go. Wesley's only a pawn down, technically. He's got a knight and a pawn for the rook, but infiltration, Prag gets in. You don't hold this. We are 9 moves away from the increment. 1 minute 20 to make it. Should be enough time.
Yes, and the rook on f6 is so powerful, right? Your next move, you can play rook e6, or you can double up on the f line, and the pawn on e5 is going to be a target.
No, this is going to be... You need a miracle to save this one. It attacked the bishop. Wesley falls back. And now, for Prag, he's going to activate his other rook. Brings on to the f line.
Okay, Wesley's been sneaky though, you know, he's trying to lock out the white rook on c6.
Also, I want to point out, I mean, no increment, 1 second after move 40. Crazy things can happen if we leave the 20-second territory here.
Yeah, we've seen so many players flag recently with just 1 second increment over the board. Like, physically making the move can be tough. So Prag needs to keep the speed. He brings his other rook in.
I have a feeling there are more twists and turns ahead of us right now. He goes in with that rook.
Yeah, I thought actually that he could...
You can keep chasing it, right? 97. Right. Maybe Prag wants to go rook to e6 and try to force a trade.
Yeah, one set of rooks off the board and white will have free reign to get in with his rooks. Yeah, it's just hard for Wesley to find a productive move. Maybe pushing the h-pawn. Nope, he moves his rook instead.
He wants to keep everything under control, defend all the squares and just play on time. Wesley's best friend is the clock right now. Prag keeps infiltrating with his rooks, now doubling up on the c line.
Ooh, he wants to go further. He wants to put his rook on d8, double up on the 8th rank, sneak in behind maybe.
Double trouble all along.
Oh, and now it's Wesley burning the clock.
And the e-pawn, I just still want to point out, still vulnerable.
Yeah, under fire. I think at some point Wesley has to try to create a pass on the other side, either go h6 or h5. Instead, he tries to keep things under control, simply shuffles with the king. Okay, now you could get the rook to h8, but he goes d8.
I think rook h8 might have been an accuracy because maybe it's a risk of getting trapped with a knight to f8. So rook to d8, precise as always. Now the bishop slams down.
And that wins more material. The rook is trapped. If it moves, the knight drops. If knight takes bishop, then rook can take back with the check, and the black bishop drops on b8. So Wesley has to give up a second exchange. He's 2 exchanges down. Way too much material now.
And down on the clock as well by a few seconds. Wesley so is right now. Bishop to e5. And look at that. Did he? He doesn't even go for that rook. Beautiful stuff. He's going to pick up the bishop on e5. I think Wesley just resigns.
Yeah, Wesley doesn't know maybe that the player's just got increment. This very move, 1 second increment is added. So Prag should be out of danger on the clock. Extra bishop. Too much, too much work to do here with black to hold on.
And too many pawns as well.
We have resigns and a win for Prag as he moves to 1.5 points. You know, the classical game was maybe a touch disappointing for Prag because he got such a promising position, but the Armageddon game was just perfection.
I think both the Armageddon wins that we've had, Bibisara and Pragnananda, have been played out flawlessly by both of them. And Prag starting Norway chess with a win against one of the most solid players on the circuit, he's got to be feeling good about that one, even if it was just the Armageddon.
Yeah, beautiful, one-sided, instructive as well. Just that plan, I think, is one worth studying for everyone at home that Prag was able to enact there. That leaves us with 4 games remaining, 4 classical games. Where should we jump first? I'm shocked that Humpy is back in her game against Bibisara, no longer losing position, no longer even material down. Magnus, that is a fun game. They're down to the last 4 or 5 minutes each. What are we doing? So much action. Gukesh still a pawn up against Kaima, but Kaima now super active with his pieces.
Do you feel that the action is going to be in the Alireza Magnus game? Because yes, Magnus is a pawn down, but his knight is so good on d5. Ooh. Let's go there. Magnus down to 5 minutes, 34 seconds.
Let's go to this game or let's go to the good night? Which one? Because Black's knight is
I thought
beautiful.
It's the same thing.
Same thing. That is
We've got quite a few good knights on the board.
Exactly. Incredible piece. I mean, the eval bar says 0.0. White's a pawn up, but with the inferior minor piece.
Yeah.
Which side are we taking?
I do love that knight on d5. It's not going anywhere. It's targeting e3, c3. I'm picking Magnus. Maybe it's the Magnus bias as well. And now he's the one who's up on the clock, playing with the better minor piece, has the open B line as well, putting pressure. I'd say that Magnus is on the better side of equality here.
Okay, Ivanka, who are you picking? Extra pawn or the beautiful knight?
Well, usually, you know, I am a member of the Pawn Grabbers Association, but the bishop on e1, it's a bad bishop. It's a good defender, let's put it that way. But it's not just that. It's the fact that the rook is threatening to come down to b3, and I just don't see anything active for white.
So you're picking the knight?
Yes, the good knight.
The good knight it is.
Yes, same. I would love to find any reason to disagree, but now I'm looking at the clock. Alireza has 2.5 minutes. He pushes at least 1 pawn to a light square, trying to make his bishop less bad. But 2.5 minutes, he has 10 moves to make before any increment kicks in.
Yeah, I'm literally sitting next to two of the biggest pawn grabbers that I know.
Yes.
So it definitely says something if you guys agree that it's Magnus's piece activity that's going to be doing the talking. So f5 played, but that pawn could also come under fire with the queen moving back at the right time, starting to put pressure via c8 to f5. Or is there something more active? Maybe Jovanka's idea of going rook b3, but I will point out rook b3 could be met by a potential attack with queen h5, some rook a7 ideas. You have to be a little careful.
You do have to be a little bit careful, right? Because there is rook a7 ideas in the air, followed by queen g4, queen h5. Still
Tricky.
Potential, right?
f5 is actually really tricky.
Very good move. I think that is Alireza at his best when he foresees some attack. And when the time scramble happens, then he's able to actually set a trap and kind of bamboozle his opponents. Magnus is a very wily customer, though. He does understand the risks involved. He puts his king on h7. It is in checking distance, but if the white queen goes now, then the e3 pawn drops. So not quite yet. And he doesn't want to allow any back rank checks with tempo. The white rook can never sneak in now with gain of time. This could definitely be all three results, though. Like, I know we all said we prefer black, but I could see white winning this. Here we go.
David, there's still 9 moves to be made, Jovanka, and 1 minute 50 seconds for Alireza Firouzja. He goes for it. He's giving up a pawn for the attack.
Exactly, and should you even capture that pawn? I would say no.
It's a trap. He set his first trap. I think this loses on the spot. Knight takes pawn because first white gives a check, but the queen is going to step back, hitting the rook, hitting the knight. That is so sneaky, Alireza Firouzja. That is so easy to fall into and blunder.
It really is, because you're only looking at ideas of rook a7, putting pressure on g7, but a double attack, 2 undefended pieces coming under fire. It's an easy miss, but Magnus has 4 minutes. I think he sees this one.
Yeah. I suspect also because the pawn on e4 is hanging, that we might see a Magnus type queen e8, cover all the bases.
I was going to say, I'm glad you pointed that out, because I was so tempted to make the move rook to a8 and just trade off the rooks on the a line, but then I see that I just end up losing that pawn on e4 at the end of it.
But actually, I also see if you step back with the queen, rook a7 is coming.
Can we revise our opinions? I suddenly like white. Even the worst bishop is just as good as a good knight. Magnus, his hand was shaking a little bit as he retreats his queen.
He's setting up knight takes pawn. And if queen takes pawn, what's his idea next? Rook e8. It's got to be rook e8.
Yeah, and black skewers the white queen, wins back at least one of the pawns, keeps the good knight, and yeah, that's a very Magnus move. It's exactly what you were describing, Jovanka. He keeps control. He defends the 7th rank. The white rook can't get in. Defends the pawn. Keeps an eye on f5. Covers e8. Very nice move. Can I revise my opinion again? I don't know. 1 minute, though, for Alireza. He's got 9 moves to make. Oh, it's less than 10 seconds a move at this point. Oh, he does take a pawn.
He takes it. Rook to e8, attacking the queen, hitting the pawn behind it. Or will Magnus find something better, more active? It truly is a game for all 3 results right now.
Yeah. I mean, if the rooks come off, I think that helps Magnus. Queens come off, unclear. Bishop for knight exchange, of course, will never happen. On Magnus's, on his watch, it won't happen.
The only thing I feel about rook to e8 is that Alireza intends to get his queen right back from where it came from, and then again threatening a check on g6. I don't know how comfortable it is for black to pick up that pawn on e3.
Oh, wow. There's actually tactics here. Maybe we can show this. That's a really nice trick there that you just mentioned, Tanya, because rook to e8, there are some traps. If white goes back to g4, as you mentioned, knight takes e3, queen check on g6. The king, I'm not sure which square is best, but rook a7. Oh. That's exactly what you were describing, right? Like,
yeah.
Suddenly, if the black queen gets distracted, then whoops, double attack. The knight drops.
I'm going to be honest, I thought it's at best a perpetual. But it's actually you're losing a piece at the end of the line.
Guys, it's on the board right now.
Queen g4 played.
Queen g4.
Just to mention, queen b5, blue arrow move there. Queen b5 was the best, but now queen g4. Magnus is in a bit of trouble. He needs to allow this.
Whoa, and that's impossible, right? You have to walk into a line that you're losing a piece. Magnus is about to go down in this one.
What is the save?
This is I don't think Magnus finds this. The best move for everyone at home. Knight takes pawn. You walk into the opponent's trap. You walk your king back. And after rook to a7, you're getting skewered. It looks like you're losing on the spot, but you can play knight to d1.
No! Whoa!
Rook takes bishop is a checkmate threat, and the game continues. White is still better. bishop to d2, you have to... Now you can, for example, take this rook because the knight is no longer hanging, but you still have to defend for Magnus. He's in huge trouble, but if he doesn't take this pawn, he's lost.
If Magnus spots knight to d1, that will be a genius moment. That move is insane.
Give him 1 hour, he might find it. Give him 1 minute, that's almost
If anyone
impossible.
can, David. If anyone can. It's this guy in front of us.
He has to take this pawn. If he doesn't, he's 2 pawns down, and e4 comes.
And that's just game over. The bishop comes to d2. You've got an active piece. You're up 2 pawns. The knight gets thrown back. Magnus has to go for this line where he's going to be sacrificing a queen for 1 move. He has to spot knight to d1. You can see the panic on him. He's down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. He doesn't know what to do.
He's shaking his head.
He hasn't seen it yet. 1 minute. They still have... Well, he has 8 moves to make in 1 minute.
He's going to do it. He finds knight takes pawn.
Even if he does, it's hard to defend. But this is it.
But the alternative is just to put the queen on e7 and be material down.
And that's just delaying the inevitable, right? You simply defend that e3 pawn with your bishop, line up the rook, push that e pawn. You're basically surrendering yourself.
He's
You're
now
losing eventually.
Under 50 seconds.
Oh my goodness. Knight takes pawn. Magnus, make a move.
He's got 8 moves to make in 40 seconds. He's got 5 seconds per move.
And it's that move, knight d1, that he has to spot at the end of that line.
He has to start by taking this pawn.
He's got no time, David.
It looks like a blunder. He's panicking. He's under 30 seconds.
He's not going to play it.
Magnus Carlsen's going down.
It is analysis paralysis from him. He just doesn't know what to play right now.
20 seconds. Tick-tock goes the clock. He moves the king.
That is a blunder from Magnus Carlsen. A missed chance, at least. e4 is coming now. He's 2 pawns down.
And he's got no time on the clock. Shake of his head. He can't believe it.
Now, too late. He jumps in with his knight. But now white can simply move the queen. Alireza's got everything covered. Magnus with 10 seconds to make 4 moves.
But it doesn't matter. Even if he survives the time scramble, the position's dead lost for black.
No chance here. He needs a miracle.
I cannot believe this. Alireza Firouzja with an injured leg here.
Yeah.
Taking down Magnus Carlsen on home turf.
And proving us all wrong.
And resigns! Alireza Firouzja gets the win in the classical against Magnus Carlsen.
Wow. And it was that sequence with f5. A brilliant move there. And Alireza picks up 3 points against the world #1. What a start.
Wow, that is huge. We know that Magnus isn't known as a fast starter. We know that sometimes he struggles to get into gear, but it looked like he'd done everything right. It looked like he'd got past the worst. We were saying we liked Magnus's position, but Alireza turned on the fireworks. He did not limp to victory there. He cruised to victory at the end with some really nice tactics. We can't blame Magnus for missing that last chance, but wow, what a result for the tournament.
Insane. Would you say it was a bit of a sprint by Alireza at the end?
No, by hook or by crook, he was determined to win.
It's a crutch victory.
Even when that knight was hopping around, he was able to...
Okay, let's stop.
Okay. Alireza, what a result for him. Fantastic stuff.
Absolutely tremendous. And yeah, it just goes to show the law of unintended consequences. When he played f5, suddenly it was like, oh wow, the position just opened up to a new level. And Alireza walks away with 3 points. He'll be very happy tonight. Meanwhile, we have 3 games ongoing, and I can see from the evaluation bar that we are set for some decisive results. Bibi Sara Salbaeva looks like she's in full control against Humpy Kineru, and Ju Wenjun, the evaluation bar is completely in her favor against Divya Deshmukh.
And there we go. It's another result. We see Humpy resign at the end there. She was about to either get checkmated or lose her queen in the corner. That is, yeah, I think not an unexpected result. We knew that Bibi Sara was winning from an early stage in this game, but Humpy was fighting back.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it was the clock that cost her. She only had a few seconds left when the final blunder was made. Just to show the final position, this check is deadly. If king to d5, there's a skewer, and the white queen gets picked up on the diagonal. If the white king goes the other way and tries to dodge, then this is a beautiful checkmate. The black knight does the work, and Bibi Sara off to a fast start.
Yep, off to a start. And well done to Bibi Sara, moves to 3 points. Maybe we can take a look at Ju Wenjun, Divya Deshmukh.
Let's do that, but then quickly head over to Vincent as well, who's playing on his final few seconds. He does get the increment though of 10 seconds because they've crossed over move 40.
Yep.
So let's start with Vengeance board.
Yeah, let's start here because the eval bar has been doing some real work. Just 2 moves ago, Ju Wenjun totally winning. Now it's back to level.
Oof.
Divya defending for her life right now. Wow. Black is a pawn up, but White's queen so active. White's f-pawn super strong.
I don't even know whose king is feeling more unsafe right now. This is absolutely nuts, the position. Zhu Wenjun there, beautiful pawn on f6, but she's only hoping to get it to f7, open up that bishop on g7, on b2 even. Gets the rook in.
Well, okay, this is going to invite a check from Divya.
Do you think she just wants to repeat? Is this a bailout move?
Ooh.
Feels like that, no? Let's go to Armageddon.
Yeah, big moments. If Divya plays this move with a check, let's try and figure out. That would repeat the position. This is a key moment. Does Divya bail out or does she play for a win? I can confirm everything else is dead lost on the spot for Divya Deshmukh right now. She cannot allow the white bishop to come into e5 and lock her queen out. So she needs to make this move, give a check, make a draw. We might see handshakes in a second. This would be the third time we see this position. She can stop the clock now and claim. She doesn't.
But it's Zhu Wenjun is making the claim.
Oh, nobody wants to claim. Nobody wants to call the arbiter.
But she did kind of do that signaling right there, Zhu Wenjun did to Divya, but Divya didn't look up.
No.
So it's back on Divya.
Okay.
Also crazy things happening on the Gukesh Vincent board.
Yeah, we have to...
Oh, and there we have. It's a draw. It goes into Armageddon, our third of the day.
Yeah, fair result in the end, an up and down game, but Zhu Wenjun disappointed here. We jump into the world champion against one of his former seconds, but Vincent's king is living life on the edge. This looks like checkmate. It's level material. Advantage white, but can he deliver the killer blow?
I mean, 3 is the magic number when it comes to an attack. Knight, bishop, and rook beautifully placed there. You could also get greedy with that h-pawn and simply say, I'm up a pawn in that endgame. I don't really see an attack for black.
Yeah, that's very tempting as well. Just get greedy.
Does he do it?
You don't need to calculate as well. Everything is fine.
Ooh, he comes back.
Okay, he tries to keep control.
Stopping rook c2 check.
Yes.
And attacking f6, attacking h6.
Blue arrow appears. Vincent here has to go active, attack that bishop. But the black rook's been so key as a defender. It's not an easy move to make.
And 6 seconds now for Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, well, he has to make a move.
He does it, a little panic there. Eventually lands on c3. And look at that, the world champion ready with his response. Defends it with the knight. Another blue arrow, another only move to be found.
But it makes sense, right? Because black's only chance is to get active. And, of course, he jumps in. Knight c4, threatening the pawn on e3.
Yep, the rook attacked as well. So white has 2 moves. White has to give a check with his rook or just take this knight.
But it does feel that Gukesh has lost a bit of that piece coordination over the last 2 moves.
He's lost his activity. Like, that white bishop was doing a good job of keeping the black king caged. The white knight was also doing a great job. Suddenly retreat mode. Yes, he's killing his opponent's counterplay, but sometimes you take away the risk, you take away your winning chances at the same time. And rook takes. Now his own pawn is hanging. This could become a race now between opposing pass pawns.
Yeah, you take on f6, you take on b4, pawns running up the board. Whose chances are we liking, Yovi?
I don't know. I was thinking, can you lessen the risk with rook to b6? At least then the a6 pawn. But okay, bishop c8.
We're going to see it now. Takes.
Surprised he forced that bishop to c8. Maybe he wants to deliver an annoying check. It's 4 versus 1 though on the king's side. Vincent's just got to start pushing soon.
But it just feels that the black pawns on the left flank are super fast.
Yeah.
You know, you go a5, a4, and black's king really well placed to stop the central pawns eventually.
But I also want to say that the e-pawn is also a runner. And
it's a runner.
The rook, the knight, and in combination with the pawn on e5 or e6, it's going to be dangerous.
Ooh, look at that. Gives up a pawn. He's coming out with the king. He wants to set up some checkmating ideas against the...
Okay, well, can black start marching forward? b4.
Yeah, it's time to start racing. Vincent Keimer doesn't have much time to calculate. b4 would make sense. The white king's coming, though.
You need nerves of steel, though. Because you can visualize that the king is going to march up to d6, f6. Black king could be in serious trouble.
I think the key here is that Gukesh can probably bail out if he wants. He can probably force a draw, just repeat by giving loads of checks. Vincent has to take the draw if Gukesh wants, but I don't think Vincent can force a draw, really, ever, because white's got 3 active pieces against 2. His king and knight are so strong.
I think he's going to do that. I think he just goes up with his king and then starts checking black endlessly. You know, you've got ideas of rook h8, rook h7. Actually, king e5 starts threatening that. It's an immediate perpetual that you're setting up.
Okay.
He wants more, though, I think. He wants king d6, and then it's hard to keep the black bishop on the board. That could be a really annoying check.
Well, how is black to keep the game alive?
Vincent, he makes a move with 2 seconds left. He's running towards the white rook. I mean, Vincent's playing for his life here. I don't think he would love a draw right now. I don't think he's even trying to play for a win despite his pawns.
Let's remind everyone, Vincent Keimer was on Gukesh's team for the World Championship match against Ding Liren, so he very well knows that offering a draw will not work. Gukesh will play this on.
Exactly. Gukesh's life motto is to play every game to the bitter end. For better or worse, Rook g1, that feels like a loss of a tempo. Really mysterious move there. Just a pass. He's saying, what's your next move?
It's tempting to give a check, but from which direction? He goes to f6. And now where do you move your king? Do you hide towards the right side? He does it. Just far away from the white knight.
And as Gukesh, do you start to play it safe, put your rook on b6, keep an eye on the queenside board? And he does that.
He's going to defend it, Yovi. He's going to go a5.
Yeah.
Not giving you that pawn.
Okay, they're getting closer.
Closer to what?
Closer to promotion, those pawns. But, okay, he's holding them up. He's keeping those pawns honest. Black's only way to protect everything now is to use his rook. But White's knight could go hunting if it wanted.
But this is getting really nervy because the bishop can take the pawn on h3.
And probably should.
He first
Rook
defends that a5 pawn.
Exactly.
And next your idea, bishop takes pawn coming on. And now, are you going to give that check, trying to get rid of that bishop to defend that h3 pawn? No, he just always wants more. He's playing for that e-passer now. E-pawn coming up the board. David Howell really enjoying life right now.
He knows I predicted 4 draws in the classical, so he wants this one to be decisive instead. Here we go. Can he keep playing for a win here, Gukesh? He's played, it feels like, the maximum. He's taking some risks if he allows this pawn to drop. But here we go. He does start going for the black pawns now.
Knight e7, a big threat.
Okay, well now you can just take the pawn on h3.
You got to do it. It's time.
I could see a scenario where Vincent takes this pawn, then gives up his bishop for White's 2 remaining pawns. Rook and knight versus rook should be a draw.
All right, so pawns traded off. b4 can't be picked up just yet because the knight on a5 is hanging. You can start chasing that white rook away. He reaches out for the bishop, puts pressure. Is there a good square?
Ooh. Rook is hit. The rook has to protect its knight. If it moves away, maybe the b-pawn will start running soon. Not quite yet, but soon.
And the rook on a1 can lift itself up to a3, and the b-pawn will have a clear path.
I think he's going to do just that, Yovi. Either via a3 or via b1, you get that b-pawn moving if you're Vincent Keimer.
And you know what's worrying as well? No time. The f-pawn is also vulnerable. Rook a3 makes perfect sense. Vincent... He has to remember the clock. Rook a3, played with 2 seconds left on the clock.
Again.
He's playing for a win because it felt like Vincent was happy with the draw for a while. Now he's suddenly going for the win, as our feature chat says there. Vincent.
Can't say Vincent without saying win.
Exactly. Knight check is the trick. Rook takes pawn, impossible due to a fork. Bishop takes knight. Okay, now the game. Now finally it's fizzling out towards a draw. Pawn's disappearing. Surely. Are there more twists and turns ahead? Vincent, once more, though, he gives a check. He doesn't take the pawn yet. He's asking questions from Gukesh.
Well, it's interesting, actually, because White has to be precise here where to put the king. If you put the king on e5, it's a draw. And I'm just seeing that if you put the king on e6, it would have been a loss.
Wow.
Yeah, and that I don't know why.
This is...
Bushes.
He now needs to give a check.
Only move in the position.
Only move. How?
Everything else loses.
How is that the only move? This is crazy. He's played e5.
And he's completely lost. If he finds his way, only move winning is picking up that pawn on f3. Everything else, it's in the balance again. If Vincent grabs that pawn, Vincent on the hunt for a win.
He's confused, Vincent. He's like, why are you giving me this pawn? Now it's 2 passes. Gukesh has tried too hard. He's pushed too much.
It was the most natural move in the position. Picks it up. And Gukesh in big trouble now. All hopes on that e-pawn.
But Vincent now needs to apparently push his b-pawn, which isn't obvious as it gets chased down by the white rook. And again, it's back to a draw. Now it should be enough. He needs to find blue arrow. Rook to b4. Keep an eye on that pawn. Black can't make progress. He finds it. Does he? There we go. Black's pawns can't push.
And Vincent Keimer with 16 seconds on the clock. Looking for ways to get that g-pawn moving. Wow. Who said rook pawn endgames are boring?
Yeah, they're not easy, that's for sure. At least nobody ever said they were easy. Now, only move again appears. Rook to b5, check.
Right, and you have to save that pawn. And now the question is, if the rook blocks the check, you have to go into that king and pawn ending, which is going to transfer to a queen endgame.
Oh, wow.
And he does it. We're seeing that being played out, and you can't pick up the pawn because then black wins the e6 pawn with a check, and that's a winning rook pawn endgame. We're going to see that being played out. Queens are going to be back on the board as Vincent reaches out for his.
Wow, this game is going to go on and on. It's the gift, the game that keeps giving. And yeah, queen endgame, good luck trying to defend this. Like, yes, it's a draw objectively. It's actually not great to have G pawns or B pawns when you're a pawn up in a queen endgame. But the drawing technique in a practical game like this with no time, almost impossible.
Yeah. It's very hard to hold this one as white.
There's not even any checks.
Yeah, and you have to always watch out for queen trades. The G pawn advancing, the white king feels misplaced. It should be on the other side of the board.
If you picked up the white king and put it over here, it's safe. You normally want to put it on the opposite diagonal from the opponent's promotion square. And then there are checks galore. But now, I think Vincent wins this.
I think so too. I mean, you have to be, again, precise. You look out for the cross checks. Queen a4 is going to be met with the queen centralizing.
And the problem with these positions is you can hold on. You can save it for 10 moves, 15 moves, 20 moves, but you have to be accurate for the next 80 moves if you're Gukesh right now.
Yeah.
Which as a human is impossible.
Exactly. Vincent can play 50 moves here and then play G4. 50 more moves and then push G3, and it's endless suffering, but he goes for it immediately. This is not going to be easy. I think Vincent should be trying to centralize his queen, though, at some point. That's the best way to dodge any checks long term, to use your queen as a shield.
It's like there's no good checks. And look at that. This is what happens. Just so easy to go wrong right now. He gives a check. The black queen about to step back.
Yeah, that only helps the black queen get closer to the center, more flexible then to block checks. He will play this move, Vincent. He will find it. White's king is just so poorly placed. So easy to give these cross checks.
Yeah.
And now you could just hide your king and then start pushing the G pawn. I don't see any...
Ooh, hang on a second.
I thought you just go G5.
It's all about precision in the queen and pawn endgames. King could have gone to G5. That was the only move to be winning, but still, I gotta say that this one, on the balance, is probably still winning.
And again, a mistake.
Yeah, because Vincent has to, at some point, find the idea of hiding his king behind the pawn. Again, we'll see a lot of these, so ignore them, everyone at home. These small mistakes, objectively, it won't change things too much. They're playing a bit of a guessing game with no time. It's you often have 5 squares to go to with the king. It's just lucky dip. But yeah, sooner or later, Vincent will be forced to find this idea of dropping his king back and pushing his pawn.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, it's very difficult to play this with just seconds left on the clock. There's so many possibilities of cross checks. And also the fact that you have to be calculating very quickly what's going to happen if the king moves forward, which is the most precise check. Okay, he checks on the diagonal. I'm expecting king G2.
12 seconds on the clock as well for Gukesh. He's going to move ahead with his king. A bit of a shake of his hand there.
Yeah, Vincent shaking,
Feeling the
understandably.
What do you think? Predictions? Is this going to be a Vincent win, or does Gukesh hold this?
8 times out of 10, I think this is a win in practical terms, but yeah, I don't know. Things have happened already in this game alone, but especially in Norway chess throughout the years, to make me think that...
David, is that the only move to keep the balance?
Apparently queen d5 only move, but yeah, we're going to have to forgive the players for a lot of these impossible. They have an impossible scenario. Queen endgames are the hardest endgame by a mile.
They are certainly hard, and we actually have with us in the studio Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Yeah, a great game. And also, as we can see, what do you think? I just want to get your opinion whilst we have you here. Do you think...
Practically black will win, I think.
Yeah.
Very hard for white.
Yeah, have you ever had an endgame like this with the seconds ticking down?
Yeah, always.
And yeah, Alireza, I mean, congratulations. That was a crazy game. Talk us through maybe some of your emotions during your game against Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard, very hard game. I mean, I got a good opening, but after he played, I think, very precise, and its position was around equal. But after in the end game, we managed to go to time trouble, and I had a bit more comfortable position because I'm up a pawn, so that helped me, I think, a lot. And I think it was a decent game overall.
Yeah, it was quite funny because when you were up a pawn, we were feeling very confident for Magnus,
Yeah.
but then you played this funny like F5 move, and then suddenly we were like, actually, we changed our mind, and
Yeah,
your
yeah.
position suddenly made a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, because he was not in time to go F5 for some reason, I don't remember. But yeah, of course, the whole point was to F5. So
Yeah.
if I get something going in the king side, it's very difficult for black.
Yeah. And wow, this game is keeping us entertained with the clock ticking down to the seconds.
I have to ask you, Alireza, how are you feeling?
Yeah.
How's your leg?
Yeah, I mean, it's painful, but I'm trying my best. I mean, I have a good friend here. He helps me with the bathroom and everything, so that helps my life. Yeah.
That's a very good friend.
Yes.
And like, do you find that the chess is a distraction when you're in such pain, or
I mean,
you looked very relaxed on
Yeah.
camera?
chess is good distraction at some point when top players don't make good moves. After everything gets tough, but I'm trying my best to be. But of course, I lose a lot of energy, more energy than normal games, because not easy. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly not easy at all. But we were impressed by how calm you looked during the game. You looked like complete focus, complete control.
Yeah, it was impressive to watch. And I have a lot of questions around that. But Alireza, I have to get you back to this game because it feels like so much is happening. What are the chances that Gukesh actually saves this? Or is this already over technically with a pawn all the way on G3?
Yeah, because it's always black gives checks. Now king on h7 is very bad. King should be on b8 normally.
On the other side of the board?
Yeah. But still some chances. I don't know.
Yeah. And well, you just came from a tournament, the Grand Chess Tour. You traveled here. I mean, how was that?
Yeah, traveling was very hard. This 3 hours flight we had, but after I got better. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was amazed to watch you continue playing in Romania. It was honestly inspiring to see that. And I don't know if you put out what actually happened. How you fell.
Yeah, I fell from stage and I twisted my ankle, so it's very bad.
Did it ever cross your mind that you might even that making it to Oslo might be difficult at that point, or were you always convinced
Yeah,
that?
I tried. I saw many doctors and did MRI and stuff, and they said I could travel. So that was the point. That was very important.
Yeah, because I think Shell said that he called you up and he confirmed that you're going to be coming, and you said you'll be here.
Yeah.
And what a way to start the tournament.
Yeah.
It's got to be feeling good.
Yeah, thank you.
And well, talk us through your game, like the key moments for you. You said you had a good position out of the opening.
The endgame was the key
The
moment.
endgame.
Yes. It's just a matter he could consolidate. He'll be good position, but I got F5 Queen G4. This was the key moment.
Yeah, F5. And did you actually see the saving resource that he had to kind of keep into the game? This whole idea of taking the pawn. No, that was.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it was very engine-like. Yeah.
If you guys let me, I go because I'm ready.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you, Alireza, for joining us,
Yeah, we
and
really
we wish you the best of luck in the rest of your tournament. Yeah. And well, hats off to Alireza joining us in a wheelchair and willing to share with us his thoughts. And whilst Alireza leaves, it looks like it's all over for Gukesh as Vincent is just inching that pawn ever closer to its destination, fending off a few checks.
That being said, the pawn has been there now for over 10 moves. He's struggled to evade the checks so far, Vincent. And the queen has been here before, so let's see if Gukesh can keep finding all the best moves to make it difficult, at least. Vincent yet to find the right plan, which might involve bringing his king back around the whole way and just trying to kick the white queen off its ideal squares.
He's working his way to that plan. Starts with putting his king on a square where it's harder to get to with a check. Now that the pawn can't move forward, Gukesh waits with centralizing his queen. David, what little I can understand about these endgames is that if the black pawn reaches on the second rank, that's pretty much over.
Yep.
So if you have to give those millions of checks, it needs to be done right now. You can't allow G2 ever.
Exactly. And he's doing everything he can. Like, credit to Gukesh, he's defending like a lion. Like, he's put his queen in the center. For now, there's a pin. For now, there's no threat. But Vincent's just passing the move back. He's saying there's no checks. If you move the queen, the pawn pushes. And he's just going to hope that the white king's even worse placed here. But yeah, this is the key, as you say, Tanya. Like, the white king's so poorly placed. Alireza said it too. Pawn, king on this side of the board, maybe draw, but oh, here we go. Vincent makes another move with 2 seconds left, and he's still struggling to find the winning plan.
I know Peter Lecko's heart rate is through the roof right now, watching this being played out.
Yeah, well, check on the diagonal, and well, Gukesh's plan is to stop that pawn from advancing, so presumably the only move to save is to put your queen on e3, pin.
Yes, he does it.
But now what about king h2?
Yeah, and then he'll try and pin again. He'll try and pin this diagonal.
Gukesh just has to make sure that the pawn doesn't get to g2. It gets there, it's game over.
Oh, 1 second from Vincent. He nearly went from winning to losing in 1 second there. Tiny, tiny margins at this top level.
He's played a move with 2 seconds on the clock too many times now. He's got to be careful, while Gukesh looks extremely cool and collected right now.
Hang on a second. After king g4, where's the check? Because everything's going to get blocked by a queen.
Is he going to try a trick?
g7.
Queen g6 check. Take the queen. Oh no, my queen. Oh, he doesn't try it. That might have been the best try, you know.
It would have been very flashy.
Queen takes queen would have been a stalemate.
Beautiful.
Well, still there.
Don't give a check now. The queen would have blocked. Trades forced.
Oh, but now the king can advance, and okay, he have to pin again, but now he's lost the formation. After the black king moves forward, there's no way to pin the pawn along the diagonal.
And if you go all the way back and give a check from a3, black queens falls back and you're forced to an exchange. King h2, g2 cannot be stopped.
Yeah, that's it.
That
King
would
h2.
be it. And Vincent Keimer, 15 seconds, he finds this.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Often the queen has to kind of rotate, go around the board and find a square where the queen controls light squares, the king goes to a dark square. He doesn't do it, though.
But maybe next. You can still go king to h2, but then you've got this f4 square now for the queen.
We can still throw in a check. Just to build up some time on the clock at least. 5 seconds.
Oof. Comes closer to the black queen.
Now, no more checks. Check here. Black's queen would block. So again, the pin. The pin is the only thing keeping Gukesh alive right now.
But the queen can centralize or move to f3, but throw in some checks.
Yeah, this is it. It's always feeling like white has only moves to survive. But it has actually been, what is that, 23 moves since the last pawn push. So if he survives another 27 moves, Gukesh, he makes a draw, as long as he doesn't let this pawn push. Long way to go.
Well, this is a beautiful move, you know, because now the king can advance to h3 and it will not be subject to any checks.
Yeah, a centralized queen controlling all the key squares, taking all the checks away from white right now. And for Gukesh, it's tough to find a move. He's got 15 seconds on the clock. He puts that queen back to a check, but what's next?
Okay, he's going to rely on that pin.
Yeah, we've been similar positions before.
What move did g3 happen on?
G3 happened on move 92. So if he makes it to move 142, for everyone watching at home, you can see it just above the board, the move number. Still a long way to go. 25 moves to make it.
Yep.
So 117 is the move count. Oh, look at that. And I think Gukesh wants to find out what's going on, how many moves he's in.
Oh, but he's getting distracted. He's distracting himself here. He needs to just find only moves.
Yeah, it's also 25 moves, so it's a long way to go right now.
Yep. And meanwhile, the game between Zhu Wenjun and Divya Deshmukh, the Armageddon, has kicked off. Of course, we're going to keep our eyes on this one between Gukesh and Vincent. Queen.
Whoa.
Apparently it's back to a draw for the first time in a long, long time. Only if white finds the move king to g6, which feels like a lottery. Like, I don't think he moves the queen, because the queen's doing a great job pinning. But you could choose any square for the king, pretty much.
He's moving
on
the queen.
Oh, he is moving the queen.
Well, maybe he's going to throw in a check.
Oh, this is so hard. These queen endgames are impossible. The only thing we know about queen endgames is that nobody knows anything about queen endgames.
Except the computer.
Except the computer. In computers we trust.
And Gukesh is struggling right now. He doesn't know on what move g3 was played. And that's what he was trying, that's the information he was trying to get from the arbiter. He can only see the move counter at the top, but he doesn't know the last time it was played. And he's saying, I don't have anything on my score sheet.
Oh, hang on a second. Get back to the board, Gukesh, because a move has been made.
This is so psychologically hard. So tough. I recently ran a relay race. It was a long distance thing, but one of the legs, I didn't know how far I had to run, and that makes it harder. You don't know how long you have to last in this game. You don't know how long you have to survive. You might think you've done the hard work, but I mean, at this point, he thinks he has to defend forever.
And I don't know if the arbiter is allowed to tell him that G3 was made on this move number. I'd guess not.
Don't think so.
So he has no idea how long he has before he can claim the 50 move rule.
He just has to gamble. As soon as it's inevitable that G2's played, he has to delay it as long as possible now. But as soon as Vincent's ready to play G2 and it's unstoppable, then you stop the clock, claim, and you hope that you've made 50 moves.
Yeah. No.
He just has to lock in.
Clever.
He just has to hold on for 20 more moves.
Is that only... 20 is a lot.
He survived 30 moves without the pawn pushing.
It's true.
No progress made by Vincent
And
Kleimer.
he's found a nice pattern to keep the game alive.
Yeah. And while it says that Black's completely winning in this position, Kleimer's struggling to make progress.
Yeah, and I don't know what Kleimer's done in terms of, like, he's put his queen on F3 and he's tried everything. Like, he needs to put his queen on a new square, put it on D3 and then try and walk your king out. Or put it on G4, try and walk your king out. Try other stuff. The white king in the corner is quite instructive. Lots of stalemate ideas to save him.
Gukesh is showing immense strength of character right now. You know, he's struggling with the move number. He doesn't know when G3 was played. He's trying to keep his focus on the board to make sure he doesn't break that fortress that he thinks he's found. He goes back, pins that pawn again for the millionth time.
This is actually the third time they've had this position, but he doesn't know it.
Oh my gosh, if it was chess.com, if they were playing online, David, the game would stop on the spot.
It would, but if the position is repeated 5 times, then the arbiter must intervene and declare the game a draw.
It was a repetition from move 106, 124, and 126. 18 moves between some of those repetitions. Impossible to claim.
Impossible. You just can't fault him for this.
Just has to keep stopping that pawn from moving. He's doing everything right, Gukesh. Vincent's struggling. More checks.
Still not clear how he's going to move that pawn. You can keep giving that check from that central square. He's going to go back to D4.
Okay, and now he's setting up this pinning mechanism.
One more time, Jovi.
Yep.
He does it. Via E5. David, we're on move counter 130. What was the magic number for Gukesh?
92.
Yeah, so 142. If he makes it there, 12 more moves to go.
12 more moves you have to survive this position if you're white.
Without allowing the pawn to push. Vincent's running out of time. The margin, that window of opportunity is closing.
But Kleimer's got to be feeling it as well, right? That he needs to go in with G2.
Well,
Gukesh making it
he
impossible.
Just can't get
it's
it
illegal.
in.
Yeah, he had the perfect setup earlier. The black queen needs to be on a square like F5, covering the light squares. Then the black king needs to go to a dark square like H2. And there's no way. Oh, objective mistake from Gukesh, but hard to fault him.
Another 10 moves. If the G-pawn doesn't push forward for the next 10 moves, Gukesh can claim a draw, and he will be granted.
Only winning move now, king to H3. And when the white queen drops back to pin the pawn, then he has to find that the only square, or the best square, is F5 for the queen. That's step 4. Yeah, this is step 1. Step 2 now. Use this square, the F5 square.
Okay.
And get the king back.
Get the king
The move
back.
does suggest itself.
Yeah, but it's been there before the queen. He might already in his mind have thought this doesn't work.
Well, he's reaching for her.
He does it step 2 on the board.
Step 2. Next is to get the king out this way.
And that's that big step, the hard one to find. But maybe he's tried everything and now his mind realizes that you need to get the king the other way around. He's claiming it. He's claiming the 50 move, but he is shot. He's shot by 9 moves right now.
Oh no, and Gukesh, he should have waited longer. He could have just moved his king. The pawn is not moving yet. He could have bought himself another move. That is not a good practical decision. Now Vincent's going to get an extra couple of minutes due to the false claim to try and figure out the winning plan.
But it's the nerves.
It is also, you know, the uncertainty. He has no idea how many moves are being played.
But literally, the black pawn is not moving next.
Yes.
So wait one more move at least.
Wait for Vincent to find king to G4.
Yeah, and then give him a couple more checks. And then claim. Like, last possible moment.
And Vincent does get extra time on the clock.
That is such a poor practical decision from Gukesh. That's pure nerves.
Yeah. And because Vincent was literally playing every move with 2-3 seconds left on the clock and wasn't able to find his path, and this is what's going to cost Gukesh the point today.
And also, look at Vincent. Vincent is deep in thought. He needs to quickly figure out what is going to be the winning plan. And we know that it's to step the king back. King G4.
And that's 2 extra minutes for Vincent Kleimer.
Wow, that is huge. Vincent has been struggling on 1 second, 2 seconds after making every move. But now he's got loads of time. Gukesh has really shot himself in the foot there.
Look at him. He comes down. He's almost ready to make his move, though, his decision. He's ready to bring that king forward. He chooses the wrong square, though.
G4, he keeps choosing the wrong squares. He keeps allowing the diagonal pins. The key in queen in games is often diagonal checks, but diagonal pins happen to be the key here. But he hasn't realized he needed to get out of the diagonal pins.
7 moves. 7 moves left.
Wow, this is touch and go. Vincent's so close.
And the thing is, the arbiter will have told Gukesh, actually, you just need X amount of moves to get to move 50.
Would he have? I'm not sure.
Yes.
I don't know if he's allowed
know.
to. This is difficult.
Oh, okay.
We need arbiters in the chat.
We do need arbiters in the chat.
Yeah. I think you either just grant or you just reject the appeal.
You don't say no, it's actually just 42.
I don't think you give additional information. I'm not sure.
Wow, I've never been in a situation like this. It is almost unique. He's doing everything right, Gukesh. He's defended so well.
Oh
6 more moves. If he knows, he'll claim it.
Also,
We'll see it.
objectively, it's a draw. But practically impossible to save.
Yeah, and objectively it might be because the computer knows the counter now. It knows white can survive 6 more moves at least without allowing the black pawn to push.
Oh, do you think that is the reason?
Maybe.
Yeah.
And not because the position itself is a draw? Oh, wow.
Yeah, queen and pawn endgames, they're
And he-
so difficult. You know what I mean? The board is so open, the queens are so powerful. You have to think about the checks on the diagonal, the checks in front, and also this whole motif of pinning.
Any arbiters in the chat, raise your hands.
Need you now. The black king can move, but the white queen will continue pinning. The black queen's too far away to really influence anything now. She needs to be on f5. I think this was the whole key all along, and he found it by accident, Vincent, twice. But he never realized the king had to sneak back on the light squares with the queen's protection, with the help of cross checks, with some shielding. But now he's run out of time. 5 more moves to go.
Yeah, but the question is, does Gukesh know that he needs to reach move 142? Was he given any information when G3 was played or how many moves remain?
Okay, 26 seconds for Gukesh. He has to be careful with where he puts the king.
I don't even know if that
Some
matters.
hesitation.
I think it's impossible to find the right move with this much time. He's just making sure that the G pawn doesn't move forward on the next move. That's it. One more move, closer to the draw.
Right.
He's done so well. Like, he looked like he was a bit triggered at some point. The fact that he didn't know that he didn't have a score sheet, he couldn't find the move number, but he's calmed himself down, Gukesh, so impressively.
Well, can you just go king g4 now? And, you know, there are some cross checks in the air.
Best practical try. White will continue giving some checks and just hope to survive at least a few more moves. 4 more moves to make.
And then when the queen comes back, you've got another diagonal check to give. So at least you're still stopping the pawn from going ahead.
Yeah.
Maybe from there it becomes a bit tricky because of counter checks.
Vincent's actually below Gukesh on the clock again.
Oh my gosh, those 2 minutes, they've disappeared.
Oh, it's tough. The nerves in that tournament hall. We saw it earlier with hands shaking, Magnus shaking. Like, yeah, there's something special about Norway chess that makes things happen.
Just entertainment guaranteed, David Howell.
Exactly. Exactly. Gukesh guaranteed.
It's always with Gukesh.
It's always Gukesh. Can he survive? He needs to make 4 more moves successfully.
So what do you do? Do you move your king? Do you continue with checks?
Wow.
What happened?
You make a move as quickly as possible, Tanya. Okay, he throws in a check.
He does it and feels like it's still in the balance right now. And only 3 more moves left for Gukesh to claim that draw.
Yeah, the threat is to push the pawn, though. That would reset the counter back to 0.
Gives another check.
Another check. He has to make 2 more checks.
You've got 1 more. I can spot it in front of the white king. Or you could also fall back to f7 on the f line.
Here we go. He gives a diagonal check.
Does it?
Looks like a clumsy one, but good enough to give a few more checks. White has to make 1 more move, and after Vincent's next one, that will be the 50 move mark.
Yeah.
After Black's 142nd move.
Okay. Well, do not check on h1 because then g2 will reset the counter and that will be bad news. But
Here we go.
This
After
is good.
Vincent's next move, he can stop the clock, Gukesh.
But does he know? And he looks up.
He looks up.
This time the claim will be given. It's the right claim. It's the right appeal.
Wow, what a hold if he makes it.
well, the question is,
Do you think
Does he know?
He doesn't know. He continues to play. He claimed at the wrong moment, and now he has no idea.
Maybe he's playing it safe this time. He learned his lesson. He'll leave it to the last possible moment before Black can push the pawn. He'll check, check, check. He can even give up his queen. Black can't take it as long as he claims before the queen is taken. Here we go. He'll keep checking. Centralize the queen. One more check.
Come on, Gukesh, you've got to make that claim. Do it now. He reaches out, makes another move, but I think you're right, David, that he's just going to wait till G2 is unstoppable. The pawn move's unstoppable, and then that's when he goes for it.
Maybe he knows this is just the beginning. They'll have to face each other again in a few minutes' time. Maybe he wants to tire out Vincent.
Okay, he's claiming now.
Oof. And I think Vincent knows it. Gukesh knows it. There's going to be a bit of checking. And Gukesh will be given the claim. It is accepted. It's a draw. We're going into Armageddon.
We are going into Armageddon.
What a game.
Absolutely incredible defense there from Gukesh. I mean, it was such a difficult task for him with no time on the clock, queen and pawn endgame. And in the end, it just goes to show they are the most complicated endgames for a reason. And
And that's got to be relief for Gukesh. I mean, holding this endgame, you have to appreciate that. Incredibly difficult there.
Exactly. I think 80-90% of the time, at least, the queen plus pawn wins against the sole queen. But yeah, that was heroic defense from Gukesh, and they go again in just a few minutes' time. There's one Armageddon still in action. And here, Zhu Wenjun is in a must-win situation. Players both under 1 minute. Divya Deshmukh's been defending really well. She actually had a big initiative a few moves ago. But a draw is enough for Black to win this Armageddon and get the extra half point. Maybe the good luck mango there will guide her to victory. She's now a pawn up. Surely she can hold this. She just needs to get her queen back in a defensive position, enough to hold the weakness on the F7 square. Speed is key here. Divya with just 19 seconds left.
Ooh.
Dropping her queen.
Just do. Can the white knight come into attack right now? You're looking at ideas like knight e8, queen h6, kiss of death, checkmate on g7. Oh, wow.
Yeah, but Zhu Wenjun, she needs to win, so of course she goes on the offensive already. h4, h5 incoming.
Okay, she's getting the queen back. She's going to beg for a queen exchange. Like, queen exchange will be like gold dust right now. There we go.
She's going for it. And there's no way that Wenjun will agree to that. She's going to keep everything on the board, put pressure on the black king. It's her only hope. Draw means Divya wins the match against the reigning world champion.
Great play from Divya. Great call by Zhu Wenjun to keep it going, though. Oh.
She's playing on the clock here.
3 seconds. She's only just made move 40 a couple of moves ago, so 1 second increment. Weak king, though.
Ooh.
Look at that weak king.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gives a check, comes back, hits the queen falls back. Zhu Wenjun putting pressure.
And now it's about making physically short moves as well. You have to move the pieces close to the clock with no time.
Push the B pawn, it's nearer the clock.
Yes.
Oh, it's a blunder. Knight F4 check, and the queen hangs. Zhu Wenjun loses her queen, game over. Divya spots her chance and wins the Armageddon.
Wow. And what a takedown this is by Divya Deshmukh. The World Cup winner wins against the world champion with a beautiful tactic at the end.
Yes, and good play there from Zhu Wenjun. She resigned. I think some of us might have kept the game going because Divya really didn't have too much time. I know with the 1 second increment, maybe, but wow. It is Divya that walks away with 1.5 points. Zhu Wenjun starting with a draw in Classical and a loss in Armageddon. So we go after this kind of moment where we have to catch our breath. But let's just take a look at what went down on the results, because it felt like there were so many near misses.
And we're not done yet. The day isn't over. There's another massive Armageddon coming up right there, Yobi. Look at that. We had 3 Armageddons already. We've got 2 games that ended in Classical. Alireza Firouzja taking down Magnus Carlsen. I mean, that's got to be the big headline now.
That's sensational news.
And I just want to ask, who predicted there would be 4 draws in the Classical and only 2 wins in the Classical and 4 Armageddons? I can't remember.
Fine, David Howell. You get it for today. We give it to you. But you know what? It's early days, only day 1.
Exactly. I mean, I'm just glad that there was already a 144 move game in round 1 of the Classical. Shows the players' fighting spirit.
It does indeed show there's a lot of fight in the tournament, and there's still a lot of fight to come. We are going to go on a short break. Now is the perfect moment for you to catch your breath. If you need to top up your teas, coffees, your popcorn, now is perfect. But during the break, stay tuned because we have a lot of player interviews and you don't want to be missing that.
Anna, it's a tough battle this first day. How would you summarize it yourself?
Yeah, the first game was, how to say, more or less level. I think I could have played better in the opening and then I could have advantage, but I didn't find a way, and so then it was equal more or less all the way. And in the second game, I think she played well. Maybe there was some little chance when she played bishop d6. I had d5, but I was just on the second and just didn't figure out it.
Thank you so much for taking the time on, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations on the Armageddon win. Do you like to play Armageddon like this after a classical game?
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's very interesting games. Yeah, because we play classical game before and then suddenly we should play very fast. And yeah, it's very exciting.
Is it hard to change?
I think for me it's fine.
Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Wesley, how would you summarize the day?
Okay, well, classical game was a draw, it's normal, and I didn't play well in the Armageddon. Got a bad opening, and yeah, so to summarize, it's typical day.
Are you able to take positives out of the classical today to neutralize quite early?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to improve as a chess player. I try to at least learn a little something from every game that I play.
We really appreciate you taking the time, Wesley, and we wish you the best of luck for the days to come.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Prague, wow, what a game. Pushing all those pawns on the king side. Congratulations. Share with us what happened.
Yeah, I must have had something easier at some point, but in this format it's not easy to finish it off. But I think I didn't mess it up, so as long as that was there, it's fine.
You told us also previously before Armageddon that you will prepare in some way. Was it your preparation for this game?
No, preparation was just regretting how I played in the classical, because there were like some exciting options which I completely missed. So yeah, that was a little disappointing, but I think I was just trying to play normally.
How did you manage after finding out those variations, to destroy basically him in the Armageddon?
Yeah, but that's what happens every game. Yeah, you find out that you missed 100 things. So this was one of those days.
And tomorrow you're facing Alireza, who is playing here in the sitting conditions. Are you looking forward to the game?
Yeah, I didn't really think about it. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Magnus, it was a tough loss at the end. How would you summarize the day?
Yeah, a very difficult game from early on. I kind of severely underestimated his plan of going bishop g3 there. It seems so counterintuitive to move your bishop away to make way for the pawn, but I realized it was pretty dangerous. And then later on, I think there were a lot of somewhat unpleasant choices for him. Sorry, for me, a little bit more pleasant for him. Yeah, he put me on. Yeah, he gave me a lot of tests, and at the end, I failed them.
By the way you're summarizing, it sounds like you're impressed with Alireza's game today.
No, I think. He doesn't necessarily always find the best move, I think, but he put me under a ton of pressure, and that's kind of what you wanna do.
Good luck tomorrow, Magnus.
Thank you.
We are back. And day one at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women has already begun with a bang. We saw sensational scenes with Alireza defeating Magnus Carlsen. So if you're just joining us now, you missed a whole lot of action. And I'm here, of course, with my trusty crew, the iconic Tanya and the legendary David, ready to share with you all the moves, all the ideas, all of the fun.
Oh, this has been fantastic. What a day one we've had. We're still left with one Armageddon, and for the start of the day, someone would tell me we'll have two decisive games. One of them will involve Magnus Carlsen losing on home turf. I would have said, you know nothing about chess, my friend.
Yeah, and we still have action. It's had everything. I'm expecting more twists and turns. I mean, this whole 10 days, it's pretty much guaranteed to have some shocking moments, I think. Maybe not as shocking as the table bang, but I'm excited. I'm optimistic now after what we've seen so far today.
Well, one thing Norway chess teaches us is like expect the unexpected. Yes. Nothing is predictable. I mean, take the drama that we just saw just now. You know, we're expecting an Armageddon between Gukesh and Vincent Keimer, but kind of going through the whole narrative of that game, who is actually happy? Because Gukesh survived that queen and pawn ending, but rewind many, many moves. I'm talking about 50, 60 moves. It was actually Vincent, the one who was very much on the back foot.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, right at the opening, it felt like Gukesh was putting some pressure, but maybe never too much, never enough. It still felt like Vincent was in control. I think at the moment, Yovi, you have to say that Gukesh is the happier of the two, taking it to the Armageddon. For me, what was really impressive was one wrong claim, but he didn't let that get to his head. He was able to bounce right back and eventually get that draw in, force an Armageddon. And I see on our cameras, one of the two players is already seated. It's Vincent Keimer.
Oh, he's in it to win it, Vincent. He knows he came close. He knows he nearly got that gift. Gukesh overpressing again. But yeah, getting this extra half point in Armageddon could be vital come the end of the tournament. I will say, like, no matter what happens here, Gukesh, the one thing that he needs to work on is overpressing. It's haunted him so much in the last 12 months, 18 months, and it kept happening. Almost happened here. But he needs to take the lesson and run with it.
It would have been an absolute disaster for Gukesh to start Norway chess with a loss in the classical. You know, almost feels like that would be a hard cave to come out of. He plays with the white pieces. Talk to me about momentum shift right now. Surviving that queen's pawn endgame, is the pressure on Vincent now with the black pieces?
Possibly, especially if the opening plays out like last time where Vincent looked like he was equal, but came under pressure. I don't think that's how you want to play Armageddon chess, where you have to be really accurate just to hold a draw. And yeah, the time disadvantage that we'll have, 10 minutes versus 7 minutes, it doesn't sound like much, but it could come into play a bit later if that trend continues.
Yeah, and for those of you unfamiliar with the Armageddon format, white will begin with 10 minutes, black will get just 7 minutes, but it's black who's playing with draw odds, and the players do get a 1 second time bonus, woohoo, after they pass move 40.
Wow, which is barely anything to make a move. And that's it. Handshakes, the final Armageddon of day one. We are off, and Gukesh starts with the king's pawn opening and a slight surprise on move two as the queenside knight is the first to develop.
Okay, total switch up, totally different first move. And yeah, this potential Vienna game, whether he brings out his bishop now, which is quite trendy, or whether he pushes with pawn to f4, more Vienna King's Gambit style, we'll see a real fight. But he brings his bishop out. He wants a long game here, potentially. No easy trades, no simplifications, no forced draws. Gukesh just wants to play a game of chess.
I won't be surprised if he develops the knight in front of the king, just making sure there's no structural damage on that right flank. Knight coming to e2, shah castle, keeping that f4 option flexible as well for the middle game. For Gukesh, I think it suits his style to have extra time on the clock. He anyway pushes every game until the end. He wants to play for a win regardless of what the position is on the board. So I think those extra 3 minutes, he's got to be feeling good about playing with the white pieces.
Yeah, he's good to be playing with the white pieces. You know, he has this nice plan of going f4, but as I say that, d5 has made an appearance on the board, and take a look at that. We have some clarifications, some simplifications, and well, Gukesh, remember, is in a must-win situation. And well, I'm very lucky to be joined here in the studio with Divya Deshmukh. So Divya, you just won your Armageddon game against Zhu Wenjun. How are you feeling?
Quite relieved. It was quite a stressful game. I think the opening went very well for me in the Armageddon one, so it got easier to simplify. And yet she was quite tricky, I would say, so I had to be kind of accurate, but I liked the end.
You like the end,
yeah,
of course, finishing on a high in the Armageddon. But you mentioned at the beginning that you felt very comfortable out of the opening. You were the first person to hit the confessional booth. Congratulations.
Do I get a trophy or something?
No, you get bragging rights.
Okay.
And not once, he did it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, impressive. It's usually Magnus who always goes on first and wins the confessional booth competition by far.
I actually wanted to go on more, but then she made me think a lot, and the position was getting very murky, so then I decided, let me just focus.
What moment was it during the Armageddon that you felt that you've got the match in your hands?
Actually, the end game is quite tricky. So I felt confident out of the opening, but then after, let's say, Queen G4, things were getting a bit complicated, and there were a lot of tactics in the air, and I had less time, so it was difficult. But yeah, I had no time to think if I can convert this or not. I just had to make moves.
Love it. And Divya, this is your first time at Norway Chess.
Yes.
I know early days, and you're here with your mum.
Yeah.
Start with a first round victory against the world champion. How are you feeling so far?
Feeling very good, but I am very hungry and I want to sleep it off.
Yeah, you mentioned you were eyeing up the dried mango.
Yeah, I didn't get to eat it, but I saw that, I don't know if it is due to me, but then they placed some dried mango in the lounge for us. So I think I have a role in that.
I think they saw your confessional.
Yes, I think that is what happened. So if anybody likes the dried mango, then I am the one to thank.
Absolutely. The players will have to definitely thank you for that. And you mentioned that you're quite hungry, so we're not going to keep you for too long. But I wouldn't mind your thoughts on what's happening in this Armageddon. Were you following some of the action?
Is that the...
This is the Armageddon between Gukesh and Vincent.
I don't see the board. Where's the board?
Okay, the board is... probably
okay.
get a clear view over there.
There we go. Big picture, full screen. Whose chances do you like, Gukesh with white in a must-win situation?
Double the amount of time on the clock.
Yeah, big time advantage.
I think Vincent would definitely need to speed up. I think the position is very equalish right now, but I like Gukesh for now because of the time advantage, and it can get very messy very quick.
Mm-hmm. And you yourself played white in an Armageddon game. Did you have a game plan?
No, I was black.
Oh, you were black, sorry.
Yeah.
My apologies. Yeah, of course you were.
But coming in the end and winning.
Yeah, of course. But
yeah.
Did you have a game plan with the white side of the Armageddon or black side? I'll try to save my question.
No, I barely had any time to recover, so I was just checking what went wrong in the classical so that I don't repeat it in the Armageddon.
Yeah, that's a good strategy. Well, Divya, thank you so much for joining us, and we wish you the best of luck, and go and get some dinner.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Do you think we'll have another table smash though this year at Norway Chess?
I think it's unlikely.
Oh, Divya.
Unless it's me. That's possible, but we'll see.
All right. Well, all the best, Divya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And you had to hear from Divya. Divya saying that Gukesh definitely has a promising position, and yeah, she mentioned it's so important to keep control on the time.
Whoa.
What is happening?
Just as we say that, a big moment now on the board. It is a blunder, double question mark from Vincent Keimer. We see the arrow for the winning move. That's the computer pointing out the bishop to h6, which looks like a pure piece sacrifice, wins on the spot. That is difficult. Doesn't immediately win material. It looked like a threat, though, on the previous move. Just to show, if the queen were still back on d7, bishop to h6 is a threat, because if it were captured, the white knight lands a fork, check, wins the black queen. But after the queen's moved, it's still possible, even stronger. What do we make of this?
What we make of this is that this is unbelievable stuff, because I'm not seeing the follow-up. You know, you don't have a check on f6. It doesn't win you the queen. I don't see a queen landing on the g file to give a kiss of that checkmate on g7. Bishop h6, yes, you're seeing that idea. But pawn takes bishop. What happens next is what Gukesh is thinking.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether it's just a sacrifice on an empty square, but then you introduce the queen into the mix. But you only see it if you're looking for it.
Yeah, and this is, again, a question of how much time to burn. He might sense it. It was on his radar on the previous move, so it might be in his radar now. But even if he senses it, is he going to invest 3-4 minutes in this and lose all of his time?
That is the Gukesh pose that seems to tell me that yes, he will.
Yeah.
At least a few minutes. He's calculating bishop h6. David, what's the next move after pawn takes bishop? What's the winning line here? Help me out. Help out a friend.
I think he has enough time to just bring his queen up. Bring his queen into the game. If the bishop is captured on this square, I'm trying to work it out as well. I think he could just bring his queen in. There are also ideas of a knight check followed by the white queen coming. He's played it.
He does it!
Whoa!
What a moment!
Beautiful move.
From a dead lost position in the classical, surviving over 50 moves in a completely gone endgame. Oh, Gukesh Domaraju is the one who's about to take this point. He finds the killer blow. Will he find the follow-up? And look at that. That's the classic move. He picks up his water bottle, and that means Gukesh has seen everything.
He knows. He knows what a move. Move of the round, move of the tournament so far, maybe. And just to put this on the board to show why Vincent might be reluctant to capture this bishop, why it's such a brilliant sacrifice. If pawn takes bishop, white just brings the queen up. Queen to d2, a quiet move. It's unstoppable. If you can't defend, there we go.
Instantly.
On the board, if you can't defend this pawn, it's going to be a checkmate or a winner material. If the queen steps back to try and defend, then the connection is severed. Rook up to f6, breaking the connection. Queen takes pawn check, and it's going to be the kiss of death.
That's it. You don't even defend the checkmate. It's game over, Jovanka.
It is game over. I mean, what a move. I think the thing is with Vincent might as well have taken that bishop. Otherwise, his whole position would have collapsed. But the best shot to me is queen e6, just to hold on.
The crazy part is that Vincent played queen to h3 with the idea of fighting this exact same threat. He saw that it doesn't work. But in fact, now it comes with even more firepower because you're not going after the queen, you're going after the black king. And Gukesh took that extra minute and a half, spotted it, and we spoke about momentum, surviving that classical, taking it into the Armageddon, turning things around. And right out of the opening, a winning position for Gukesh.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing more satisfying than playing a move your opponent thought was impossible. They think they've got it covered. You just hit their blind spot, and it's so sweet. And I'm trying to look for defenses here. Like, maybe you can sacrifice the queen in some way. I'm looking at moving the rook, trying to bring the bishop back, desperately to defend, but there are knockout blows. White doesn't even need an immediate checkmate. White has a long, slow play attack here.
He's down to under 2 minutes right now. He's down to under 1.5 minutes right now, Vincent Keimer is.
Yeah.
No increment. A dead last position. You could have an hour on the clock and you're not surviving this. This is a miniature Armageddon after a marathon classical.
I know. This one was worth waiting for. Bishop h6. What a blow. And I was also, like David, looking at moves like rook to e8, desperately trying to get the bishop to cover the dark squares. But this bishop on e2, it can still get into the game with moves like bishop to d3 and shake of the head from Vincent as the clock starts ticking down. It's desperate.
Wow, who knew that the Vienna was such a devastating attacking opening? We're in Oslo, Gukesh, not Vienna, but he's playing a fantastic opening. I mean, this is a miniature. 16 moves in, it's over. Like, Gukesh is about to take the win. Vincent can only desperately prolong the game. Under 1 minute, how are you going to survive another 25 moves?
He won't.
It's just impossible.
He goes f6, the pawn's captured. The only way to defend that checkmate in one, the rook moves forward.
Oh, so many tempting moves now. You can take this pawn with your rook, try to remove the defender.
You could pin the rook with bishop to c4, win the rook, win the king with queen g7 coming in next.
Oh, that is also just super strong. I guess black has to try and throw the bishop in the way, but so many winning ideas here for white.
Rook takes f6, I'm sure. Well, as you mentioned.
Oof.
Over.
And he takes another pause. That's professional. You know, he's trying to find his way forward, be absolutely precise. He knows that this is game over, but he needs to put it in the bag. And for Vincent Keimer, it's got to be heartbreak, right? You feel like you should have gotten those 3 points at the classical. And here you are, 17 moves in, dead lost.
Yeah, he'll just end up with 1 point if he loses this game. Vincent Keimer, Gukesh will walk away with 1.5 points from today. And he'll be in joint second place behind Alireza Firouzja.
I just think that both players will feel very disappointed regardless of the result here in Armageddon, because Gukesh probably is thinking, oh yeah, I should have played a bit more accurately and secured that win in classical. Same feeling for Vincent, who, as we saw, the queen and pawn endgame, was feeling, yeah, I should really have done something there.
If he'd won the classical, though, Gukesh, then he wouldn't have had the satisfaction and confidence boost of playing bishop h6.
Yeah.
And crushing Vincent Keimer like this.
It was a power move. I'll give you that.
He still needs to find it. He needs to play one of the 2 moves. And he reaches for the rook. Rook takes pawn. Can't capture the rook. You get checkmated on g7. Rook takes rook is the idea. The other rook can land up on f1 as well. To get every single piece into the attack. Bishop c4 in the air.
Yeah. Black's position is just creaking.
Yeah. You drop the bishop back to try and kick away the white queen. She happily steps back. And when the king moves, the black rook is lost. This is a miniature, under 30 seconds.
Oof.
I think even if he survives and Gukesh blunders here, you don't make 20-something moves in 20 seconds. He drops his knight into the center. Desperation from Vincent Keimer.
I mean, Gukesh is already looking at forcing lines, right? Takes the rook, gives a check. The knight comes in. The queen and the knight, the deadliest attacking combination. he's calculating his way to checkmate in this position, Gukesh is.
So are there any tricks abound? Like you take the knight, black will also flick in a check, and then hoping for some light square bishop check on the long diagonal.
Yeah, at least it looks a bit scary. At least it's some counterplay for black. I think Gukesh won't take that Trojan horse unless he has to.
He goes for the rook.
Yeah.
He's going for the black king. The queen's about to step up. The knight's about to step up, both coming in with the check. The knight on e5 can be captured at any moment.
Yeah. Check. If the king comes forward, the white knight steps back beautifully. Fork, but also I think leading to checkmate. And yeah, if the king goes back, also feels like the end is near.
I mean, either Keimer gets mated or he gets flagged.
Yeah, or both.
But where is the checkmate? You can throw in a knight check. Maybe you just introduce the old rook into the game. No need for any calculation.
The eval bar says M12, mate in 12. He doesn't need to calculate it. He takes the piece back. He's 2 pawns up, Gukesh, and he's got the attack.
Ooh, bishop 8-6, a move to remember.
Yeah.
Check. The white rook's now got an open d-file. There
Handshake.
we go.
Gukesh wins that Armageddon with a stunner. Bishop h6. That is going to bring a smile to Gukesh's face. What a day. What a game. What a match between these two.
I can't believe it's over already. I mean, when did this start? When did this finish? It's unreal what just happened in the last 5 minutes.
I thought we were in for another 144 move grind, another long queen endgame. I guess they used up their move quota in the classical chess, so they wanted to get it done quickly in the Armageddon. But either way, Gukesh had a spring in his step when he left the tournament hall there.
Yeah, and spring in the steps. Some players will be happier than others. And just reminding ourselves of the day's results, well, the sensational result was Alireza Firouzja beating Magnus Carlsen in the classical, so he's now the early leader, walking away with 3 points, and I think defeating Magnus for the first time in classical.
Wow. That might be possible. We will have to check that, but what a day for Firouzja either way. Sole leader, who would have thought it? And especially the position, just 5-10 moves before it finished. Looked like Magnus had everything under control, but Firouzja magic at the end there.
Yeah. I think that was the most impressive part, right? It's not just the scoreline about beating Magnus in game 1 with an injured leg, but it was the quality of play. You know, he didn't go for that bishop to h4 move, which was objectively the best move, but subjectively, practically, perhaps not, choosing to keep the complications on the board, putting pressure on Magnus on the clock. And eventually, in all those complications, coming up on top with his calculation, with no time on the clock, Magnus faltering. The thing is that when you have to beat Magnus, you have to beat him all along every single move. And it feels like that's what Firouzja did today. You can't say that he got lucky.
No.
Just played a flawless game.
Absolutely. You know, the way that he started to turn the tables was very impressive. But also, the 2 Armageddon wins from Pragnananda and Gukesh, as we saw just now, quite spectacular.
Yeah, dominant, we have to say. Like, we thought they'd be quite close, especially earlier when we were talking about Prag and Wesley. Wesley's such a good speed player, so solid, we say. But 10 moves in, 15 moves in, Prag had an attack. Wesley could barely move a piece. So that was very impressive. And then, yeah, we saw the firebolt, the incredible bishop h6 at the end.
Yes. And in the Norway chess women, Bibisara Saubeva defeating Humpy Kaneru, winning with the black pieces, walking away with 3 points. Now the early leader. Bibisara in a commanding game, I would say. You know, she really just dominated.
I completely agree. I think start to finish, she was the one putting the attack on Humpy. In fact, Humpy at some point managed to navigate her way out of the attack, and for a brief moment in that game, there was safety. But it's so hard psychologically to actually survive it in the long run. And eventually, Humpy's king of the hill, did not survive, got checkmated, losing the queen at the center of the board right there. But I think also equally impressive, Divya making her debut and taking down the world champion Zhu Wenjun in that Armageddon.
Yeah. And what's quite funny, I just noticed that in the Norway chess, it was white that won the Armageddon. In Norway chess women, it was the black pieces.
And in both the 2 players who lost the classicals, the oldest player in each field. So the youngsters starting fast.
Yeah, I'm furious. Wow, okay. We had such an eventful day 1, but tomorrow, let's look ahead to see what we have in store for us as we take a look at these pairings. Ooh, Alireza Firouzja. Can he keep up his winning ways as he plays Pragnananda Magnus Carlsen? Well, he's going to bounce back. Well, he's going to try to bounce back as he plays Vincent Keimer and then Wesley So again. Gukesh. And in the women, Bibisara Asaoeva starting off with another set of blacks as she plays Zhu Jiner. And again, looking at these matchups, we are in for a treat, as always. Which one of these are you most excited?
Oh, I mean, we're all curious here how Magnus Carlsen bounces back from that setback. Normally, he reacts very well. He's known for getting angry and bringing his best, but it's a strong field, no easy pairings. And if Magnus doesn't win tomorrow, we might start talking about a new champion here at Norway Chess.
And it's been a while since that's happened. I'll also point out Magnus and Vincent both suffering losses in the first round. I think both looking for a bounce back in theirs, but also equally important, Alireza and Pragnananda, right? Alireza, of course, on 7th heaven right now, winning that classical game against Magnus. Prag as well, a great performance against Wesley for the current world champion, Gukesh, taking on Wesley. So I don't remember the last time these two played in a classical game. This might be their first clash. We'll double check on that. I think that's going to be a fascinating battle. In the women, for me, I think the clash of the World Cup final, Divya Deshmukh once again taking on the veteran Humpy, is going to be a fun battle.
Yeah,
and the world champion against the defending champion, Anna Muzichuk versus Benjun.
Yeah, that's going to be a battle between Norway chess champions. I cannot wait for that one. But day one, officially on the books.
Yeah.
And we have a lot more action in store. I just want to give a big thank you to both you guys. You guys brought the energy, the vibe, the insights. Loved every second of it. You made it feel like it was 5 minutes work. Time just flew by, so thank you very much, and I'd like to thank everyone at home for joining along and following. And of course, tomorrow the action kicks off, same time, same place, with a whole lot of fun to boot. To see you then.
How tough is this finish for you, Vincent?
Quite, of course, but yeah, to be honest, the last game that we played here, it was just energy was gone, and you could tell by the way I was playing.
Is it hard to take a day like today when you had a winning position and didn't convert into tomorrow, or do you manage to forget about it quite quickly?
We'll see. I hope I'll manage to forget, because I mean, it's not like I was winning the whole game. It's more like it was happened by accident before I was also lost. So I think a draw was kind of fine, but of course, you know, if you have a technically winning position, you also want to win it in the end.
Best of luck tomorrow, Vincent. Thank you.
Thank you.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better, and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.